TMG Death Knights versus Half-Orc Barbarians. It is the semi-final, the last stop on the road before finals. Leslie, are you as excited as I am?
I'm so excited. Obviously, TMGD has been a great watch, all split, tons of breakout performances. Ninja getting back on this roster has been an absolutely incredible ad. And when we talk about Half-Orc Barbarians, I want people to realize, got to bring out the yellow legal pad here. I want to discuss this champion pool here from Revnon and Toad. So first of all, I'm going to start with maybe the less surprising of the two. Toad has played 14 unique support champions this split. He has a focus towards like melee support champs. However, he has played a couple of Swain, Vigar, Nico. There are some unique things that he pops out. And then he has played Senna on multiple occasions as well. So that's something to keep out for. But that's not what's unique. What is unique about Half-Orc Barbarians is this team does not utilize the marksman class in the bot lane. Revnon has played 8 unique champions this split, and I'm going to read them to you. These are the 8 champions. We have Mordekaiser, Cho'Gath, Darius, Garen, Set, Urgot, Jinzhao, and Sion. So mainly bruisers and a couple of tanks. This makes for some absolutely unique bot lane combinations, and I'm pretty excited to cast this game.
Yeah, absolutely. The emphasis there being on Set. He is a Set main. This is true in solo queue as well. He plays these same champs in solo queue. This is what he does. And in their last matchup, as we have seen these teams play before in the seeding stage, like I believe 2-3 weeks ago, Half-Orc Barbarians did win. They came out with a win. It was Set versus Kog'Maw in the bot lane. I believe it was Set Nico versus Kog'Maw Braum. And Half-Orc Barbarians, it didn't stomp lane by any means, but the Set was useful throughout the game into mid-late game skirmishes, which is where they found their advantages. It was a close game. It was a bloodbath. It was like 45 kills in 30 minutes, something like that. But Half-Orc Barbarians did win. Now, best of ones, we can all agree, are a little fake. And don't use Fearless Draft, right, in the same way as a best of 5. And we have a best of 5 for you tonight. We'll see if it goes the distance. But I think my question, as clearly Revnon can play these champs to a degree in which he doesn't just get stomped in the laning phase. He can convert because they've gotten here. They're in the semifinals, and he's playing really well. My question is, in a Fearless best of 5, is the champ pool deep enough?
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting. Obviously, he's played 8 unique things. Cho'Gath and Set, like I said, being the main pick for most of the season. Cho'Gath getting quite a few plays out this season as well. It's going to be interesting. I think it's also going to kind of come down to, I have not been able to cast Half-Orc Barbarians. I'm not sure, what some of their drafts look like as far as when they prioritize these kind of bruiser AD picks. So it's going to be interesting to see where they're put in the draft so that they can combat how to navigate those bot lane matchups. Because when you're talking about bot lane matchups, Crushing Rock and Homura are kind of the Vanquisher standard for this is the bot lane duo to beat. So yeah. I don't think you're going to get away with taking advantage of these bot lanes that may not really know how to play against this as maybe they have earlier on in the season. But at the same time, Half-Orc Barbarians is here for a reason. They had an incredibly close series against RDG last week, beating them in a full 5 games, which as much as it is to cast, I would love to see a full 5 games tonight. I think Best of 5 Fearless is one of the best additions we've had to League of Legends, and I can't wait to see how unique these champ pools go on. But I personally think that TMGD is probably going to be at a disadvantage the longer this series goes, because I think they're going to have less and less tools to deal with this bruiser bot lane. I think in the first couple games, it should be easy. They should kind of have the pick of the litter, being able to choose whatever they want into this. The Zyra is a key thing to watch out for. Crushing Rock plays this a ton in solo queue in multiple lanes, but of course in the AD carry role. And I think that's something that could be very helpful into these bruiser, these champs that have to walk at you. I think it's a very helpful thing. However, as the series goes on, those tools are going to be less and less and less. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these drafts develop if we do get to a game 4 and 5.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see as the bans start going down. We are going to head over to draft now. It is ready. And it should be said that as much as we're talking about this interesting, maybe not advantage, but this style that Half-Orc Barbarians has, they're clearly the underdogs in this matchup, right? TMGD was one, I believe the 1 seed from Group A, which was, or they didn't end up 1 seed in seeding stage, but they had the best record in Group A, which was pretty collectively agreed to be the strongest seed.
Agreed. Absolutely. I think
they have probably the best player.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I mean, I think as we watch through how they've played and kind of how they've dominated a lot of their competition. I mean, you look at the quarterfinals and the semifinals and how they played through those things. Yeah, they lost in the seeding stage, but I don't think that really means much. When we start looking at bans here, I think, Half-Orc Barbarians obviously already banning out. We see that Ambessa at the top lane, kind of a Night Raven special. The Lulu and Zyra kind of showing some respect towards that bot lane, recognizing we need to get rid of some of these tools. And then TMGD gonna tackle a lot of those mid lane mages, maybe looking to kind of pinch LL Cool J's pool and give this an advantage here.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, notably, TMGD is not banning out those bruiser bot lane picks for Revdon, right? They're saying, we're not scared of the set. Let's get it out of the way, right? Play your set game in game 1. Let's move on. You don't have it for the rest of the series, I'm assuming. I mean, we'll see what they end up picking. This is so far Gwen on B1 for Half-Orc Barbarians and Darius for TMGD. Darius, a recent addition to the jungle pool, has been very, very strong. I know, Leslie, you play it a lot to great success.
Yeah, a lot. That chance was. I think just the clear speed, obviously they nerfed his clear speed 2x versus 3x. Still good. I think, he excels very, very early on, and, you can continue to power farm and make an impact on lanes. And I do imagine that is going to be in the hand of Ninja on the side of TMGD. Of course, HOV responding with the Syndra, some disengage, some additional CC in the mid lane. That Gwen, obviously, we have some options for Divine or Sir Raven. And as we said, the set, Riptidon says game 1, we're going to start strong. I'm going to start with some confidence, and set is going to be locked in. The Cho'Gath notice, not only is this a pick, obviously, for TMGD that we could see in the mid lane or in the top lane, but this is also a takeaway, as this is one of the 8 champions that Revdon has played this split. So it'll be interesting to see if TMGD continues to do this, because Darius, also one of the champions that they've played. So as we said, TMGD may struggle as the series gets later on. If TMGD continues with this approach, HOV might be looking at an interesting choice of champions as the series goes on. Right now, we're into game 1, and 3 of those 8 champions are already gone.
And to be honest, that's a great idea. I personally am expecting this Cho'Gath to go into the mid lane for Fizz. I think that I'm sure the Night Ravens can play it, but it doesn't strike me as his type of champion, right? Night Ravens does really, really well on more explosive champions, plays a lot of Jax, a lot of Fiora, does some split pushing things. I think we've seen him on the Gwen himself, this sort of thing. I know both of these top laners, actually, both with the Ravens in their name, are both great split pushers. We'll see a Janna picked up for Hamura to pair alongside this Jinx, Jinx bot lane. So I'm expecting the Cho'Gath to go mid lane. I'm also expecting them to give Night Ravens counter pick, even though I'm assuming that Gwen is top lane, so sort of relevant. We'll have to see. And Blitzcrank gonna be the pickup for Toad to pair along with that set.
Oh, it's such an interesting bot lane, and I can see it from HOV. I can see some of the power there. Obviously, a lot of CC if they can ever get on top of this Jinx. I mean, that is going to be very effective, and the Aatrox going to be locked in. Sir Raven plays a decent amount of Aatrox. This is definitely a comfort pick for him, and we're about to see what Night Ravens wants to play into it. Woo! That's a good choice. Fiora, another big fighter champion. That is exactly Night Raven style. It's what he wants to play. Oh, excuse me. I think we had the sides incorrect.
No,
back up.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see which sides they are when we get in the game.
Oh, they were right. They're messing with us. They just wanted to give us a look here. But as we said, Sir Raven, a huge thing on Aatrox, excuse me. It's just a big pickup for him, very much comfort. Same thing can be said for Night Ravens. I think that is going to be one of the lanes to watch. High action, both fighters, both want to kind of take it out on the other. So that'll be very entertaining to see. What I do want to see, though, is also this jungle matchup. That Gwen going into the jungle, Ninja, definitely probably the strongest jungler in the league right now. He's ranked 2nd currently behind Sourcewalker. Had a breakout Master Yi game last week, but we'll have to see how it goes. I mean, I'm very interested to see how this bot lane set actually plays out. And we're getting ready to go into game 1.
Yeah, here we go, hopping onto the riff for game 1 of our Vanquisher League semi-final matchup. True-Minded Gaming Death Knights versus the Half-Orc Barbarians. You're going to want to tune in for this one, folks. It's going to be a banger. As Leslie said, we're going to be keeping a close eye on this bot lane matchup to see how Revnon and Toad play it out. Leslie, who do you got in this one? Well, I should say, which comp do you favor?
Well, it is interesting. So something I do want to point out is TMGD has two realistic ways to play this game, right? They have a split push option with Night Ravens, and they also have a good team fighting option with a little bit of front to back with Jinx. At the same time, though, we have two great scaling options on the side of HOB. You know, of course, the Gwen and Syndra have some great scaling power. But personally, I think the front to back team fight is a lot easier to execute from TMGD, so that's probably where I'm going to lean toward.
Sure, yeah, I would be inclined to agree. I think that they have better front to back team fight with probably equal split push, right? That the set adds something in split push for Half-Orc Barbarians for sure, but Fiora is a phenomenal split pusher. We know that Night Ravens excels at that strategy. And Fizz will have really good split pushing priority or ability on the Cho'Gath, right? Not just going to sort of topple over to Syndra in that side lane. So we'll have to see how it goes. I'm also favoring the TMGD comp, but, you know, anything can happen. And we've seen them lose to the set bot lane before in one of the few times that they've lost. So here we are, lane phase has begun, and I think we're going to expect to see Set get a little chunked out in the early levels.
Yeah, you got to imagine the double ranged, of course, you know, something pretty common in those bot lanes, able to push and get that level 2. As you do see, they've already up 4 minions. And some heavy trading going on in the mid lane as well. This Cho'Gath definitely has some threat, but of course, early on, if you're going to miss those cues, it is going to be a little bit rough. LL Cool J's doing a good job of trading here. And this bot lane, Revnon already taking some damage. Like we said, the push from this bot lane is absolutely dominant here early on.
Yeah, and I do think the Cho'Gath is a good point out in the mid lane too, because we haven't seen Fizz play it yet this season, right? So it's a fairly new champ to the pool for mid laners in general, but for Fizz especially, right, I imagine he's been practicing it up, but is maybe not the most comfortable champion, and so we will probably see him get bullied around a bit in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, trying to look here, I don't think I've actually seen Fizz play this split, right? This is the nope. First time?
Nor really in solo queue much. Maybe they're scrimming with it, but I'm looking at his solo queue data right now, and it doesn't look like he's played a game of it.
Okay, absolutely, something to keep in mind. But of course, the power of this Cho'Gath mid, we'll get to see it come out. Hail Blades, able to do a ton of damage. You know, he really only has to land one Rupture, and then he's going to get something going here. Of course, Syndra does have Scat of the Week, a little bit of disengage potential, but it is on a much longer cooldown, so it'll be interesting to see. As you guys see, the passive from Cho'Gath here, absolutely, you know, incredible to helping that sustain, that Carnivore passive, just continuing to heal up. You know, something I do want to point out, though, is this Syndra, the ability to kind of ultimately free stack your splinters as the laning phase goes on is definitely something to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, it's true. We are seeing LL Cool J start to run out of mana here in the lane, and Fizz is nowhere near a lethal range of HP, right? He's down HP, he's down a couple of CS, to be expected, but he is up in mana, can stay in this lane for a while if he wants to. And we're going to see, actually, a sort of similar story in the bot lane, right? Set is a mana-less champion. Jinx is a very mana-hungry champion, especially in the early levels if you're trying to get the push. So actually Set up to an early CS lead somehow, which is quite interesting. Maybe it has to do somewhat with the Blitzcrank pressure. But as you see, the junglers both up here on the top side now. Ninja will get that top scuttle and the bot scuttle, sort of double scuttling over Endivine on the Gwen, who's just going to have to be content to sort of clear back from top to bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. It is interesting to see. We'll see how that CS lead evens out as this wave that's building in the bot side crashes. But they are putting so much pressure on making sure that Ninja can kind of do what he wants, moving Hamura up. We do have the Rupture that lands. Hamura going to walk up, but nothing too crazy, just trying to abuse that Janna a little, or excuse me, abuse the Syndra a little bit with that lack of mana, as you stated. But we'll have to see as this Jinx kind of collects the wave here under tower. Nothing too crazy going on the top lane. A slight CS lead. Those chains gonna go ahead and land in a huge trade on a Night Raven as he tries to crash this wave. Although it is not going to crash. Sir Raven doing a great job of getting that wave stuck right in a safe spot in front of his tower.
Yeah, it's a bit punishing for Night Ravens. Not really enjoying this lane so far, but not the end of the world. Has a slight CS advantage despite the wave state, so it should be okay.
Ooh, that Rupture is going to connect. We see the power of Hail of Blades moving forward here. The no mana being super punishing and just misses. Whew. And that's what we said. That carnivore passive is doing so much work. Of course, the absolute priority in the bot side and mid side is going to make for a pretty free dragon as we get this game kicked off here.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that they actually have prio in all 3 lanes with, yes, Fiora's wave didn't quite crash, but it does have the push, so these grubs are actually going to be hard to take for Half-Orc Barbarians if they want to. Now, we'll say the Raven is level 6 to Night Raven's level 5, so that's somewhat of an advantage. Night Raven's probably going to have to recall here and TP back to lane. But anyway, TMGD can get back out on the map to contest the grubs if they want, right? They've claimed this Ocean Drake, the first dragon, but they don't have to just give the cross-map objective. As it seems, Endivine isn't even going for it.
Yeah, that, and then we do, of course, see Ninja clearing out his bot side camps. We see the Janna and Homura going back towards the bot side. So maybe not quite ready to look at those grubs. But, you know, as we're talking about stacking for this Syndra, I do want to keep in mind Fizz actually able to, we do see Toad and Divine maybe looking for a little something here, trying to catch that wave. Crushing Rock could be in a little bit of danger as they have 4 members looking to dive this. Jinx, a flash forward, he's going to get knocked up, and Jinx is a little bit of trouble flashing to the side here. Oh, first blood going over to the Jinx. Absolutely dominant Janna play, and a double kill as well. The botch dive for HOP gives Crushing Rock a huge lead. Holy cow, that was a start.
Oh no, tragedy for Half-Orc Barbarians, and it just keeps getting worse as we see Syndra getting chased out there in the mid lane, forced to flash as well. Let's take another look at this.
Yeah, the
really
Rupture is going to get connected here.
Oh, wow.
We didn't get to see it, but the Rupture actually, the Syndra scattered the weak on Cho'Gath, but then was kind of in a disadvantageous position because the Darius was right there. Looks like we'll get another replay on this dive.
Yeah, here we go.
So much is happening. But you know what? This flash here, the knockup, but Homura, the Janna, just able to give so much support here. And without that CC, the turret ramps up so much damage early on that a well-timed flash just allows them to pick up 2 kills. And if you're Jinx, you're extremely happy about this right now. As we'll catch up here, yeah, the Syndra gets caught by this Rupture.
And then even more happens. I've been watching it in the mini player. Then they get back to lane, and Toad Hex flashes over the wall, and they get an easy kill on the set Showstopper. He gets a shutdown onto Crushing Rock, and then Darius comes in and I believe kills the Blitzcrank. As we'll see, we're fast forward here. Yep, Toad then falls to Ninja. So it is really, really a bloodbath so far. Getting 1 kill back for Half-Orc Barbarians does something, and it is a nice shutdown. But in general, the lead is TMGD all the way.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to put this out, like, you know, with all the fighting that happened, and of course, you know, they did get that double kill, but that was still a huge wave crashing and CS loss. Like you said, the CS lead for this set in the bot lane is very good. I mean, credit to Revnon is absolutely doing such a clean job of getting his CS. And like we said, if Set and Blitzcrank can get on top of this Jinx, they're in trouble, as they just showcased this. So we'll have to see if they can continue to find those angles as the game goes on here.
Yeah, as we see, Cho'Gath has picked up those boots already, has that empowered recall. This is a huge moment for Cho'Gath. Really, really helps him out in the lane phase. It's going to help him with these roams, going to help him with resets, getting more items, just pushing a lane advantage. So really big. We see he actually has a slight CS advantage as well. Small CS lead in the top lane goes to Aatrox for Sir Ravens, but overall, we're still fairly even. The gold lead's only about 400 for TMGD, so, you know, still anyone's game.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's something to think about too is, of course, the stacks on these Cho'Gath. He was able to push level 6 and get the stack on that first dragon that they took. But of course, you know, we didn't get to see it, but in all of this chaos on the bot side, Half-Orc Barbarians did go ahead and pick up those first 3 grubs. Of course, you know, still 2 away from that feat of warfare as TMGD already locks it down for those kills. How have you felt about the boots so far this season? I mean, they felt kind of hit or miss for me.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that people pretty quickly figured out.
Homura like, looking here. The Galley. Yeah, oh, he's going to get the knockup, but Fizz not in any position to following up. Sorry, don't mean to interrupt the boot stock, but there is so much.
You're good. There's action on the map constantly as we see Half-Orc Barbarians walking into the bot side tri-bush here, setting up for the dragon. Going to be spawning in about a minute, but I think they're going to have to take a reset before it spawns, I would imagine. Although we'll have to see. I think Revnon did just take a reset, so maybe we'll be okay. Teleports will not be up from these top laners. Maybe Night Ravens will get his in time, but presumably not. So these top laners will probably just stay up here on an island for this this second dragon fight if Half-Orc or if either team decides to contest it. It looks like they will. You see Gwen coming back out of the map on the bot side. We'll have to see where Ninja goes after this top scuttle, though.
Yeah, absolutely. It is interesting to see. Obviously, he has a little bit of time, so I understand that. But I also think he sees Sir Ravens pushed up here. So this is something to see, as this gank's looking pretty good. As maybe he's just going to give him a little extra protection and say, you know what, this dragon is important. But something to note here is Divine is in a position to try to steal it. May not realize that everybody's going to contest, but he's going to go ahead and get it started up. You can't imagine that TMGD is going to want to just give this away, but maybe they're realizing they're out of position here, and they look like they might just be giving, Floops maybe in a little bit of trouble as he's looking to get the knockout. The Ghost is going to be accepted. The Hook's going to go wide, and a flash coming out from Toad as he goes in to try to sneak this dragon, but Divine is going to get it. He's going to get locked up, though, and that noxious guillotine is going to take him down. The dragon goes the way of Half-Orc Barbarians, but TMGD takes another kill.
Yeah, a bit of a late contest there from TMGD. I would have expected them to get to the objective first. They actually had good vision set up for it, but I think their bot lane got a little bit too pushed in. I think this is sort of the power of the Tiamat on Revnon, right? He pushed in that bot lane pretty fast, and Crushing Arc and Homura were late to the play, so they were forced to late contest. They got a kill out of it, traded away the Drake, which is a little unfortunate, but in the end of the day, totally fine. They're going to have to focus on these. Ooh, yes, see the hook just missing from Toad. We'll have to see if they want to try and take these top grubs now, if they want to fight for these. Because they lost the Drake, we'll see if the priority changes. Looks like they're set up pretty well for it. This has good mid-prio. He's up a level on LL Cool J's at the moment as well, so I do imagine that Team GD will at least try to contest this second set of grubs.
Yeah, I agree. Fist does have the feast, so of course they have that extra pressure to lock those grubs down. Homura did cheat up, although it's going to go back towards the spot lane once they realize it is uncontested. The prio in mid and top, making it a pretty easy choice here. Set, though, on this bot side, the tower-taking ability that he is going to have is just... I would love to see, if we get a chance here from the observers, what the gold differential is between this Jinx and Set. Of course, Jinx doing a little bit of a better job of getting caught up in CS here, and of course does have that extra kill and assist. But Set getting to wail on towers and get some plate gold is a pretty powerful thing. Set is a tower-taking machine.
Yeah, and I've been amazed at how little I've seen him chunked out moving to these plays so far, right? It doesn't seem that Crushing Arc and Homura, while they have kept this lane totally stable and like relatively even, got those 2 kills early on in that dive, which was really sort of explosive, they haven't really been able to generate much of a lead in this double range versus double melee matchup. So, credit to Revnon, like he clearly really does know what he's doing on these picks. And now that we enter the mid game, we start to get these skirmishes, we're going to really see the power of the set in something like this, right? Where we have just more melee bruisers in these skirmishes. But we'll see if Ninja wants to gank top here.
Ooh, he is looking. Looks like that is going to go off. Night Raven's looking here to cash in on this ultimate. He is going to stop those, but he's going to get pulled in, and the slow is going to be too huge. The noxious guillotine for an easy 2v1. Credit to Sir Ravens. I mean, I think he did a good job trying to stop these duelist dance procs, the passive here from the Grand Challenge Ultimate. It just, unfortunately, not enough. He's not ahead or in a position where he can 2v1, especially with Darius so ahead. Of course, Darius working on that full second item right now. Stride Breaker already complete. Winged Moonplate, a staple of a lot of these Darius jungle builds, the extra movement speed and the tankiness that it gives you. That's what you want to see. You want to help get your solo laner ahead, especially with the power that Night Ravens could have, later on in these side lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. And for anyone who read that sort of last-minute Vanquisher content before this match, or maybe has it open now, as it was posted very, very last minute. You see that something to note going into this series is that Ninja is a far more aggressive jungler than Divine, and we're seeing that play out here, right? He's got a 20 CS lead, up 4 kills on this Darius. And yes, Darius is a fairly aggressive jungle pick, that's true, but like Ninja is just an aggressive jungle player. His pathing is good. He's always
ooh, and Facebreaker got to connect. The Monsoon going to push them out, but the Haymaker not going to pick it up. Good engage from the side here. Although Ninja is going in here.
Yeah.
A little bit of a 2v1. He's going to get him pulled in, though. He's going to have to likely back out. The Needlework joining too. The Showstopper going to get him in. Whoops is still going to get it down. Unfortunately, wow, Set did not have that Haymaker available after missing it on Homura, and just Darius is 2 ahead. That's a 5th kill for him. He is just so ahead at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a cooldown thing or if he just didn't quite get it off in time. It looked like he was actually maybe going to get the kill on Ninja if he landed that fully charged Haymaker there after the Showstopper, but just didn't quite work out, and Ninja didn't even need the ultimate to finish that off. Now we'll see if they want to dive bot lane here.
Yeah, Crusher got a lot of trouble getting knocked up. That ultimate going to come out here, and Scout of the Week going to be flashed. And Ninja says, no, I'm coming in. The Stridebreaker here, he is going to connect. Fist's going to go. They're going to get the Rupture, and the Noxious Guillotine back off cooldown. And Ninja is just running over this game right now.
Yeah, that's kind of disgusting, watching the damage in the Noxian Guillotine there. They're going to take the first turret off of it as well. Oh, they got the Feat of Warfare and the first turret. That should be Feats of Strength over to the side of TMGD. They are up about 2,500 gold so far. So again, not an insurmountable lead, but it's only 16 minutes. That's a good start.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, when you think about how you want this game to play out, right? Your Jinx is not behind. So you're scaling, your late game insurance is in a good position. They're still moving up. The way you want to play the mid game and the early game, as they've done, is through this Darius. And Darius is absolutely dominant in a position, should be able to skirmish anybody on the side of HOB right now, as TMGD does go ahead and get this second dragon. Of course, Half-Orc Barbarians not able to contest after that tower being taken in the bot side. But if you're a TMGD fan, you are pretty happy with the state of the game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this game is already supposed to see maybe a little bit of action. Homura might be. Oh, it seems like he's going to get out totally fine with that Tailwind passive, giving him the extra movement speed. But like I was saying, I don't think TMGD have ever been a particularly lane dominant team, right? That's not really the style that we've seen from them. They don't crush laning phase. They don't get tons of solo kills. Night Ravens does to some extent, but he also solo kills himself a lot. So yeah,
yes, except for last week, right?
So. Yeah, so last week where he solo killed himself under tower.
Yeah.
But what I mean to say is that like TMGD's big strength, I think this season has been like converting lane pressure and converting small advantages into objectives and into
Revnon might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's not going to be able to sidestep it. Crushing Rock playing back on the speed. Oh, the Stridebreaker. Facebreaker's going to connect. The Haymaker doing a ton of damage here. The Monsoon absolutely clutch to push away Divine. The Smite going to come down. They might be in a little bit of trouble, but Howling Gale not going to be stopped by that. Ooh, the Howling Mist. Oh, he's going to connect. The flash forward, and Divine is going to take it down. The Howling Mist absolutely clutched there to stop Homura, but reinforcements from TMGD. We do see that. Oh, Floops is going to move in here, and Divine, knowing he doesn't have ultimate, Stridebreaker is going to be procced. They are going to do it. It looks like he's just going to go ahead and sacrifice himself. Looks like the Noxian Guillotine was not taken, as those boots are going to go ahead and get Blitzcrank out. Wow, Hop finds one, but TMGD definitely answers back. This is the power of that Cho'Gath, right? The Shirelia's Battle Song movement speed just able to push them in so quickly to respond.
Yeah, allowing them to do sort of exactly what I was trying to say before we got caught up in the action here. Night Ravens,
Ooh, the flash.
little flash on the top side, yeah. But they I will say they overextended a little bit in the bot lane, pushed up a little too far on the set, who can really easily turn those fights around. But the Shirelia is the sort of thing, the Ghost and the Darius allows them to move
a knock up, a lot of damage on Homura here. This is, I'm not sure what they're looking for. Fist does look like they want to get out, but reinforcements. Crushing Rock is here. Floop's going to get the pull in as they're looking to get the reset here for Crushing Rock.
Behind them.
Oh, he's got it. They're looking. So Ravens is in a lot of trouble. He's going to go. He is going to shut down Homura with the Deathbringer stance, but he is going to be shut down. Crushing Rock excited and moving forward. The needlework does look like just enough to get them out. But whoo, TMGD picking up gold in all the right places here as they go to take down this Herald.
Yeah, we're sacking our support for their support and their top laner. That's totally acceptable for TMGD. They're hanging onto this mid turret by a thread as well. I mean, that thing's got to have like less than 100 HP. But they're going to pick up the Herald off the back of this. They have 2 Drakes. They have 3 Grubs. Their gold lead is stayed about the same, actually gone down a little bit to about 2k. Yeah, let's see if we can target this tower here. I can't say, is that 57 HP, something like that? So just standing gold at this point, but they've claimed the top tower as well. TMGD is starting to sort of balloon this gold lead. We'll see the Herald should pick it up. There it is, he did it. Yep. He forgot for a second, but got there in the end. So the mid tower is still standing for Half-Orc Barbarians, but you have to imagine it'll fall pretty soon to the Herald. Maybe they'll wait until the next dragon in about 1:45. We'll have to see what they want to do, but like I was saying, their map movements are just so clean. They're really, really good at playing as a team. They're always first to the fight. And we saw it in that last fight too, right? Night Ravens coming down behind them. They had 5 players there before the enemy team had 4, and that just wins you fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And it will be interesting to see how effective this Aatrox will be in fights, especially if you can try to get in here without Night Ravens. I mean, even through the grievous wounds, Night Ravens already having Executioner's Calling picked up. The Deathbringer stance, when he killed Homura, that's still a good chunk of health, So it'll be interesting to see, as that's the only grievous wounds currently that we have. Of course, Ninja going to pick up that Force of Nature as his second item. Should be building towards Dead Man's Plate as a third. Additional movement speed here, just something that Darius really, really wants. As we are seeing, Sir Ravens is fighting here on the top side. We were just talking about this. Night Ravens in a lot of trouble as the team comes to connect. Grand Challenge is not going to be enough, as the final sweet spot of the Darkened Blade is going to take him down, and that's something we were worried about, right? But it does look like Otacon is on the table for TMGD.
Yeah, you just have to wonder if this is worth it. If they can rush down the Otacon before they get there, and it seems like they totally can. Half-Orc Barbarian's not even going to contest it. Like, is that worth it? You get top tier 1, you get a kill. I don't even think it was a shutdown. If it wasn't much gold, but you're giving over the ruinous Otacon specifically, right? They're going to really start to balloon these XP and gold leads that they have already, especially in this mid lane, right? Look at this, Fist up 2 levels currently over LL Cool Jace, who has completed 2 items, and that's great, and is decently strong in the Signature, but is so far behind the curve of the solo laners in this game that, I just don't know if that was really worth it. It may snowball into even losing this dragon, too, as TMGD is just staying on the map, not taking a reset, using their tempo is going to put them up to 3 dragons, right? Soul point, I guess we got to kill on the top side. Maybe this is Half-Orc Barbarian saying, hey, look, we don't think we can contest these objectives right now. We don't think we're strong enough to fight. We're going to take the play where we can and just save up for a later team fight.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's kind of one of those questions when you're behind in games like this. And let's be very clear here. Half-Orc Barbarians, with all that gold they picked up on towers and the kill on the top side, they're only behind 1,000 gold. Of course, the 25% bonus stats, the 3 dragons, it doesn't tell the whole story. But, something you have to ask yourself when you're behind and you're losing fights is you have to ask yourself, does it get better? And if the answer is no, then you've got to pick a fight soon. You've got to start picking your options, right? If it does get better, then you have to try to play for those things. But at some point, the knockup Fist may be in a little bit of trouble. He's going to get pushed, but the Rupture going to prevent them from moving any further. As it may be mid Cho'Gath, but he is still a tanky boy.
Yeah, and just so much move speed on this team allows the Darius and the Janna to just get there so quickly from behind him that I think Half-Orc Barbarians was like, nope, it's not worth it. We both die if we take this play, even if we kill the Cho'Gath. So we're just going to back off. But yeah, you're right. I think clearly, this is a bit of a hook.
Homura's in a little bit of trouble. The ultimate going to come out here. The Howling Gale going to be huge. As again, the Needlework doing a ton of work, but not enough, as they are just going to go ahead and sacrifice Toad now, as the Noxian Guillotine is going to go down. Floops goes legendary. That is an 8-0 Darius right now. Homura looking like he gets picked a couple of times, but it's not turning into anything. I mean, Janna just doing such a great job of buying time. The Howling Gale, buying space so well, and he's had a couple of really great monsoons. I mean, I'm pretty happy with his performance so far.
Oh, absolutely. I'm no math whiz, but 11 out of 12 kill participation is pretty good on Janna support. Homura sort of hitting him with the call an ambulance, but not for me sort of bait. It doesn't even have to use his flash after getting hooked, right? That's pretty strong. Homura showing up well, but everyone is. And Night Raven's having maybe a bit of a slower, smaller game than we're used to seeing him. Has a bit of an XP lead, but it's actually losing in these solo lane matchup a good amount. But everyone else, either creating advantages or staying even, moving to objectives well, playing with the team. This is a TMGD masterclass so far. But again, like you said, the gold is relatively even, but the clock is kind of ticking. Half-Orc Barbarians have one more chance to fight. It's in about 2.5 minutes.
Oh man, Homura can't seem to miss with those Howling Gales, just hitting on the very edge of those hitboxes. It is very, very close. And we talk about Night Ravens. He's having, I would say, not the type of performance we're used to seeing from him, but this is definitely one of the that was a cheeky blast cone. This is one of those lower down the champ pool champs for him, as Toad maybe sensing a little bit of trouble getting that ward to speed up out of safety. But like we said, I mean, Fiora is not something that is a huge champion for Night Ravens. He plays it, but it's definitely not in his top 3.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And this isn't a matchup where he's going to get a ton of split push pressure. This isn't a game where he's going to get a ton of split push pressure, right? So he's really just trying to flank in these team fights and sort of help his team out on a champ that he knows he can deal a lot of damage on. And so far he has done that. So I'm not at all trying to say that he's having a bad game. He's just not maybe the star of the show this time. But as we've always said, TMGD is a team in which any player on any given day can be their star player. As we'll see, they're camping in a brush here, but yeah, Fist gets rocket grabbed.
Oh, Floops is going to connect in, and you were saying the speed here, the needlework coming out from Divine, trying to get into some safety. The Showstopper going to connect here. Ooh, not a lot, though. So much CC coming out on the Floops. Not going to happen. The shutdown. Deathbreaker Stance doing so much damage. Holy cow, the Feast getting so much on there. Jinx still able to put out so much. Whew, 1 for 1 at the moment, but Scout of the Week not going to connect here. It does look like TMGD is going to be able to kite it out. A little bit of trouble for him. Excuse me, 2 for 1 for the side of Half-Orc Barbarians. Definitely pulled the trigger, and you know, they did a great job of like committing a little bit to get FYS to starting the fight, but not committing too much. They didn't have an answer as we get a quick replay here.
Yeah, this is a bit of a scary look for TMGD, just not being able to really close out any of the kills in this fight, like not able to grab able to grab Revenant at the end, but not able to grab Night Ravens, not able to finish off Toad. It's just like so little HP. Floops actually commits like a little too far here, gets Showstoppered back into the whole team, and this is exactly where Aatrox and Set want to be, right? Is like melee rage standing on everyone. And yeah, huge shout out to LL Cool Jace. Yeah, absolutely. Huge. On the flank here, playing beautifully on the Syndra, stuns up the Jinx for like a good chunk of the fight, finishes off Night Ravens when the riposte is down using that unleashed power, right? So LL Cool J is honestly the MVP of this fight. Really, really well played on the Syndra on the flank. Now it's on TMGD to try and get in on this dragon and win the next one.
Yeah, it looks like we may have something set up right now as we get back to live here as this dragon is spawned. Oh, we are already fighting. The Grand Talon is down. Noxie and Guillotine is taking him down. You do see Crushing Rock on the back. He is kind of free firing and healing. Darius is going to be taken down, but so much Shishi Monsoon defending as they move forward. Crushing Rock, huge Scout of the Week to back off this fight as Divine skates away by the skin of his teeth. Another 2 for 1 for the side of Half-Orc Barbarians. Holy cow, that fight kind of started out of nowhere. It looked so good for TMGD in the very beginning, but a huge scatter of the week. Again, like we said, shout out to LL Cool J. It's just a huge job from him helping control these fights. Looks like they still want to contest it here.
Yeah, the issue is that TMGD have healed up way too much. The health bars are higher. We'll see what Revenant can do.
Oh no! We're going to see the hook on more. Crushing Rock trying to make a play, trying to get something to happen here. As he does go ahead, it looks like he changes targets, trying to get excited, not quite happening, and the snip, gonna take him, and that is an ace for Half-Orc Barbarians. Wow, Revenant with an absolutely great play. Flash, face breaker, stride breaker, the haymaker doing so much damage to Fizz here. Whew, Half-Orc Barbarian says, we will not go quickly into the night. You guys are gonna have to earn this one.
Yeah, really fighting back here. Again, shout out to LL Cool J. He is scaled up. He's on 3 items now, and he is putting out so much damage in these team fights. And Crushing Rock, just like, with the team comp that they've picked, Cho'Gath is able to give him a little bit of space. Janna is able to give him a little bit of space again, but, like, this comp can get onto him. Aatrox, Set, Blitzcrank can get onto you, and Crushing Rock just doesn't really have the space to free fire in these fights. And when Darius is going in maybe a little too far in some of these fights, and again, Night Ravens is a little behind the item curve of the game, they're just not able to pump up the damage. They're not able to finish off these kills in the fight. So Half-Orc Barbarians, this is a crucial swing in the game. They've picked up a dragon. They have sort of completely swung the tempo in their favor. They've evened out the gold and then taken their own gold advantage of about 3K, right? This is a huge swing in momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were talking about the power of this set really starting to show. You know, he's done a great job. We see the gold set, 1,600 gold ahead here. And I think as TMGD looks to play out these fights, they have to keep in mind the positioning of this Syndra. Syndra, LL Cool J is doing such a fantastic job recently as they may be looking for Fizz here. Toad going to get the knockup. Scout of the Week is going to connect. The Rupture going to stop him and buy some time. But Revenant is closing in. He's getting so much damage taken down. Hamura with the Zephyr going to help get him at the Howling Gale, knocking him up. Floop going in. Showstopper going to do so much damage, but they are going to go ahead and get it. The Haymaker is going to be dodged. They are in a little bit of trouble. Showstopper doing so much, but Monsoon got to get him to safety as Revnon is going to be shut down. Crushing Rock free firing on here on Sir Ravens. LL Cool J's the scout of the week doing so much, but Darius is looking for him. He is going to miss the pole as he is looking for LL Cool J's in here. Ninja maybe looking to take him down. Everything on cooldown. He's in a little bit of trouble as he is going to get him down. Great pickup. This is a huge fight. This is probably the Baron.
Yeah, statement play from TMG Death Knights here, right? Coming back out on the map and winning a team fight, and truly, like, so much of it off Homura. Homura played so well in this fight, just keeping everyone alive, so barely speeding them up. So we're gonna get a bit of a replay of what happened in the bot lane down here. You see Night Raven's actually just falling so quickly to Sir Raven, who then I believe, yeah, maybe TP's up into this fight and then ends up getting killed at the end here. But just watch Homura as he gets in here. He saves Fist barely by the skin of his teeth. He saves Ninja here a little bit later. As we see on live, TMGD has slain the Baron as expected. Yeah, Fist living with so little HP. Revnon gets really good damage out on a Ninja. It looks like he might fall, and the perfectly timed Monsoon from Homura just keeps him alive and peels the Aatrox off of the Jinx at the same time, right? That was a doubly useful Monsoon on both sides of the fight. Just really, really good stuff from Homura. I said it last week, I'll say it again, like, the fact that Homura is not only a support player, but was also their starting jungler for most of the season, means that he just, like, is a strong mechanical player, and I would argue a slightly stronger mechanical player than your average support player in the league. And it's showing in the way he's playing these team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's an incredible performance. The Raven's in a lot of trouble. He is going to go ahead and pop that ultimate, but there's not going to be a whole lot he can do here. His Deathbringer stance still doing a lot. He's going to flash the Rupture as he is trying to buy as much time as possible, but it is not going to be too much as it is going to be another shutdown for the side of Ninja here. Whew.
Oh, Homura flashes out of the way. Really quick Monsoon.
Huge. They're going to keep going, or the Snip doing so much damage. Howling Gale is going to come up, but the Showstopper's going to get him. Excuse me, the Facebringer. The ability's going to get me. Is the Darius in a lot of trouble? The Showstopper coming through. Haymaker is going to be slightly dodged, but still going to be so much damage. Night Raven's trying to get a kill here on LL Cool J's. Absolutely huge. Can we see Crushing Rock pop off? Night Raven's in trouble, but Crushing Rock is going to flash backwards. He is going to be able to free fire here on the set. The Haymaker going for so much damage, but he is going to clean it up, and we do see the Cho'Gath doing so much work, and Divine takes him down anyway. Woo, the healing and the health damage onto the Cho'Gath, like, he put up a good fight, but Divine able to buy so much time. Still a big fight for TMGD here as Crushing Rock able to stay alive, able to output that damage.
Yeah, and again, why did he stay alive? It's because of Homura. This Janna is just unkillable. It really looked like he was caught out there, but his whole team dives in to save him, and he keeps everyone alive just the right amount of time this whole fight. He peels for Crushing Rock long enough for him to finally get a stack of Get Excited, and with that stack, he cleans up the backside of the fight. Yes, Fist TP's in and dies, but it works out. We'll see who gets this dragon now as it has spawned. So Ravens is back out onto the map. This is going to be it here, folks.
Yeah, so Raven's taking a ton of damage here as this dragon is about to... I mean, the dragon is already spawned, excuse me. They are going to fight over this. TMGD going to go ahead and get it started, looking to secure this Hextech Soul. Of course, Toad hiding on the outside. The Control Ward being taken down now, so he should be on full vision here as we do see them secure it, but Revnon's going to get over. The Showstopper going to do a ton of damage in the backline, but he is going to be CC'd. Perfectly timed Monsoon to stop that as the Noxian Guillotine going to take down LL Cool J's. Toad is in trouble. He is going to go ahead and be shut down by Crushing Rock, Divine, and Sir Ravens on the retreat. Absolutely perfectly timed as... No, Ninja says, you will not get away. We're going to keep fighting the Noxian Guillotine. Not too many stacks there. Not much to do, but TMGD going to look to barrel down and break open the base.
Yeah, no Baron on the map, but they probably don't need it. They have 3 grubs. There's only 2 alive. The wave clear is not amazing for Half-Orc Barbarians here. Gwen can do something, but if she walks up, she's just gonna die. This should be the game for TMGD. That fight, a huge win off the back of sort of not well-timed death timers for Half-Orc Barbarians, not allowing them to contest the soul. We'll see if TMGD can take it here.
Oh yeah, the Howlin' Mist doing so much work, but not enough as TMGD is gonna barrel down on this base. That's gonna be game number 1. Holy cow. I don't know that we're gonna get a replay, but I just want to talk about the perfect timing of that Monsoon to CC the set so he can't Haymaker. absolutely incredible play. Definitely wins the fight for him there. And TMGD, I mean, I don't know what else to say. Great game for them.
Yeah, that's a statement game, and I think the implications of this game for the Fearless draft for the series are huge, right? The set is out of the pool, the Cho'Gath is out of the pool. Revnon's pool is going to be a little bit pinched, and if they can't even get a win on the most played version of the comp, right, on this set comp, and even when they were winning in these mid-game team fights, right, as soon as TMGD sort of locked in and said, hey, we got to play as a team, we're getting a little uncoordinated, we're losing these fights, they started grouping up, they started playing really well. Again, I think my MVP for this game is Hamura. I think he played so incredibly well on the Janna. Yeah. Close second is Ninja on the Darius, getting those early advantages for the team. But I mean, Hamura just put in so much work. That's a bit of an unfair stat there, as nobody else really does ally shielding, but still a lot of work done there. But yeah, a statement game from TMGD, and I think going forwards, the Fearless draft gets much harder for Half-Orc Barbarians.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm with you. I think the Janna was incredible. The Howling Gales were timed so well. Monsoon timings were absolutely great. Yeah. I mean, such a good job. 2 or 3 very pivotal fights that were won because of that Monsoon timing. And yes, I think Ninja did a great job of getting his team through the early game and creating advantages and putting them in a position. But we see that, right? We saw Hamura and Ninja linking up even early on in the game as they fought for that top Scuttle Crab. And I think that is going to be the key to this series. I think Crushing Rock did a great job of existing, continuing to scale up, playing around. When they botched that dive, he was able to get an advantage, and he never really lost it. And I think the key to this series may just be the synergy between Ninja and Hamura. Absolutely crazy game one.
Yeah, the way that they link up and move around the map is really clean. We see Crushing Rock did do a heck of a lot of damage, almost most outdone by less than 1,000 by LL Cool J on the Syndra, who again had a really, really solid game, really great work in some of the team fights, but they just weren't able to quite put it together. Now, I think we're going to go to a break before game 2, but stick around. We'll be back with more Vanquisher League semifinals. All right, welcome back to the Vanquisher League Semifinals. In case you missed it, TMG Death Knights takes a 1-0 lead over Half-Orc Barbarians in what started looking like a stomp, and then transitioned into it really swung Half-Orc Barbarians about like 25 minutes into the game or so, like really swung the momentum in the opposite way at a crucial soul fight, and then off the back of one or two tough team fights, ended up taking the loss to TMGD. We'll see how they recoup going into game 2. What are you looking for here in the draft, Leslie?
Well, first thing I want to point out, as we talked about a little bit in draft 1, Revenant's champion pool, he's played 8 champions this split. He could have more in his sleeve, but 8 is what we've seen. 3 of those are gone in one game, and Set being his biggest one that he did get to play, of course, had a great game himself. You can't help that the perfect mechanical timing of Hamura prevented you from being impactful in that last fight. Nothing on your end. You played great. But now that Set's out of the picture, the Darius and Cho'Gath already played on the side of TMGD. It will be interesting as that kind of pinches what he has left to play. I will say, though, LL Cool J played out some of those fights so fantastically well. I want to see them unlock him. I think that showed, some great positioning prowess and understanding how the team fights need to be played out. And let's be real honest. He prevented them from losing that game way earlier than they could have. I mean, the ability to shut down Crushing Rock in that key, tier 1 tower fight, and then being able to get a 3-man knockdown to prevent them from losing that fight, that then turned into the kind of the game-changing team fight win. I mean, that's going to be a huge thing. So I do want to see that happen. And then the other thing I want to see, Sir Ravens played a pretty good game in the 1v1 against Night Ravens. I know this isn't Night Raven's best champ, but I want to talk about Sir Raven did a great job, and I want to see them continue to build on that. So I really want to see Half-Orc Barbarians play around their solo laner.
Yeah, so we're looking for a solo lane focus as we are going to hop into the draft for game 2. The players have just completed it. Looking for a solo lane focus and also keeping an eye out for Revnon's champion pool. We're going to see if TMGD can continue to pinch it even more in these games, right? If they could potentially play one more of his champs and he plays one more, suddenly we have very little left. And best of 5 Fearless, like even if Half-Orc Barbarians win this game, start extending the series, he's going to slowly start running out of champs, right? So we're going to have to see what happens. Bans remaining the same so far. Reliant Soul and Ambessa, the 2 first bans for Half-Orc and TMGD. The Lulu out as well, exactly the same as game 1.
Yeah, seems like TMGD is showing a lot of respect towards LL Cool J's. The ASOL being banned, I assume we're going to see the Hui banned again. Really understanding that as he showed on the Cinder, he has some experience and plays those control mages very, very well. We do see the Lulu and Zyra banned out again. You got to imagine that's going to stay a staple as this bot lane on the side of Half-Orc Barbarians needs to keep those out. Swain going to be the other pickup for TMGD, and I'm curious to see what Half-Orc prioritizes on this B1. I mean, without the AD carries thrown into this pool, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what they want to pick. Now Orianna. Looks like a comfort pick, I think, just for LL Cool J saying, hey, we're going to get you what you want, no matter what. Let's start there. Obviously, TMGD can pick their mid laner answer if they want, but the Garen going to be picked out. We talked about TMGD pinching this champion pool, and they are doing it again. And the Garen going to be taken out. You've got to assume that's going to be for Night Ravens in the top side.
Okay, strong start. Yeah, Ari for Fizz. Orianna, clearly Half-Orc Barbarians want LL Cool J's on control mages, hence the very control mage focused bans from TMGD, right? Hence Syndra game 1, Orianna game 2. Nocturne. Orianna Nocturne is a good combo, and I like this. I think it'll give Endivine maybe some agency that he didn't have last game, but the pressure is on him to play more aggressively this game, right? To start finding some plays at round level 6. See Nico locked in for Toad here. Champ he's very comfortable on, did receive a ban last game, but didn't quite get around to it yet this game. But as I was saying, we need to see Endivine really push the tempo of the game early on with the Nocturne pick. We want to see him hit level 6 and really start making plays onto this Varus, onto this Garen's a little tougher, R's a little tougher, but maybe down on the bot lane onto the Varus. We'll have to see what comes through here for Half-Orc Barbarians in the AD carry position. We'll see what Revnon plays. That Nico ban, I'm assuming is incorrect, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, the Braum going to be locked up here, understanding that they do have some huge engage potential. Got to get that Braum out of here. The Varus, I think, especially once you get towards level 6, the Corrupting Chains, a good option to kind of play into these user champions. Some huge poke coming out. Nautilus going to be banned. Not sure what that other ban is, of course. But, it'll be interesting to see. I wonder who they're going to give counterpick to. You got to imagine they'll keep it for Hamura, as we should see a jungle lock in here. You think he could play like Xin Zhao? Xin Zhao would be a good takeaway. Karma, they're just going to lock in that support. And maybe they're going to wait to see what Revnon locks in before they try to take something. I could definitely see them trying to pick, Mordekaiser and the Nautilus. Definitely something that cannot be picked here. So we'll have to see that as it gets fixed. But I could definitely see the Xin Zhao or the Mordekaiser potentially be a pickup here as another way to pinch that champion pool. As it does look like Renekton going to be locked in. We'll have to see what this Nautilus represents as TMGD looks to lock in their R5 here.
Yeah, Renekton into Garen is like an acceptable matchup. We'll have to see, is that Mundo maybe, I guess, in the jungle potentially for Ninja, right? Assuming that Garen's going top lane. Mundo in the jungle, totally fine. Pinching another champ out from Revnon. Again, we will have to see what some of these champs actually are. If it is Nautilus and Nico and those bans maybe are incorrect. We'll have to see what it ends up looking like. But I'm very interested in this by Half-Orc Barbarians. If this is the comp, if it is like a Nautilus Nico bot lane type thing, the way that they're really, really focused on this team fight, the Orianna Nocturne with the Nico, these kind of like really engaged sort of wombo combo comp. Like, I like them leaning into their team fight strengths.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it depends a lot on what this bot lane is going to look like. So we'll definitely have to see. But the pushing power, something I want to point out, the pushing power that they're going to have in this bot lane with Karma and Varus is going to be absolutely crazy. And it does look like we may be getting Garen jungle. Ninja is cooking a little bit, and he says, you know what? I'm good enough. I'm going to take this away from you, and I'm going to play it. And you know what? I'm happy to see it. You got to imagine they're going to be able to use that priority in the bot side. And realistically, early on in the mid lane to kind of get over those dragons as normal. And then on that top side, we'll have to see how it plays out. But Renekton should have the push there early on in the lane. But we'll have to see as this game plays out. Nautilus, Nico bot lane. That is interesting.
Yeah, that's a heck of a matchup. I do think that, like, they're clearly TMGD is leaning into this. Okay, we like playing double ranged into their sort of melee AD style, and I like that. And this lane, as you said, should have much more pushing power than the last one, right? Karma Varus, poke heavy, like really, really dominant lane, even into other ranged bot lanes, right? In a Nautilus Nico, it should be really, really easy to get like pretty consistent prio, first move to objectives, that kind of thing, maybe even a stronger CS lead in this game. We'll have to see. As here we go. We are hopping onto the Rift for game 2 of our Vanquisher League semifinals. TMG DK trying to see if they can move it up to match point, and Half-Orc Barbarians battling it out to even up the score.
Yeah, we'll have to see, as it does look like, let's look at some runes and stuff here. Crushing Rock opting for lethal tempo does, show us that he's likely going to go that on-hit build. Really just wanting that sustained damage as the game goes on. I think the lethality build is also fine here. That Arcane Comet has so much extra power in lane, but probably realizing that maybe they just don't need it because of how strong they are already. But yeah, this is going to be interesting. Nautilus Nico. Obviously Revnon does look to be the one farming on the Nautilus. Reminds me of some of just like the weird things we saw with Fasting Senna kind of always coming out. But yeah, I'm excited to see how this lane plays out. I cannot say I have ever played against Nico Nautilus in any of my games before.
No, me neither. I think I'm not particularly surprised by the rune choice for Crushing Rock. I think he tends to prefer this sort of hyper carry, auto attack focused style in the late game in general, and maybe thinks like, hey, I'll be lane dominant enough without Comet or Halo Blades. This kind of thing, just thinking he probably doesn't need it in order to win this lane against Nautilus Nico. I'm inclined to agree, but we'll see. And again, even if he doesn't win the lane, even if they don't get a really strong push, I do think that, like, in late game team fights, their overall damage output will just be higher with what is potentially an on-hit Varus.
Yeah, absolutely, as we do see them already fighting very heavily over this first wave priority, already having some extra damage. The piercing arrow going to do a ton to get that push. Yeah, this is kind of what we expected, right? We expect that a lot, and the mantra, just so much pushing power early on. Toto doing a good job of trying to get some damage down, but they should be able to get level 2 first here still.
Yeah, Nico will be able to poke back in this lane, I would imagine, but yeah, Karma and Varus, really easy push, really easy level 2. They're going to deny Nautilus, like, most, if not all, of this CS. So they try to just keep the wave here, try not to crash into the tower until the next wave. They really don't want Nautilus able to hit these minions at all. He will walk up and... No, I don't think he even got that one in time, so really quite punishing for Revnon. But you got to imagine this is what you're expecting to happen if you're picking Nautilus bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it is interesting because, of course, he opts for the Doran's Ring over the shield. As we do see the push in the top side, kind of as we expected early on, mid and bot push, kind of what the plan is. Does look like Sir Raven's going to go ahead and get some deeper vision here, just trying to help keep up with this jungle tracking. Should be able to spot out that Ninja is on this bot side.
Yeah, this top lane matchup is not one that Sir Raven is going to be able to get a ton of advantage on in the Renekton. Like, he will have push, that's for sure, but like, as far as those extended trades go, even those short trades, like, they don't always go Renekton's way as much as he would like them to in this lane. We'll have to see. I'm a little surprised by the Mundo pickup for TMGD, if we're being completely honest. It doesn't seem like a Night Raven's champion to me, but they are clearly all in on denying Revnon's champ pool, right? With as many picks as they can, trying to use their jungle, use their top lane, use even their mid lane picks to deny him champions as we get deeper into the series. And like, sure, if that means that Night Ravens is on a champ that he maybe isn't able to get like quite his normal lead on, fine, it might be worth it in the long run of the series.
And you're playing Mundo, so you don't. I mean, obviously, if you neutralize this lane and just build items, I mean, I think you're totally happy with that, right? And then, of course, you're putting Revnon, like we said, on things. You know, this is the first time that he's played that as Ninja, just kind of sitting in wait. Something might happen here.
Yeah, here it is, exactly what we called out in the first game. Ninja and Hamura linking up for an early gameplay. First blood goes down. The fist. LL Cool J's blows the flash. Gets feared up anywhere. Excuse me, not feared, but rooted. Anyway, is going to fall in that mid lane, give a huge advantage in the push to Fist. Really just great play, linking up that jungle support synergy exactly like we talked about. They're just doing it again.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you ever think about how interesting it is that some of the champion ability names, right? We think about like Garen, right? The decisive strike. You know, that silence that really set up the charm from the side of Fist. But again, you have such these cool names. You know, you have all of the Oriana ones, or like Command, Dissonance,
I know where we're going.
Attack, and then Ari just has Charm. It's just Charm. Like, it's just very simple. Ooh.
I love it because I always remember it as we see barely clipping him with that root from the Nico. Yeah, well played from Toad, roaming up, giving the kill over to LL Cool J's. Fist falling, gonna lose more than an entire wave here. That just about evens up this mid lane matchup. We'll have to watch again, see how this roam started. Yeah, Toad just gets here completely out of vision. Fist pushing up too far, trying to land a charm, trying to push his advantage, but ends up getting punished for it. Tries to sort of backstep here, I think, but I think...
Oh, what?
That's questionable.
Talk about lollipopping. That is unlucky. Unlucky. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Yeah, I guess Toad just knows those hitboxes, and nothing you can really do as Fist there. Once you've pushed up, you accept that death. You go, I overextended a little bit, and that death does lead to a first dragon secure for Half-Orc Barbarians. Now it should be traded for the grubs. Ninja is in place to secure those top grubs. They have top and not quite mid-pro, but definitely top prio for the Garen. Garen very effective at clearing these first grubs, so is sort of a pretty simple trade like we see most games.
Yeah, the neutral objectives is big, and I don't think you're going to be unhappy with getting those grubs. Obviously, Ari, potentially a huge side lane threat, and, you know, Mundo is going to reach a point where Sir Ravens on the Renekton never really going to be a threat to him. You know, especially as he gets towards, like, level 15, 16, you know, that third level on maximum dosage. I mean, even with some grievous wounds, you know, Mundo should be able to get out of that pretty heavily. As we already see him starting to kind of win some trades here. Of course, you know, Sir Raven's not having recall yet, still having that TP up, but yeah, we'll see how it plays out. I mean, you're happy with grubs for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not as much of a split pushing team as they maybe had last game, but neither comp really is. Like, neither of these comps is realistically going to win through a top lane split push, excuse me. Renekton is okay at it, but would really rather be fighting. Mundo does pretty decently, but like doesn't care about the grubs as much as a Gwen or a Fiora or an Aatrox from last game, right? So dragon stacking, as we saw in last game, is really, really important at closing out these games. First one to Half-Orc Barbarians gives them a little bit of safety, which is nice. As we'll see, Revnon taking a lot of damage here. The bot lane does hit level 6, pops the depth charge onto Crushing Rock. Maybe actually going to turn this play around as a great double root from Toad. Crushing Rock in a lot of danger, pops a berry, hasn't flashed yet. Oh, but he's knocked up, no time to flash as Revnon picks up the kill. Here comes the Nocturne as well, clipping over to level 6 and ulting in 2 easy kills for the bot lane of Half-Orc Barbarians.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, you got to imagine a lot of that has to do with not understanding the damage, not being ready for it, you know, and just, I mean, that's a lot of damage come out, you know, popping the barrier, assuming that they had it, you know, as they did kind of all in a little bit there. But, you know, great pickup by Half-Orc Barbarians. I mean, they're doing a good job of taking advantage of all that CC that they have in the bottom.
Yeah, and that one's, it's kind of all on fundamentals, right? That was a difference in level up timers. As we see, LL Cool J's no flash, no mana, gonna be caught a little out of position in this mid lane here. I don't know what you're supposed to do about that, man. Garen just sort of ghosting at you, the spirit rush in from the Ahri, like, yeah, you're just dead there.
Ooh, we might get something in this jungle.
Yeah, we'll see as TMGD pushing into the enemy jungle, invading, trying to steal away the blue buff as Endivine on the wrong side of the map to really contest this. Renekton pushed in under his tower, so this blue buff should go over to Ninja. He actually doesn't have smite, though, so no. Toad steals it away with an auto attack. Really well played by the support there for Half-Orc Barbarians, just reclaiming their own jungle.
Yeah, I definitely got to keep our eye on Toad as this game progresses. That Pot Blossom able to provide so much, potential to change fights that I think, looking at what angles he's able to find as this game goes on is going to be very important.
I'm a little surprised that Crushing Rock didn't take Cleanse in this game. I think that, we're playing into a lot of, really heavy CC champs. And I know that Cleanse doesn't really work as well into Nautilus as you would like it to, but, I think it would have saved him in that last fight.
Yeah, getting out of the root for sure, because it works on, the root, Pot Blossom, and then it works on...
It works on Renekton
Predator.
W.
Yeah,
yep.
I mean that's gonna be it. Oh, this might be Crushing Rock. Don't do it. Oh no.
Yeah, Revnon in behind him again. No Cleanse, can't get out of it. Ooh. Chain the CC does get the flash off. Ignite ticking him down, but not quite low enough. Fizz actually taken very low in the mid lane as well. Gonna try and channel that empowered recall. Oh, but Nocturne has the ulti back up, dives in on top of him. The Garen blinded, forced to run out of his own jungle. LL Cool J's making it happen along with Endivine, exactly like we wanted. The Nocturne getting aggressive.
Yeah, and that was just maybe, I don't know if that was quite lazy backing by Fizz, but it was just definitely interesting. Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. Hamura, not really in any trouble, but what's gonna happen?
Yeah, we'll see if they can push this in. Ninja is here on the Garen. Gonna try and claim a kill into Revnon, who's maybe a little bit out of position, but still has the flash. Nah, taken way too low. He is going to fall one way or the other. Try to give the kill over to Crushing Rock. Not quite gonna work. LL Cool J's has TP'd in here, but should actually just run all the way back up towards mid lane. So we're gonna get a replay on that mid fight here. See how Fizz got this chunked out.
Yeah, I'd be interesting to see. They step back. You hear the term getting caught window shopping or lazy backing. I'd be curious. Ooh, just kind of face checking a shockwave. I guess that is what it is there.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. He walked up to the wave, took a bad trade against LL Cool J's, and then you're right. I think it was just a greedy sort of recall position. Thought he was safe with his jungler in the area. Now, TMGD has picked up the second Drake off the back of a bot play from Ninja, who is, again, 2-0 on the Garen, sort of similar to last game, but maybe pushing it a little bit too far here. Wow, takes so much damage so quickly from the shockwave. Gonna try his best to run out of it, but just can't get it. Fizz tries to provide some backup, and it's not enough. LL Cool J's picks up a shutdown on the Garen.
Yeah, and that's one of those, you don't have priority in bot lane. Mid lane is neutral. Fizz wasn't there. I mean, just maybe feeling like they have to force a little bit. It's definitely not the style we're used to seeing from TMGD. Definitely aggressive, but usually a lot more calculated than that was.
Yeah, down about 2k gold here at the start of game number 2. Now, they are up in objectives until very soon, as the second grub spawn is probably going to go all the way to Endivine. We'll have to see. Ninja's in the area, yeah, but can't get there in time to really contest any of them. Mid prio is going really heavily to LL Cool J, as we see gold leads kind of across the board for Half-Orc Barbarians. Yeah, Revnon up 500, almost 600 gold in that bot lane matchup. Really not how we thought it was going to go.
Yeah, 600 gold on the support as well. I mean, like you said, just pretty much a gold lead all the way across the board. Top evened out, kind of to be expected. Yeah. This is one of those lanes where the top laners kind of shake hands and say, "Yep, we're gonna farm some minions and hit on each other a couple times," but that's really all we're gonna get to do.
Yeah, it's a real boring one. As a Renekton player, you're always looking. You're like, maybe I can get it. Maybe I can get a kill on this one. Maybe if he overextends. And if you're a good Mundo player, nope, you can't. He's just gonna kind of walk away most of the time. First items being picked up almost across the board for everyone now. First item picked up at the bot lane. That is a Liandry's Nautilus.
Yeah, going for that AP, which, I mean, I think it's so convenient, right? Because the AP, just so many of those AP items have health built into them. So you're going to get a little tankier as, a little bit of trouble they might be in.
Yeah, Crushing Rock does not have flash. Not gonna need it those. The hook just barely misses, sort of sidesteps it there. A little risky pushing up that wave. Endivine in the area as well. He's been so good at being where the action is on this Nocturne, right? Always behind his team. He's not ulting particularly aggressively. He's waiting for his team to find a good trade, to find an advantage, and he is capitalizing on it. He is following them up.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, as we're starting to see LL Cool J's just able to really control the waves here as we're going. Ooh, what's happening bot side?
Yeah, Ninja is back and looking for another kill into Revnon. We'll have to see if it works out, though. Pop Blossom takes a lot of Garrett's health away. Ninja going really low. Demacia Justice, though, will take down Revnon, and that's 2 kills to TMGD with a great play. Fist sacks a mid-wave to move down and make the play, sort of bail out their bot lane from what was looking like a kind of losing matchup, but we'll have to see if they can make the cross-map play in the top lane. Half-Orc Barbarians look for a dive. Nocturne ulti is popped. The Dominus not even needed. Sir Raven and Endivine slaughter the Mundo there. They're gonna take down this tower really quickly. A great cross-map from Half-Orc Barbarians.
Yeah, I think that was a great job recognizing item spikes, the Stride Breaker on Nocturne, the Eclipse on the Renekton. Sir Raven's doing a great job of getting that maximum dosage out of Night Ravens in a previous fight, and then able to punish him with a stacked wave. I mean, great job from HOB.
Yeah, it's exactly what you want to see. It was a good proactive attempt from TMGD, right? Trying to bail their bot lane out, trying to get them a little bit more gold, but like not able to really respect the cross map. Like there's nothing you could do if your Night Raven's there. You just die, unfortunately. So we'll have to see as his next dragon's up in about a minute. I would imagine both teams are looking to contest, right? There's no particularly insane item spike that one team has over the other. Everyone should have one item and hopefully upgraded boots, maybe not completely for this dragon if we want to fight it.
Yeah, and with Night Ravens having the TP out, I tend to agree. I think there's definitely no reason to not contest this. You give yourself just so many more options, those more drags you do, as Revnon might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, caught a little out of position. Does have the flash still, really tanky, even with just the Leandry. He's not going to get rooted up by Hamura there, so able to just walk it off, but may end up sort of giving over bot prio for that play. Probably doesn't matter too much. He'll heal a lot of it up with these potions here, the refill pot. Dragon up in 16 seconds. Bot prio goes the way of TMGD, but this next mid wave, it looks like they're actually just going to completely drop the mid wave. No, okay. This is TPing to the mid wave. They're saying we got bot pushed in. We have first move to the objective. Vision setup is decent from TMGD, but they don't have vision in that bot pixel brush. There we go. They have it now. Oh, but the bot lane's getting pushed in. Their tower's really low. Half-Orc Barbarians trying to see if they can get a little pressure, pull them off of the dragon. They have pulled them off the dragon for now, but the mid push went the way of TMGD. They have first move on the objective. LL Cool J's has taken a reset. Toad scouting out those bushes really effectively with the Nico clone, but they're going in. Nocturne ulti is popped as a sort of disengaged tool. Toad forced to flash out. Endivine in a sticky situation, pops the spell shield. We'll see if he can flash out. Yeah, does flash out. No kills so far. We'll see how far TMGD wants to push. His charm does not connect. Night Ravens is up under the tower, but I don't think they really want to go much further than this. They have to pull back off to the dragon now, or they're going to lose too much on the other side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, great disengage from HOB, and then just their solo laners are taking things on the other side of the map.
Yeah, real like sort of macro masterclass from Half-Orc Barbarians. They push in this bot lane. They say, hey, look, if you take this dragon, we're taking this tower for free. We're moving in behind you. We're going to contest it. Like, you don't get to just do this. So TMGDK TP down the Mundo, 5-stack the bot lane in order to get the dragon, but they give up Rift Herald solo to the Renekton on top side. They give up either a lot of damage or maybe just the full mid tower in mid lane. We'll have to see what it, yeah, gave over a full mid tower to Orianna, right? Like, yeah, you got your second dragon, but I don't know if it's worth in terms of gold. Definitely not.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with you there. I mean, I definitely appreciate trying to take a look there. And of course, Divine definitely in a little bit of a disadvantageous position, but the flash able to get him out. And you know what? Half-Orc Barbarians, I mean, showing exactly why they're here. I mean, I think they're doing a great job with this game. And I think when you do have these unique picks in the bot lane, when you get to positions like this, you've got to try to push as hard as you can. Because like we said, we're worried about the series going later and later. So if you're Half-Orc Barbarians, I mean, you've got to try to take this game down and then hopefully the next two.
Yeah, a win here would be really huge for the momentum of the series. Obviously, any win is huge, but like preventing TMGD from getting up to match point evening up the series this early on, really swinging back the momentum can be great for sort of the mental aspect of it all. So we see, wow, an early flash out from Homura, just too scared of the CC lockdown that Revnon and Toad have as a bot lane combo. Just gonna flash out and run away quickly. Next objective not up for a little while, so we may enter a bit of a lull state here. We'll have to see if any action, maybe around the Rift Herald that I believe is in Sir Raven's pocket, but I doubt we'll see much for the next couple of minutes.
Something to point out here is with these new lane assignments, the Orianna about 2,000 gold ahead of the Mundo here. 2 fully completed items, of course, the Leandries and the fully stacked Seraph's Embrace. Kind of delaying those boots, really wanting to make sure they get the power of those 2 full items. And we'll have to see how they go. You got to imagine Sir Raven should just follow the pretty typical, bruiser-esque build, as Fizz may be fishing.
Yeah, pushing up maybe a little too far. Gonna use a Spirit Rush and get out before the stun comes in. So Raven has the Dominus available, not use it yet. Pop Blossom finds Homura, but not quite enough as Ninja. Lots of damage to the backside of the fight, but doesn't quite finish off Endivine. Now running for his life, but the Dominus has been popped. Sir Raven is crushing him into the ground. Renekton picks up a double kill, and Half-Orc Barbarian's gonna push in even further.
Yeah, just Ninja on that Garen not able to push out enough damage, and Crushing Rock is in trouble.
Oh god, yeah, Depth Charge pop from Revnon. That's a decent chunk of damage. Probably not going to be able to completely 100-0 the Varus. Oh, but he will if he gets knocked up by the Rift Herald. Sir Raven completely jukes the second tower with the Rift Herald, drives it into the third tower, not dealing any damage, but getting the knock-up on the Crushing Rock. That's some of the best drifting I've seen.
Yeah, well, and the thing about it here is Night Raven's not able to get anything back. We see Divine, after that fight, recalling and running to this top side, not allowing him to get anything on that side of the map. HOB takes a 5,500 gold lead. Whew, TMGD's in trouble.
Yeah, I will say, I do think he got the top tier 1 a little before Endivine got there, or maybe on the next wave, but that's not worth it. Top tier 1 traded for like tier 2 and 3 kills at least. Yeah, you're not really happy about that one. Next Dragon up in a minute and a half, and it'll be so much harder for TMGD to contest with no bot towers.
Yeah, absolutely. Sir Ravens, rather, coming in with 2 fully completed items after that fight and upgraded boots. We're about to see the second item get locked in for Revnon here. We're looking towards the starting of the second item for Toad. I mean, just so many key items are going to come in here for Half-Orc Barbarians, and unfortunately, TMGD is still struggling to get to those second items on everybody except for Fizz.
Do we, as TMGD here, do you give this Drake? Do you just not contest it? Say, hey, we already have a lead in terms of Drakes. We could give this one. Our item spikes aren't quite where we want them to be. You can have this one. We'll scale up.
Yeah, I think if you can't get a pick, yes. There's no way that you can realistically... Sure. Yeah, if you can catch somebody out, I think you can, of course, contest. But you're not beating them straight up currently. So, yes, I definitely think this is one of those where you say, you know what? It does get better for us. We can hit 2 item spikes. We can even the footing a little bit. Oh, but something happening here on the bot side.
Yeah, speaking of finding a pick, they're going to try to make it happen under the bot tier 1, but LL Cool J's, great footwork and a huge shockwave completely foils the plans of TMGD, and Half-Orc Barbarians are here to finish off the play. Toad running in, has the Pop Blossom and the Flash available. Homura caught out. They don't even need the Nico ultimate for that one. Revnon is now behind them. Gonna pop that depth charge onto Crushing Rock. Here comes in Toad with the flash into the Pop Blossom. So much damage, stuns up the whole squad. Half-Orc Barbarians off the back of some fancy footwork from LL Cool J's take down 3 and are looking to push their lead even further. A phenomenal fight back play from Half-Orc Barbarians.
Yeah, LL Cool J's just baiting out the charms, sidestepping abilities, 3-man shockwave under tower, just absolutely crazy. And is there a world in which... Just kidding, they're not going to try it.
I don't think so. Without 6 grubs, it's not happening. They lose a mid tower, but they take the bot inhib. They're going to move down to this Drake and claim it probably completely for free. I mean, that is a backbreaker if you're TMGD.
Yeah, up almost 8,000 gold here, or excuse me, 6,000, 7,000 gold. Just continuing to balloon their lead is Ninja may try to get something happen, but he's going to get spotted out. Oh,
yeah,
man.
on a ward behind the Dragon Pit. Now just sort of, they're going to run him around as much as they can. Actually has bought enough time that the rest of TMGD is here. Crushing Rock a little late to the play with no TP, obviously, but the rest of the team is here. We'll have to see. They're going to look to contest this. Some members of Half-Orc Barbarians haven't gotten a reset off Toad specifically, but it doesn't really matter. The support player doesn't have the Pop Blossom available, but chunks Hamura down to half already at the start of the fight. Charm wasted on a Nico clone, but ooh, we hit a good Varus ulti. Endivine taken really, really low at the start of the fight. Gonna fall 100-0 before anything else happens, but Sir Raven is in the middle of everything, and another huge shockwave from LL Cool J's, followed up by the Dominus from Sir Ravens, taking a lot of damage, but picks up a double kill, looking to make it a triple. The hook connects on the Ninja. Night Ravens is behind him, but Mundo cannot, unfortunately, go where he pleases in this one. Hamura being chased down by Sir Ravens, dominating on the Renekton. That might just be the game.
Yeah, they're picking to end. This Mundo has got to get in here. This is a super minion. So if they're just going to take the fight to him, they're going to try to make it happen.
Yeah, he started to cut one wave, but couldn't get the super minion wave, but the Pop Blossom is back up. They pull off, this Mundo goes where he pleases, but ooh, they may have taken too many tower shots. Night Ravens has successfully defended. They tanked the towers for a little too long. Now they're going to have to retreat, see if they can walk back towards this dragon and take it. Ninja and Fizz are back up, though. Hamura up in 3 seconds. Did Half-Orc Barbarians stay too far, and are they going to lose the dragon for it?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the look, but I think what we didn't call out here is Night Ravens did a great job of kind of cutting that wave.
Yeah.
Beforehand during that skirmish. So he does recall, he does get there. Of course, the maximum dosage doing so much work. No heal cut on the side of Half-Orc Barbarians here as we get a look back at this fight.
Yeah, this fight was really crazy. Endivine goes down so quickly at the start of this fight, but keeps the whole team nearsighted for long enough to really break up the fight. Crushing Rock gets caught out by a depth charge there and just taken so low. Ninja is now like in behind everyone, and LL Cool J does it again. So clean on this Orianna, finding exactly the right times to shockwave. And Sir Raven is really good at Renekton. He is pushing through in these team fights, putting out a ton of damage. So see, back on live, we have a huge team fight going on. Couple kills down. Crushing Rock picks up a shutdown, so we'll have to see what has happened here. 1 for 1 so far. The Garen fell in trade for the Nautilus after the Dragon was picked up by TMGD, so the overstay from Half-Orc Barbarians was a little punishing. Now soul point for TMGD, but they're still down 5k. Their jungler is dead, and Half-Orc may look to take a Baron.
Yeah, keep an eye on Night Ravens here as he approaches level 16. 300 plus stacks here on Heartsteel. Warmog's already bought as they haven't spotted out Divine.
Yeah, they're walking in trying to face check this Otacon, but Endivine is behind them. Night Ravens and Hamura feel really safe here, but that's going to be a bit of a surprise. Pop Blossom catches the Mundo. The Karma is fleeing away. Night Ravens healing up a lot. Crushing Rock and Fizz are here to see if they can try and contest, push him off the Otacon a little bit more, but a good flank from Endivine in that fight. Gets him an easy kill. Ninja is back alive as well. The Raven around the wall playing with the vision. Night Raven spots him out with the meat cleaver. Oh, we'll see. We're dancing around this Baron now. TMGD knows if they give over this Baron, that's GG.
Yeah, definitely something that you can't do for TMGD. Like it is definitely backbreaking with those supers in. We're 27, 26, almost 27 minutes into the game. It is an interesting that Crushing Rock is taking. Opting for no Bork here, going straight into the Terminus second, realizing that he's a huge target for all this CC and all this damage, trying to give himself a little bit of extra resistances. You gotta imagine he's got the double tome there, so he should be looking to build a Zhonya's Hourglass here third. We've seen that quite a bit recently for pickups on these on-hit Varus, is just some extra defense because they're so immobile.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if they can make it work in this next team fight. Crushing Rock just hasn't been able to put out the damage. Like, realistically, I don't think the build matters that much. He's not hitting anyone. He's just getting like perma CC'd in every fight at the very start of it, right? So like, he needs to be able to free hit for it to even matter what items he's building. But we'll see. Half-Orc Barbarians has started up this Baron here. It's not on vision. TFGD caught on a bit of a reset. We'll see if they can get there in time. It's melting down, but without a traditional marksman champion, the Baron doesn't fall very quickly. Orianna, not really good at it. Renekton, not really very good at it. Revenant is on the flank here. We'll see. Pops a depth charge onto Fizz. Oh, but the fight's a little disconnected. Endivine and on the backside, Sir Raven forces a flash out from Crushing Rock, but Night Ravens is in there. Almost completely solo kills Toad, who pops the Pop Blossom Fizz with a good Zhonya's tries to get out, but Sir Raven is in the middle of everyone. Oh, but he gets smited down the Garen just at the very last second. Night Raven's putting a lot of work in on the other side of the fight, but TMGD is falling to Revnot and then Divine here. Hamura, the last one left alive there. Night Raven still at full HP. Oh, and Hamura gets hooked under the tower. Revnot so clean on the Nautilus. Ooh, and a little Q from the Nico. Cheeky on the backside of it. Night Raven's so close to killing the Nico, so close to killing the Orianna, but couldn't get it done. 4 dead for the side of TMGD. Half-Orc Barbarians takes 1 tower. They're pushing in on another. We'll see how much they can get.
Yeah, Toad bought so much time. Night Raven just tunneling on trying to kill that Nico and using everything in his tool bag to escape. And then, of course, sneaking away as, Night Raven's no maximum dosage here, no passive. It's got to be tough for him to do little more as maybe, the root's going to get him out. But
yeah, Half-Orc Barbarians doesn't want to overstay again. The last time they overstayed, they gave up Soul Point, and the next dragon is up in a minute. If they overstay here, they will just completely give up Soul Fist, trying to push in to see if he can get... Oh, the shockwave is huge from LL Cool J's. Nocturne is back in with the ulti. Mundo healing up a little too much, though. Crushing Rock kills him. Renekton to the backside with the TP. Night Raven's gonna fall pretty soon. Renekton putting in the work. Pops the Dominus half health. Samura half health. Crushing Rock. They are all caught, and the Crocodile is feasting on them. 3 fall again for TMGD, and this time Half-Orc Barbarians is looking for the game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. The Karma going to take the reset as they do trim him off, but like you said, Sir Ravens is just so ahead here. 3 full items as boots. Not gonna imagine they can be able to stop him as the Demacia.
Ninja not able to get the kill at the Demacia just as Pop Blossom stuns him up. Raven picks up another kill. 10, 2, and 7 on the Renekton. We've got a series, folks. Half-Orc Barbarians are gonna take us up to 1-1 in the second game against TMG Death Knights.
Yeah, definitely a huge turnaround. That bot lane, I mean, Nico Nautilus, who would have thought? I mean, Nico Nautilus did so much work there, and then an absolutely great performance from Sir Raven. I mean, we talked about this, right? Like, unlocking your solo laners. LL Cool J's having some absolutely pivotal shockwaves in that game. Absolutely game-changing in a couple of different fights. And then Sir Ravens did a great job. I mean, we talked about just playing through those solo laners, but honestly, just every lane this game did a great job, and we even talked about it. Divine being a little more aggressive, finding those plays, being the proactive one, and we didn't even see any paranoia shockwaves. Like, the whole point to draft this comp is to combo these 2 champions. They didn't even need it. Huge pickup for Half-Orc Barbarians. Like you said, we've got a series.
Yeah, not at all. They pretty much never used it, but this is 2 games in a row that LL Cool J's has put up most damage on a control mage, and clearly TMGD has been trying to pinch out those control mages, but they just couldn't stop him. He puts up so much work in these team fights. Sir Raven doing tons and tons of work on the Renekton as well. Crushing Rock not really able to get much damage out. Same for Fizz, and a slightly lower damage team comp in general from TMGD means that they're gonna lose in these skirmishes. I see. I'm getting a little bit called out in the Twitch chat here. Toad is in here. He says, "I heard the caster go, 'No way Nautilus was picked here,' as we wait for the correct pick." My bad. There is a way that Nautilus was picked here, and it turns out it's okay. It worked really, really well in this game. Completely solid. I think going into game 3, TMGD need to go back to the drawing board a little bit and say, okay, look, we've been trying to push bot lane advantages with these drafts, and it's not working. We have not been able to get a sizable lane advantage on to Revnon. So what I want to see them do is pick some agency for Night Ravens and focus this top matchup, try to shut down Sir Raven, see if they could do something with their own solo lanes.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think if you can just find a way to neutralize that bot lane, give Crushing Rock just that pick that allows him to stay safe and keep the waves cleared. And then, like I said, any of the positive plays we saw in game 2 did come off of the back of Ninja and Hamura linking up. We want to see that. I will say, though, when you look at it, we had some more picks taken away. So we have the Garen taken away, the Mundo taken away, the Ahri. You've got to assume LL Cool J is doing such a good job on all these control mages. Ahri's got to be in that wheelhouse. So we assume that's one more champ taken away. So the one thing I do want to see is as the series go on and the champ pools start to get pinched, are we going to see these performances suffer? Ninja, a great jungler, not his greatest performance. You got to imagine Garen jungle, not something he has practiced a whole ton. And I think we saw that in this game, right? So it's going to be very interesting to see as this series develops. And I'm with you. I'm ready to see them play around the best top laner in the league.
Yeah. Their momentum has been halted here in game 2 as Half-Orc Barbarians picks up the second game and gives us a series. It will not be a quick 3-0 for us here tonight. We're in for the long run. Stay tuned. We'll be back for game 3. Welcome back to the Vanquisher League semifinals. We are all tied up here. Half-Orc Barbarians and TMG Death Knights. One game apiece. Leslie, how are we feeling?
Well, step one, we have more of a chance to get to a best of five. Or to the fifth game, excuse me. I've casted 4 best of fives now in these playoffs over the last 2 weeks and have yet to see a game 5. I want to see a game 5 of Fearless. This is where the drafts really come out. Drafting is my favorite part of League of Legends. So unique. I think this series also gives us such a cool insight to the thought processes and the draft prep that the coaches have come up with, just because Half-Orc Barbarians is such a unique team to play against. And we're seeing that. I think Revnon, what do we say in cast? There's no way they pick Nautilus here. There's no way. And guess what? They performed on it. Revnon had a hell of a game. Toad had a hell of a game. And I like you said, we have a series on our hands. I want to see TMGD go back to a little more comfort, go back to playing around the top side of your map, and don't feel like you have to put so much pressure on taking down Revnon. Just neutralize him and move on with your day.
Yep, because clearly hasn't been working so far. No bot lane advantage to be seen in the lane phase either game. Our draft is ready. We're going to hop into it, see what adjustments our teams have made here for game 3. Like we said, we're looking for maybe a bit more of a solo lane focus for TMGDK. For Half-Orc Barbarians, it's still all about, how deep is Revnon's champ pool? So many of them have been pulled out, have been picked in the earlier games, either by him or by TMG themselves. Clearly, that was their draft strategy coming into the series, right? Is how many of Revnon's champs can we play per game so that if this goes to 5 games, he's kind of out of luck. But we will start seeing next game reduced amounts of bans due to the Fearless rules in best of 5. So we'll watch out for that, but we can talk more about that next game. Bans have changed up a little bit this game. Mordekai's are rising in prio.
Yeah, you gotta imagine TMGD wants to be one this way, right? They're gonna leave it up. They're gonna ban more towards Revnon's picks here. Obviously, still targeting LL Cool Jace with a wonderful performance that he's had. But you gotta imagine B1 here is Hui, unless Half-Orc Barbarians decides to ban it themselves. You gotta imagine they take it away. But they're gonna say, you know what? We can't give you Lulu Zyra. We're gonna lock these in, and I gotta imagine Hui will be our B1.
Yeah, it's a good call. They've been banning it every game. Fist is a great control mage player, plays the Hui really, really well. There it is. Hui, I believe, still one of the higher win rate. I believe one of the highest win rate champs across a decent sample size
almost
in the league so far.
70%, I think 60, 65 or some 66%. Yeah, huge win rate. And Scion, that's a Revnon special. It's there. You gotta imagine he's gonna be here. We may see the Scion Senna. Obviously, he's very popular back with Fasting Senna. Toad does have the Senna locked in. Casters, we did our draft prep today too. Just telling you, we looked it up a little. So Half-Orc Barbarians have played this bot lane duo a few times beforehand already, as we are gonna see the Bard locked in for Hamura. Of course, something great to see is we want to see Hamura and Ninja get linked up together, and this is one of the picks that they can do it on.
Yeah, we like him on range supports. We like him on anything where he can have agency around the map. We like him roaming around. A J4 for Ninja, I quite like. Give him a little bit of engaged power, some strength in the team fights. I like this a lot more than I like the Garen. And a Zir for LL Cool J is going to be the control mage pick of the match. Scion Senna actually, is a bot lane I've seen before. I think is going to make this comp a little bit more standard for Half-Orc Barbarians. But what we've seen so far is that Half-Orc Barbarians like to team fight. I think that their biggest strengths come from 25 to 30 minute 5-on-5 team fights. I think that they're very, very strong in that. Their mechanics are good. Their prioritization is good. They layer their CC well. Revnon is a great team fight tank bruiser player, which is a weird person to have in your bot lane, but that's what he does. As we see the Jax and Silas banned out for Half-Orc Barbarians going into phase 2.
Yeah, Maokai a good ban, a general counter. That Q able to stop the flag and drag by J4. You love to see that. LL Cool Jace on a scaling mid laner. He's had a great series so far. He was a huge part of game 1 going the way it did. He was a huge part of game number 2's win. The Vi got to be locked in, going to give them a very good 2v2 there in the mid lane. And it'll be interesting to see what priority they put, there it is, onto Night Ravens in the top lane. The Aurora going to be the lock-in. And what AD carry are we going for?
Yeah, I dig the Aurora. I think we may have seen him play it before. I'm not 100% sure it was quick. Oh,
It's way to carry. It's way to carry. Crushing Rock is gonna be on the way here on the bot side. I believe we will see Aurora mid and Night Ravens picking his second most played champ, I believe. Gonna be matched by Sir Ravens on the Volibear, which is also his second most played champ to Aatrox, correct? Yeah,
sure is.
So some huge comfort from both our top laners here, and that is a whole heck of a lot of AP damage on the bot side of this map. Whew.
Yeah, I like it. We're brawling. Now, we've been talking about Revnon's sort of unconventional bot lane picks this whole series, but like it should be noted, Crushing Rock is known as a mage bot lane player, right? Yeah. Zyra is his pocket pick. He plays mages all the time. This way is absolutely comfort for him. Taking it away from LL Cool J's is going to be great. I do think that like team fight power, like front to back 5-on-5 team fight power might go slightly in the favor of Half-Orc. I'm a big fan of Azir in these fights, but like that's a lot on execution. So we'll have to see. How are you feeling about these drafts?
Well, first thing I like, we talked about this, right? Like TMGD, you need to go back to playing for your top side, right? Give Crushing Rock a pick where he can neutralize the lane. You get an item here on Hui. When they get that Blackfire Torch, you can easily just clear waves out with your Q and kind of exist in the bot lane to try to play around this. They have some huge explosive pick potential on the top side here. Of course, the Camille Dash, the Flag and Drag, the Cataclysm out from J4, the In-Between Worlds that we have from Aurora, obviously the Barn Ultimate and his ability to move around the map. I will say, though, Half-Orc Barbarians, from a team fighting standpoint, much better team fight. Of course, you do have the Azir and the Senna on the back line, a good mix of AP and AD damage. The Scion and Volibear able to play around the front line by able to either, that instant cease and desist engage and or cease and desist appeal for the Azir as well. So I think if you're TMGD, you really have to go to these side lanes and play for picks before you fight for objectives. I think if we're even gold, unless TMGD just pulls out some crazy mechanical plays, I'm going to have to give the edge in the team fights to Half-Orc Barbarian. And as much as I love TMGD, I am a big team fight fan. I'm a big fan of scaling champions, playing front to back, and that looks like exactly what Half-Orc wants to do this game.
Sure, I completely agree, but I would posit that what you just described is exactly TMG Death Knight's best style of play, right? Is playing through those side lanes, is getting pryos, roaming around the map, right? Like Aurora getting the push, and hopefully this game maybe moving up to top lane, looking to get some plays off, find some kills, find these picks and convert them into objectives. That's what they do best. They can team fight, they can totally team fight, but like, I don't know, I like where we're going. I like the style of draft. They've gone away from trying to pinch Revnon's pool too much, and we're just gonna play some good, solid, zero marksman, I guess, except Senna, League of Legends.
Yeah. Hey, technically Azir's a marksman. Just saying. He's in the pool.
That's true, Azir is a marksman, but that sucks and it doesn't count. So here we go, hopping onto the Rift. Game 3 of our Vanquisher League semifinals. We are all tied up 1-1 here. The sides have been swapped. TMG DK gonna see if they can pull the momentum back in this series and take a 2-1 up over Half-Orc Barbarians. Or can the Barbarians keep it going, roll that ball further, and move up to 2-1 themselves? Either way, we will be at match point after this game.
Oh.
And we're seeing a big invade here.
Yeah, this is a very heads-up play. I mean, I really like this from Hamura, just saying, you know what? We're going to use this ability, and oh my gosh, is he going to get out? Oh, Divine's in a little bit of trouble. The hookshot going to connect, the flash going to go out already. And that's going to be no flash on Divine. Of course, that is going to be that hookshot taken for Camille, going to be a little bit weaker on the level 1. But you know what? Into Volibear, you're really not going to have the push anyway. Fine. The Relentless Storm passive really gives you a lot of power, and Volibear kind of known to bully other melee top laners, especially in the early phases. So we'll see how it plays out. But I love the heads up play. I love the thinking from TMGD there.
Yeah, it was great timing on the hookshot too. Canceled the Vault Breaker from Vi and sort of ended up forcing Divine's flash. So we'll see if that's actually punishable. Can sometimes be hard to punish the jungler on a loss of flash, but we'll see what TMGD can do with it.
Yeah, Night Raven's doing a good job there. I mean, I know it's something small, but just really using that adaptive defenses cooldown in the top lane to just get a free auto essentially on Night Ravens and starting this off in a great way for himself.
Yeah, he'll take it. Take any sort of advantage he can find in this lane. Again, they've picked this Camille to have a strong top side. The Aurora as well they are looking to play through these players and hope that Crushing Rock can be more of a neutralizing factor in the bot lane. So we'll have to see if they can do it. Building up a nice wave for Night Ravens here. Hits level 2. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll have to see what happens here. So we do get a little bit of a split map. The push actually by Toad and Revnon here. Not too surprising. Sion obviously very tanky. The Hui not able to do too much there as you have long cooldowns. Fizz in a little bit of trouble. Some heavy trading in the mid lane. That pot going to be popped. As some heavy trading coming out here as Fizz really trying to push the early advantage on this Azir.
Yeah, getting some good trading in. I think this is like probably pretty expected in the matchup here. Wow.
The shield gonna come out. The electrocute gonna move, but Fizz in a lot of trouble. The flash forward is gonna be first blood by LL Cool J. The shield coming out from the shifting sands. Absolutely clutch there. Fizz maybe just not quite judging his damage correctly. And hey, great pickup for the mid laner of Half-Orc Barbarians.
Yeah, LL Cool J is putting on a show so far in this series, really proving himself as I think coming into this, a lot of people would have expected Fizz to be the best mid laner in the league, and LL Cool J's showing that he has some competition.
Yeah, that shield was absolutely clutch. Fizz not really recognizing, I think, misjudging his damage there with that shield coming in, and just a great play. I mean, very, very good there. I mean, that's what you want to see. I mean, if Azir's going to start picking up kills this early on, I mean, you should have pretty good hope here for the side of Half-Orc Barbarians. Of course, this is what we wanted to see, right? We wanted to see Ninja be aggressive, make these plays towards the top side. The flag is right, gotta go. He's gonna flash. He's gonna miss the knockup. The tactical sweep still doing it, and the wall hook gonna connect on Sir Ravens. They are going to achieve their objective none the same, as that's 1 for Night Ravens.
I saw nothing, Ninja. It's okay.
Yeah.
I didn't see it. All I see is that you lane ganked and got a kill, and nothing mechanically interesting happened.
Yeah, Fizz getting a positive trade back. I mean, really seeing that pattern a little better there, but again, it's not quite working out, I think, as well as he seemed. You know, I got to give credit. LL Cool J, like we said, doing a great job of matching this pressure in the mid lane. So we're gonna get a replay here on the top side. Is again Ninja trying to flash that Q, but just mistiming it a little bit. However, so much damage coming out. The wall hook. The wall shot gonna connect there, and you know what? Again, we didn't see it, as we are gonna go back to live with a little bit going on here. It does look like the support is in trouble, as Toad really trying to get out here. LL Cool J is also super down, as Fizz is gonna get the push here. That's gonna be a huge pickup. He may have died, but this is a huge wave crashing, and no TP for LL Cool J.
Yeah, no TP. He's down a level. He's losing like at least a wave and a half here. They're losing all prio on the dragon. That's a big swing for TMGD, right? Yeah, they took a loss of a kill in that mid lane play, but since then Fizz has been really good at pushing this CS advantage, at really bullying the Azir out of lane. Both supports roamed up there, and Hamura with the ignite was able to get way more done than Toad, especially with the J4 behind him. So they are going to pick up the first Drake here for TMGD. Grubs not spawned yet, but Vi is in the area. You have to imagine it will just be a clean trade.
Yeah, and something I want to point out, we have a CS lead in every lane across here. Of course, the pickup, you know, Crushing Rock having to pick up this wave, but a CS lead all the way across, both solo laners up. You know, Ninja is down. Ooh, the wall hook gonna connect. The tactical sweep slowing him down, but the shield coming in very clutch for Sharaven. And tactical protocol still gonna do so much damage. And that's going to be another solo kill. The ignite so effective there at stopping the healing out from that frenzied maul. Holy cow. Night Ravens, this is what we said. Get Night Ravens on some comfort, use your jungler to get him ahead, and watch him play. And that's exactly what we're getting.
Yeah, it's what we wanted him to do, and it's paying dividends for TMGD right now, is they're going to get the first grub spawn because of this top pressure. He gets a solo kill while Endivine was setting up for the grubs, and so they're going to get, it looks like, all 3 uncontested of the first grub spawns alongside the first Drake. And like, sure, Ninja's gonna go down a bit of CS for this. His camps aren't respawning quite cleanly, but he'll reset, clear bot to top. You are so happy about that turn of events for TMGD.
Yeah, and look at how effective the roams on Hamura is. I mean, we said this, right? This is exactly what we wanted to see TMG do. We said, put Crushing Rock on a neutralizing champion and allow yourselves to play the map. Hamura has not, he's been outside of bot lane more than he's been in it. Basically since level 4 or level 3, excuse me, level 4 on Crushing Rock, he has not been in this lane. And Senna, of course, not nearly as effective at roaming around the map as this Bard is.
Yeah,
I love
it's
how
exactly
TMG's
that.
approaching it.
It's like the Toad is matching the roams for the most part, but like Senna just doesn't really do anything in these fights. This will be Homura now on the lane gank here, trying to bait Sir Raven in. He gets the push with the Volibear passive. We'll see if he wants to go in on this trade against Night Ravens. This is so sneaky from Homura.
Yeah, the Hextech ultimatum is up here. Tactical sweep. Oh, he's going to see it. Homura biding his time. The Cosmic Biting getting a stun. The Wall Hook, another stun. Skybringer trying to get away. The Hextech ultimating saying, no, you will not. And it is going to go over to Homura accidentally, but that is another takedown for Sir Ravens there. That is just absolutely terrible. Ooh, the cease and desist on the mid lane. Fist caught under the tower, and he is going to be taken down. LL Cool J is going to pick that one up. That seems like a very bad position for Fist to be in right there.
Yeah, it looks like he got LL Cool J's really low and wanted to pop, or had already popped the Between Worlds, wanted to just finish off the tower dive, maybe knew he was getting ganked and was going to die anyway, but ends up looking a little silly getting caught under the tower. Probably not the biggest deal, not going to miss too much. Yeah, chunks out LL Cool J so hard, thinks he can maybe get the kill on him, but like just a slightly tough timing as Vi was here in the area. Yeah, and LL Cool just had to shuffle up. Oh yeah, I guess maybe just doesn't know he's getting ganked, pushes up a little too far, sees the gank come, and then tries to commit for the kill. Just gets caught under the tower.
Curse of the Black Mist being so effective there, just not allowing Fist to see what's about to happen to him. Hey, it's a good pick. LL Cool J, we said this, again, the same thing on the side of Half-Orc. We want you to play through this player. He's had a great series so far, and he's having another one.
Yeah, absolutely, but again, Night Ravens on the top side, such a huge advantage now. Like, these items so strong. He's going to keep skirmishing this whole game. He's going to keep pushing the side lane advantage. And, like, really, that's how TMGD is going to win if they win. This bot lane, we haven't talked about it much, and we're going to continue to not talk about it because it's really boring. They're just farming. It's straight up just, like, a mage and a tank farming, like, not even really hitting each other. Yep, here we go. Revnon's ulting back down to bot lane. Cool.
Yep.
Great. Keep farming.
He's gonna miss his cannon though. Ooh, unlucky. But yeah, like you said, I mean, the Hui doing a great job of just kind of neutralizing the lane. You know, the cool thing too is the what's it called? I guess it would be subject. The Crushing Maw is that ability. The Mordekaiser claws, as people call them. You know, able to disrupt Scion's decimating smash basically every time. So just another way that he can kind of help neutralize that lane as Night Raven picks up a plate, and like you said, just continuing to push that advantage he has on top lane.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a skirmish there in the mid lane. LL Cool just had to back again without TP. Like, it really does seem that no matter how many times they kill Fist in the mid lane, he continues to have a really large lead when they're actually playing 1v1, right? He's up a level. He tried to shove this wave into the tower, but just didn't quite get it in there. I'm hearing that Azir survived that skirmish there with 100 HP, did blow his flash as well. He's going to move down to the bot side, lane against Crushing Rock, but totally fine. Crushing Rock's up a level on him too.
Yeah, I want to shout out Half-Orc Barbarians. I think this is a smart play as you see both objectives coming up, realizing that, especially if you're on the bot side, you're likely to not be able to contest either. But now, if you see them move towards one, you can move towards the other, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Half-Orc Barbarian is going to go ahead and look at that dragon, while TMGD goes ahead and takes that second set of grubs, pushing for 6, which is going to be a huge pickup for this Camille and Aurora as the game goes on.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're fine giving a first dragon over to Half-Orc Barbarians, right? Like, doesn't really matter. They got the first one on the side of TMGD, so the dragon stacking isn't so much of a concern this early on in the game, and they really want these 6 scrubs, like you said, to really push home that side lane advantage that Camille is going to have over Volibear. Now, it has to be said, Scion, great in the side lane as well. 3 strong side laners on the side of Half-Orc Barbarians, but the same is true this game for TMGD. Hui is no slouch, can clear those waves really easily, so I think the side lane game will get really, really interesting if this game starts going late. But to be honest, like, these games haven't really gotten there so far. These games have been decided around, like, big soul point team fights around dragon stacking. And so the dragons being 1-1 this early, I think is a good sign that maybe we could start to get some more of a split push win con going.
Yeah, I think kind of the fabled 1-3-1 comp is obviously super effective, and what we see often enough is teams struggle to use it effectively and
Sure.
correctly. But I think TMGD is set up to do it well. They have strong tie leaders in Aurora and Camille. Camille is so very far ahead. Aurora is ahead in experience and up 20 CS, or just under 20 CS right now. And then the Hui, as we said, Hui on one item and already just clearing waves with one ability. So something to keep in mind as the game goes on. As Hamura going to do a little bit more scouting out here, seeing where Divine is at, and Sir Ravens might be in trouble one more time, as Hamura's going to stick around this top side.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Endivine is resetting. They know that Hamura's here. They should know that Ninja's here as well, but Ninja is actually starting to reset. Maybe going to go back out on the bot side and try to protect his own solo laner down there. Night Raven's electing not to dive the Volibear and just to try and sort of freeze the waves, just deny as much CS as he can. Already up, like, what is that? That's gonna be 30 CS once he takes all of these, almost, right? That's a huge advantage there for Night Ravens.
Oh, Toho, the electrocute block doing so much damage. Oh, that's the thing. I mean, Senna here, I don't know if we get a chance we can see some stacks on Senna, but with the ability for trying to roam and things going on here, you gotta imagine she's a little bit behind us. We do have some fighting here. The Cosmic Binding not gonna get a stun. The hookshot gonna go a little wide. So Raven's going to get out of that, but that's just more CS denied as the wave is in a terrible spot.
Yeah, he lost another entire wave there. Like, yes, he sidesteps the CC. He doesn't get killed into tower there, yay, but like you dropped another entire wave for it, man. Like, and there's nothing he could do about that fact, right? He would need some really significant jungle pressure or support pressure to bail him out of this. But I think at this point, Half-Orc Barbarians is saying, nope, that top lane is a lost cause. We're going to try the bot lane.
They're going to connect Cataclysm on LL Cool Jason. That's just going to be him taking down. Looks like the Shifting Sands was on cooldown. He's not able to escape as TMGD, that high tempo, picks up another kill for him.
Yeah, walked up too far. He had his jungler behind him, and I think maybe he thought that Endivine was quicker on the move than Ninja was, but it was just incorrect in that. Didn't have the proper vision to go for that far up of a push, and gets really, really hard punished for it again. His flash still down for that. No objective to really take off of it. The Dragon is not up for another minute 50, but they do claim the first turret on the bot side for that death by LL Cool J. So pretty punishing. A lot of that gold going over to Crushing Rock. A nice play for TMGD.
Yeah, absolutely. We start to see some of these first items coming through. On the side of Half-Orc Barbarians, we have the Cosmic Drive as, ooh, he's going to get a little aggressive here, just trying to land that. The hook shot going to go a little wide, but Night Raven's so much further ahead. This Trinity Force is going to be so much more effective. Like I said, as we get on to items here, oh, they may be a little caught out. It's a great flash from Divine in between worlds. Gotta get him there. The Tempered Fate also going to connect. God. You gotta imagine the Cosmic Biting. Ooh, Cease and Desist is a great buffer there to try to escape, but the Hextech Ultimatum is going to lock him down, and Fist is on the board.
Yeah, some kind of fancy footwork mind games there. They're gonna set up to try and dive this Volibear as well. Really push this advantage before the Herald spawns. We'll see if they can get enough damage. I think this should just be a dead bear. They're going hunting.
Yeah, absolutely. The Dawning Shadow coming through, trying to give him some extra thing. Ninja tanking, juggling tower aggro so well, and then just going to take it down. And that's going to be another full tower, as we do see Fist going to go down here to defend this and deny LL Cool Jace the cross-map play. As we said, Crushing Rock just sitting in the mid-wave saying, nope, my tower, I'm going to clear the waves. You'll never touch this. And TMGD is starting to take over. Oh, we do see Hamura here. The Cosmic Binding connecting. No stun, but a slow. The Electric Electrocuting going off. But the Onslaught got to come down. This in trouble. Decimating Smash locking him up. And Revnon's going to get on the board as well. Holy cow, a lot happened.
Yeah, Hamura is everywhere on this board, really, really making the plays happen, but maybe just disrespecting how quickly the Scion can get there with that ultimate, right? So, I think really, really, really good cleanup from Half-Orc Barbarians. Really important there, but doesn't change the overall picture too much. You see Crushing Rock in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, the Skybringer are going to move forward. Spiraling Despair on Revnon, but the Decimating Smash in a terrible position. Crushing Rock in a lot of trouble here. He's going to miss the CC. The passive moving forward, but the stun here comes out for Sir Raven. As we do see Ninja in trouble as well. So he's also going to be taken down. The Hextech Ultimatum here going to lock up as the zombie goes with the flash forward. But the hook going to connect. That hook shot so effective at getting Night Raven moved around. Night Raven moves to 4-0 as we do now have a 3,500 gold lead for TMGD as they're about to pick up their third tier 1 of the game.
Yeah, and 2 of those tier 1s are going mostly to the Camille, who also just picked up 2 more plays in the mid skirmish, right? Like, he is so far ahead now on this Camille that it may just sort of be insurmountable for Half-Orc Barbarians. They're going to have to find some kind of really great team fight where they can isolate the Camille or prevent him from getting a flank with good vision.
Ooh,
So see a bit of action on the bot side.
Ooh, the Tempered Fate trying to buy him some time. The TP from Crushing Rock coming in. Night Ravens as well. The hookshot gonna connect on a Divine. In some trouble. The Dawning Shadow trying to keep him alive, but it is not gonna happen. As you said, Night Ravens just absolutely dominating. Hamura taking a lot of damage. The Ignite ticks down on LL Cool J, and he just nearly dodges it. And that is all of them. Excuse me, that is now the third tier 1. Or excuse me, that's taking away the Azir passive. Yeah. You're right. Caught me off.
4 tier 1s taken. It's incredible.
Yeah, 4 tier 1s. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, TMGG moving us around, approaching, they're right at 4,000 gold here. Their mid tier 1 has almost no damage on it. They've been so effective at neutralizing the Scion's pushing power, and Crushing Rock's back here to do it again.
Yeah, moving around the map really effectively. TMGD, like, this is always what they've been good at. They use the TPs there. They bail Fizz out of what looked like it could have been a really tough play. And again, it's Hamura, who's just everywhere. He's so effective on these roams. Toad, like, still trying to scale up on the Senna, and I understand that that is what the pick does, and it will lose early to Bard, but, like, really hasn't been able to contribute anything meaningful to the game so far, whereas Hamura is everywhere you look.
Yeah, and of course, the Toad opting to get those Swifty boots fully completed first, obviously looking towards this Black Cleaver as a first full item. Of course, itemizing defensively like that just puts them further behind, and I don't know if we've gotten a soul count yet on passive here, but look at that gold. 600 gold in support diff here when Hamura hasn't really been in lane is absolutely great. We see a small lead for the Hui here. The big thing to note here in the mid lane, LL Cool J's up about 700-800 gold here. That's going to be a big pickup, but the top lane is the one we want to talk about. 2,400 gold difference in the favor of the Camille, and this is a sad bear.
Whew. Yeah, that's a very, very sad bear. Gold lead's actually kind of across the board for TMGD, other than in the mid lane where LL Cool J has picked up like just a few too many kills in those early phases. Did get a solo tower as well on the bot side, whereas all of those have been donated to Camille for TMGD, right? So that makes sense. Dropping the Herald up at the top lane, though. They're looking to really balloon their lead, maybe pick up a tier 2 if they can. Convert this into a dragon in 2 minutes.
They just say, hey, I'm too big. You can't do anything about it, even if you rotate, because I'm going to take this in 4 auto attacks and not really care. And that's just more tower gold. Night Ravens should be about 3,000 gold ahead now. Just an absolutely huge play. Looks like he just didn't want to quite take that for a ride. As, we are going to see the Vault Breaker connect. Cease and Desist is going to lock him down, but Spiraling Despair doing so much damage on Divine. The Dawning Shadow not going to be able to save him. The Decimating Smash doing so much. Skybringer able to get one picked up. Ooh, and the Emperor's Divide going to go just wide. Night Raven's doing so much damage here in between worlds, locking them in. Toad on the backline so close to dying as LL Cool J looks to get out, but the hook shot's got to connect, and another one is going to go down for Night Ravens as Hamura wins out the supportal combat on the back end of that fight.
Yeah, it's exactly what we said. This is how TMGD loves to play. These champs are so comfortable for them. Fist puts in great work in team fights on the Aurora. Night Ravens is just so unimaginably far ahead that, like, he's completely unkillable. He was caught in the middle of 3 members there and took, like, basically no damage. Like, Half-Orc Barbarians tried their best. They put up some good work in that team fight. They really thought they had a pick on a ninja, but all in all, it just doesn't work out. Revnon gonna try and push in this bot wave, maybe caught out here by the Camille, doesn't have the ulti. I doubt he dies here, but I don't know, maybe I'd be surprised.
Yeah, the TP, the Decimating Smash is gonna get this done. We are gonna get the TP in here, but Ninja is there to back him up, so we shouldn't see that happen. I do want to point out, I'm thinking about this, I love the build route that Ninja is going. Traditionally, you see the Eclipse as one of those first items to come out for J4, but just realizing his role in this game is really that facilitator is, Night Ravens on a ward, maybe not realizing yet the Decimating Smash, the Hextech ultimatum to dodge, and the hook shot to escape. Absolutely well played from Night Ravens. He makes up for his mistake. However, that is likely going to be a dragon, but Night Ravens has the TP, so TMG still has a chance to connect.
Yeah, so does Crushing Rock, and they're both going to use them. They're going to try to contest this, but I think the Dragon will potentially fall down before they get there. It's going to be a late contest, if anything.
Yeah, we might see if the Flag and Drag comes up. He's going to look forward to steal it. He's going to pre-smite and give his death. The Emperor's Divide going to lock in Night Ravens in a little bit of trouble, but he's so far ahead, soaking so much damage. The In-Between Worlds locking them all in there as Night Ravens picking up another one and healing so much. But Sir Ravens is going to get that shutdown as we see Crushing Rock on the bat side. Skybringer doing so much decimating smash, locking up Fist, and he is going to go down. And this is a 3v2. The Unexpected Journey going to take them away as, ooh, the flash forward going to take it out. The Fear so effective. Cosmic Binding and a double stun by Hamura. And we are going to see them burn. Crushing Rock so effective. He's going to burn again, and that's another one. The bot lane from the side of TMGD saving that fight. Hamura is an absolute monster here.
Yeah, and Crushing Rock silencing the doubters. It looked like Half-Orc Barbarians had finally found the fight they wanted. Sir Raven able to heal up so much of the course of this fight using that Volibear W, but it just doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they push too far, and Hamura and Crushing Rock trap them. Let's take a look at the start of this fight. He flashes in, tries to secure the dragon, doesn't get it, and Night Ravens is forced to straight up 1v5 here for a couple of seconds while the Emperor's Divide pushes him in, but he puts in so much damage onto this Azir. Toad falls really quickly to Fist, but watch Sir Raven and how much he does here at this section of the fight, right? Really soloing down Fist there. Revnon doing great work on the Scion. He is an excellent tank player. That's sort of undeniable, but this was awesome from Hamura. Just watch this. Fleeing into the double stun. They take so much damage. Crushing Rock snipes out Sir Raven, maybe on a recall. I wasn't quite able to tell.
It was
that
the
is beautiful work.
Yeah, just the itemization here from Crushing Rock, as we do see the Leandries and the Blackfire Torch. So much damage on the end here. Oh, Cool J's moving forward. The Flag and Drag gonna get him, but the Undisturbed Onslaught Cataclysm trying to get out, but not gonna happen. LL Cool J gets a pick here, and that's gold right where you want it to be. Ooh, so Raven's moving forward on Fizz with the Unexpected Worlds, able to get him out as they're just making fights all across the map here.
Yeah, Fizz is fine. He can get out of those. They're overloading topside here, seeing if they can get the tier 1. Good Bard ulti is actually going to stop the wave. They're still probably going to get the tower, but Night Ravens wants to go in.
Yeah, it's going to be another huge. That Hexing Older was a good dodge. Night Ravens and a little bit of trouble. The hookshot's going to connect. He is going to pick another one up while he goes down. The problem is LL Cool J's picking up some more gold for his team. This Azir is slowly becoming a monster. He's picking up a lot of money in these fights.
Yeah, I saw the angle to try and protect the tower there. I like the...
Oh, no!
No!
The Unexpected Jury gonna be... Oh, he's gonna get caught in the middle of it, the Decimating Smash. He's gonna flash forward. We're gonna see some CC protection from Crushing Rock. Ooh, never punished. A little bit of a scare for him, but you know what? Delays their backs and allows TMGD to get back out on the map.
Yeah, my goat Hamura never dies there. But I saw the angle. They tried to protect the tier 1, but Night Ravens goes in maybe a little too aggressively. I don't think he can dive in that far ahead of the rest of his team when he doesn't have the J4 with him as a dive buddy. I think that's been very important in these fights. And so with only Hui and Bard sort of constituting that back line, and Night Ravens himself isn't that tanky in the front line, so gets deleted there, picks up 1 kill with just how much damage he does with 8 kills. But moving into this mid game, dragon fights are going to start mattering a lot. It is soul point for Half-Orc Barbarians, which I don't think we pointed out yet, but really, really huge that they are on soul point because they are down so much gold. They're down 4.5k, that if they could pick up the soul, they could really start evening things out and scale later into the game.
Yeah, I mean, TMGD really has to use their side lane pressure to try to get an advantage in one of these fights. Maybe get a solo kill on the side lane. Of course, Night Raven's still so far ahead. About 1,500 golds ahead of this Volibear, even after 1,000 gold shutdown. So I really want to see them use that, but it does look like they are just kind of committing all of their pressure here to clear out vision and set up for this dragon. We are going to see a reset by Fist, as they do want Night Ravens on the same side of the map as the objective. But you'll see how it plays out. But you're right. Half-Orc Barbarians has so much decision-making power here because, hey, we picked up the drags. So there's an opportunity where we may give this and we can chase a Baron. We can chase down some tier 2 towers. We can get some of the standing gold. As we do see Hamura poking around with that Cosmic Binding. He's going to get locked up. The Tempered Fate going to go. Tactical Sweep missing with so much CC, as this is going to be a pick. And Hamura picks up another one as we also see Revnon in a little bit of trouble. The flag and drag, the Cataclysm gonna lock him in place. Another hook shot, spiraling despair, and so much damage going out as that's another pick. And this dragon is definitely gonna be TMGD's.
Yeah, TMGD is just hitting them with the wallets at this point in the game, right? They're flexing this gold lead all over Half-Orc Barbarians, and there's nothing they can do. They're getting picked off left and right. Hamura has 5 kills. It's time to buy a Medjai's, brother. You are unstoppable on the Bard. As you said, this dragon does go over to TMGD, evens it up a little bit, 2 dragons to 3. They're still going to have to fight the next one in 5 minutes, but they're probably going to set their eyes on the Baron now.
Yeah, just using those tools so well. You know, the engage range that you get from Camille, of course, the Tempered Fate, just another great pick tool that you can use offensively from Bard. I do want to talk about some of this itemization from Bard. I love to see this. The Bloodletter's Curse here, second item, is an absolutely great pickup. So what people don't realize is it's not like Magic Pen, right? You don't only do more. You actually reduce the magic resist of the targets you're hitting when you hit full stacks. So that means Crushing Rod, Fist, any of the other AP scalings on other champions, that's going to do that much more damage. So I love to see that itemization from Hamura, recognizing where a lot of his damage comes from. And I think you're right. I think now that we see Night Ravens on the bot side, getting back into a favorable matchup with TP up, they're going to be looking for another pick and looking to set eyes on the Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how they choose to do it, whether it's pushing out through top and moving in, pushing out through mid and moving in. They're securing the vision right now. Ninja sweeping away some of these wards. Crushing Rock able to handle this mid lane all on his own. That's the power of picking a control mage in the bot lane, right? Is he can just wave clear by himself, but right now they're going to overload the bot lane, look to pick off the Volibear.
Yeah, he's in trouble. Night Raven's likely able to take us down. Oh, the Skyringer, maybe a little bit of a misclick, trying to get something going. The Hextech Ultimatum and Between Worlds going to be committed. Maybe a little much spent there, but that is going to turn this into a 4v5, and Baron's on the table.
Yeah, those are big cooldowns, but the Volibear is such a key part of the way they've been playing these team fights that I really don't think they'll be able to contest much without him. I think they can play without Hextech Ultimatum, without Between Worlds. It should be okay. They still have the Cataclysm up. We'll see if they even want to push in onto the Baron, though. They don't quite have mid-prio on this wave, and they don't feel that their vision setup is good enough. They're actually just going to move on the bot tier 2 instead.
Yeah, and I think that's fine. Night Ravens just takes this tower so fast, likely able to just take it in Revnon's face. I can't imagine Revnon really able to do too much here. That's just going to be a lot more gold. The stun on Revnon going to happen. Hamura joining the fight. Decimating Smash. The Tempered Fate to shut them down. And the Flag and Drag going to connect on a double. Cataclysm getting both out, but that is another flash committed. And that is just so much. Man, just another great set of picks here from TMGD. Hamura with a clutch Tempered Fate to secure the final kill on Revnon. And you got to think now they can start leaning over towards at least getting vision around this Baron.
Yeah, at what point of a gold lead do we say, all right, screw it, let's just hit Baron, make them walk into us, like they really can't contest us? I know I would have pulled the trigger at this point, but that's why I am not playing here, and they are. TMGD so disciplined in this one, not willing to just start the Baron, not willing to give Half-Orc Barbarians any sort of 5-on-5 team fight angle that might put them back in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're okay with like wanting to get a more clean pick, and what I mean by that is like, you know, they picked the Volibear, but you've committed so much to the other side of the map. That other pick on Revnon, again, it was good. You get more gold, you get more tempo, but again, you're all on that side of the map. So we do see, of course, Fizz and Hamura moving towards this Baron, getting their vision set up, and you got to imagine that we're gonna see them make their move soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the gold lead has exploded out to 6,500 here, right? The next dragon is up in a minute 30, which is important to note. It may be that actually the Baron gets deprioritized as TMGD says, hey, no, we do still need to contest this dragon. We can't just give them soul. That would be a free pass into scaling back into the game. But they're going to try to pick off Fizz.
Yeah, the TP is going to come through, though, and Fizz with the onslaught probably not going to be able to go down so fast. So Raven's already leaving, as now Revnon may be in trouble with being picked here, as he is going to hookshot that decimating Smash. Nothing's going to happen, and Revnon is just a zombie. This is the Baron pick that they've been waiting for.
Yeah, they learned from their mistake last time. They didn't commit a single ultimate to the side lane pick. Night Ravens just commits the TP. They get him off of the side lane. Now they have to finish this Baron fast in order to not give over the dragon as well, but they are starting to melt it down again. No marksman on the team makes Baron a little bit trickier. It's not going down super fast. If I'm Half-Orc Barbarians, maybe we just go to the dragon. There's a fight.
Yeah, the Temper Fate going to land as we see nobody really there to help as Divine getting connected. He is going to flash. The Dawning Shadow going to put a little bit of pressure, but Between Worlds still going to lock him down. Cease and Desist. It's a nice idea, but it's not going to lock him down as we do see LL Cool J is able to get away with the Hextech Ultimatum going to lock the Ravens up. Senna trying to do what she can to save him, but it's not going to happen. Oh my gosh, I think that was a good call, though. You want to just turn off the fight. You're going to secure this dragon, and you can set up to take Baron once again.
Yeah, absolutely. The Baron wasn't falling down fast enough for them to focus it. They say, hey, nope, we're just trying to get them to pull into us. They baited them successfully. Divine tried his best to get out of there, really some fancy feet over the wall there, but 0 and 6 on the Vi. Now, not really his fault. That's kind of just what Vi does when you're losing a game. Like, I will die again and again and again because it turns out all of her buttons do one thing and it's go in. But, you know, Divine falls there. They get a free dragon. They're going to move over to this Baron now. Volibear still down for 14 seconds. Vi down for 3. They will not be able to contest this.
Yeah, they're going to look for it, though. And I think if you're TMGD, you might be okay to just... it looks like they're just going to burn it. Watch LL Cool J's here. The Emperor's Divide is up, but the Tempered Fate is going to lock him down. The Baron is secured, and Ninja's going to be looking. We do see some damage. He's able to free hit as Revenant buys so much space. So Raven's going to get knocked by. The Spiraling Despair connecting on him, but the Hextech Ultimatum to dodge the Skybringer is humongous. The Emperor's Divide buying space. Ninja in a little bit of trouble, but the Flagon Drag is going to knock up the zombie. Fist is looking for Divine, and this may be the game. As TMGD continues to push forward, the Flagon Drag gonna connect. The Vault Breaker is stopped, and that is an ace. A clean ace from the side of TMGD. Absolutely outplayed by Night Ravens there. The timing on the Hextech Ultimatum could not have been more perfect. Looks like TMGD is gonna take this to a 2-1 and 2 match point.
Look, they took our advice, Leslie. They picked stronger side lanes themselves. They gave agency to Night Ravens, who is arguably the best player in the entire Vanquisher League at the moment, and he proved why in this game. 11-2 and 11 on the Camille, off the back of some great team play, right? He got a lot of assistance from Ninja and Homura in the early game. Homura, I believe, like 7-0 and 16 on the Bard, right? Completely deathless in that game. But we're seeing why people consider Night Ravens the best player in the league.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And look at that damage, just absolutely running away with his leads. But I gotta give so much credit. Homura and Ninja in this game being so selfless. You know, I did want to point out, like, the build that Ninja went was this you know, Sunder Sky and, you know, Sterix build. That is definitely a more facilitating type build, and it says, you know what, I'm not playing for the kills. As we see 0-4 and 21 says, I'm going to facilitate. I'm going to allow Night Ravens to carry. I'm going to allow Fist to carry. I'm going to allow Homura to carry. You know, in this situation, definitely something to keep an eye on. And I think if Homura and Ninja can stay this synced up, we're going to see this end in a 3-1.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited as we hop into game 4 here. I apologize, my camera's bugging out a little bit, but stay tuned. We will be right back for Game 4 of our Vanquisher League semifinals. Don't go anywhere. Sorry, yeah, the camera's totally...
You do like crazy, oh 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 crazy, oh 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 crazy, crazy, oh oh crazy, oh 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 crazy, 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 crazy.
Welcome back to the Vanquisher League Semifinals. If you missed the last game, TMG Death Knights took a 2-1 lead over Half-Orc Barbarians in a really stompy Game 3, the most decisive one of the series. And, you know, we're here to see now in Game 4, can Half-Orc Barbarians make a comeback?
Yeah, very much so. What's this?
Yes, they can. Angry Seder is here to explain exactly why HOB can make a comeback. HOB are the best team I have ever seen to ever play bot lane. Revnon is my god. He converted me in a 3-game series playing Jin Zhao and a set ult which took apart the world. So, very quickly to you guys, are you now converted over to the Church of HOB, or do you still believe in our undefeated best team that ever graced Vanquisher, or are you on the right side of history?
Well,
we'll have to see.
It's close. You know what? I'm on the side of let's see a 5-game series. That's what I want to see. I want to see Half-Orc Barbarians bring it back another one. Let's see what Revnon's going to pull out as his champion pool. Jin Zhao, one of those picks that is still left open. So I would love to see that happen in this game.
You know what, Seder? I'm planting my flag in the sand. Finally, I have tried for too long to be an unbiased play-by-play caster, and I'm done. I love TMG Death Knights. They hype me up in my DMs after the cast, and that's all I needed. They've bribed me into liking their team through saying nice things about me.
I've seen it in the general chat. Every single time they compliment me on the HOB side, they come in with like, oh no, we like Mojo because Mojo stands with us. I don't care about how they feel about you, Mojo. I don't care. Name one interesting pick they've played. Go on.
The winning ones.
Who cares about winning? It's about legacy. It's about legacy. It's about
it wasn't good, but they did play Garen Jungle. It wasn't good, but they played it.
They did play it.
Garen Jungle, okay, but have you seen a set bot CS diff?
That is valid. You know what? There, no shade to Crushing Rock, but extremely valid. The CS diff for set was a little wild.
We have seen it. It happened in Game 1. All right, Seder, we're going to keep you around. We're going to hop into draft for this Game 4. Stick around and help us out here. What does Half-Orc Barbarians need to do?
First of all, I will actually be a little bit unbiased here and say the Team GD are a very, very good team, and FOS is probably one of the best mid laners I have ever seen grace Ahri. I'm not going to say in the league, because that is incorrect, because we did have LL Cool Jace, which is probably the best name I've seen in a while, but his Ahri is absolutely exceptional. So with that one gone, and we're starting to see FYS's pool disappear a little bit, we're going to see more of those control mages, I think, start to creep through, which allows Revnon to play a little bit more aggressive in that bot side, because you're not going to see as much roaming down towards there. So I think if they can get something for FYS that lets them move around the map, that is their win condition.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see that. It is also important to note that we are in game 4 of our Fearless Draft, and therefore I believe each team will get less bans this game. I believe the second ban phase will be skipped. Am I correct about that ruling?
That's game
Yeah,
five.
this is the second one. And then game 5, there's actually no bans. So game 4, we get 3. Game 5, we get none. Looks like we'll have to get a production check for our bans here. But Half-Orc Barbarians, I mean, B1 here. What's left in the tank? I mean, is this where we just see B1 Jin Zhao and Revnon throw down the gauntlet? But it's going to be the Zac. The Zac's going to get locked in.
Yeah, okay, so I've seen this before coming through. I believe it was actually Sir Raven that played that. I don't think that was a bot lane pick. So Revenant's still cooking. There's still some cooking going on there. I have a feeling that with the Sivir coming through, there's one pick in my mind, and it's not the Jin Zhao. There's another pick that he plays that kind of creeps through, and I have a strange feeling we might see an Urgot creep through. But on the other side,
Really?
From Sivir is a very, very good bot lane to play. The only issue I have with it is that it's very Sivir anti-ADC focused. And when you pick an Urgot into the bot lane, that's not an ADC, that's a Revnon.
That's a Revnon. Hey, you called it out. That Urgot is going to be locked in here, you know, giving some pressure here. And the Rel, something that we did see Toad play a lot this split, going to be locked down. That's a lot of CC in the bot.
Yeah, I'd love to see what they could get for FYS in the mid lane here. As far as TMGD, yeah, there it is. Talia, I like the Talia pick. That's going to enable him to move out of the mid lane, make plays on that bot lane, maybe run up the top lane. This is kind of exactly what we wanted to see him on.
No, it's not. No, it's not what I wanted to see. It's not what I wanted to see. It's a game. It's not the game 4. Game 5, yes, but not game 4. That is exactly what I did not want him to pick. But we are going to see the Talia, which I did say roaming is what FYS needs to do. Get around that map and make sure that Revnon can't get activated as much as Toad and Revnon in that bot lane are absolute saints at getting away from dives and somehow surviving. FYS is an absolute monster and murderer. It's the best. He's a serial killer in that bot side. So what do you want to see coming through, especially you, Leslie? I want to see, what do you want to see coming through here on the rest of this?
Well, I think, of course, for the side of TMGD, we've got to get Ninja on something proactive. He's got to be able to continue to make plays. Maokai is definitely one of those options. I also know it's a takeaway from HOB, although Toad is the one who generally plays it. So I love seeing that. I also think it's interesting, you know, what Night Raven wants to put in. Because I think after the performance in game number 3 there, Sir Raven's probably looking to just neutralize and say, hey, I'm going to make sure you don't go 11-2 and whatever your assists are. And I'm going to fight with my team as we get this Victor online. That's going to be locked in for LL Cool J's. And the Viego going to be the final pick. I actually love this. I think LL Cool J's has had an incredible series so far. And continuing to put him on what will be a late game carry for this is going to be a great choice. But this pick for me is going to kind of decide the draft and be Olaf, as they are going to put Night Ravens on another, you know, lane dominant champion as we get here into game number 4.
Yeah, look, I'm going to have to go because I can't be stepping on all of your games. I can't be jumping in here constantly, but I will say that I will be watching this at 4 o'clock in the morning, Irish time. Always supporting my boys, but I might fall asleep. Best of luck, guys. Have a great cast, and I will see you all very, very soon.
We appreciate it. Thanks so much for stopping by, Sater, helping us prep this game 4 between TMG Death Knights and Half-Orc Barbarians. We're about ready to get into it. Leslie, who you got?
Oh, so here's the thing here. Olaf is just so feast or famine for me, and I actually have to give the edge here to Half-Orc Barbarians. I do like their comp a little more. You know, of course, the Urgot not going to be as punished by the range. I do think the Braum does give them a lot of safety in that bot lane, but I also think he's going to struggle to move around the map the same way. So I think this game is going to be decided by if Fist and Ninja can get linked up together, and or can they get a lead in the top side? Because I think if this goes to 5v5s as the game goes on, HOB is going to have a huge advantage.
Yeah, I'm completely with you there. I think the onus is mostly on Ninja to push advantages, to get some picks on the Maokai, to hit level 6 and hit that Nature's Advance, right? Like really get in there, get Fist some kills, get Night Raven some kills, snowball this game like they did the last one. They've got the momentum going for them. We'll see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's so much burst potential to come out here from HOB. Obviously, getting those resets going to be key to get this Viego online and potentially take over the games. I do like this Talia a lot. I think it gives you a lot of agency. The Zac, the Viego, the Urgot, the Rel, all of these champions have those movement abilities. But we'll have to see how it goes as we get into game number 4.
Yeah, here we go. This could be the final game of our Vanquisher League semifinals. Half-Orc Barbarians, their backs are on the ropes. They've got 1 game, but TMGD has 2. Can the Barbarians take us to game 5? Or is TMGD really just the best team in the league?
Yeah, absolutely. And I you know what? I have a gut feeling that we're going to see a game 5. And I, you know what? I'm going to plant my flag too. Actually, you know what? I shouldn't plant my flag. My allegiance is for sale. Half-Orc Barbarians, TMGD. I could use some compliments in the chat. Help my self-esteem. So whoever wants to get it out there, we'll see what happens. A little bit of an invade coming here. Oh my gosh. But you know what? I think this is a good potential. I like HOB's draft a heck of a lot more than TMGD's here. So I could see us easily go into a game number 5.
Yeah, I could see it. Like we've said, it's similar to last game, right? They've got the very powerful 5v5. They're scaling into the later game. Victor will be a monster in these team fights. Hopefully Divine will as well. But to be completely honest, I need to see something from Divine. His Nocturne game was good, but he was still mostly capitalizing on plays made by the rest of his team. And now, to be fair, that's what Viego does as well, right? But I need to see Divine perform in these team fights. We know that Ninja can do it on the other side. We know that the rest of the players on Half-Orc Barbarians can do it. Can Divine step up to the plate and put up a carry performance on the Viego?
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that's definitely going to be the case. I also, again, we look towards this top side. I really have to see, can this Olaf get ahead and stay ahead? I think, Sir Raven obviously is just going to look to neutralize this the best he can and collect XP and basically not run it down. I think if he does that, though, he's just going to have so much better team fight. And I know I've said that, but it's a point I really want to stick to as the game goes on.
Yeah, it's true. And I do think a lot of that scaling, however, will come down to dragon stacking. Every single one of these games, we have gotten at least to Soul Point. And Soul Point team fights have been what decide these games, right? I think that early dragons are so hugely prioritized. Now, we saw last game the effectiveness that Grubs can have. The Night Raven's trading heavily onto Sir Raven on the top side here, sacrificing a little bit of his mana to get that push, get the Zac's HP down. Now, Zac, hard to kill in the lane with the passive, with a lot of health regen from the blobs. Manaless champ, hard to push out of lane, but if anyone can do it, it's Olaf.
Yeah, absolutely. Although that passive, of course, on the Zac, going to do so much work, that cell division, allowing him to kind of, stay alive. And even if he does get killed, you got to do it twice. Like you said, neutralizing. He's definitely down quite a bit of CS so far. But we see this, Hamura and Ninja linking up. This is something they do so very well. They're going to find out that, of course, Divine is pathing towards that top side, continuing his full clear. You got to assume that maybe they're going to want to play around Grubs, depending on how this priority on the bot side goes. But we'll see how it shakes out.
No, it looks like Ninja actually went for a flash play in the mid lane, flashed over the Raptors wall, and blew LL Cool J's flashes. We have a bit of a skirmish on the bot side as well. Hamura stunned up, pulled back into the team, has to flash out, doesn't have the W available. First blood goes to the Urgot. Toad may have pushed up too far, but no, flash is out of the turret range now. Revnon still has the flash, Crushing Rock, everything up, pops the Ghost. Ninja is here now, though. No flash from the mid play, though. They're gonna get the Rel. Can they find the Urgot under the tower as well? Not quite gonna get in range. And in the mid lane, there was the kill as well. LL Cool J's picked up one on Abyss. It's bloody in the start of this game 4.
Yeah, holy cow. I mean, that's going to be huge. That Victor getting ahead here, putting Chris behind, his ability to roam. We should get a quick replay on this solo kill. And it does look like it's just that. Just a complete solo kills. We'll see what happens here.
Oh, this is actually the first play. This was the Maokai flash over the Raptor wall gank that blew LL Cool J's flash. See, he flashes here. And then I do think when he comes back, yeah, we're going to fast forward here a bit. I think Viego comes in and Divine actually sets this up. Yeah, LL Cool J's gets traded onto Fist, thinks he's winning the trade. A flash W from Divine. Really well played. At the same time as that bot play was going on, right? They knew that Ninja wasn't there. He'd already been there blowing the flash. So well played. A good bait, sort of, from LL Cool J's getting Fist in. Fist kept the flash up, is still winning in CS in this lane. But we're watching top lane again. Night Raven's down a touch of XP, it would appear, but up a good, healthy amount of CS and has taken a recall over Sir Raven, who has not.
Yeah, just that cheater recall, able to get that early coal, just as a kind of the same state advantage there. As we do see that Urgot already picking up, even in CS in the bot side, but you know, Fizz doing a great job of using his ability to push the wave better early on to get priority in the mid lane. Of course, as we see those upgrades come through for the Victor, that glorious evolution, the Hextech Ray will, of course, do some damage. We've got a fight going.
Yeah, a bit of a skirmish down for the Dragon, but Half-Orc Barbarians have pushed up way too far. It's a 4v3, and those concussive blows are stacking up. Ninja picks one up. I believe Crushing Rock picked up the other. That's 2 easy kills for the side of TMGD. The Dragon is all theirs.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Fist needs to get priority, needs to be able to move around and make an impact in the game, and that's exactly what he did there.
Yeah, and just showing the real incredible power of Braum in early skirmishes, right? That passive is so powerful. It's one of the best stuns early in the game. It's so consistent. You can proc it onto so many members over the course of one team fight, and Sivir, really great at procking it, has a lot of attack speed, and just goes to show how much work it can do in those fights. They also, like, that was a 3v4 for Half-Orc Barbarians, right? You're absolutely right in saying Fist got there first, had the first move, so that secures them the Drake pretty easily. We'll see if Grubs are contested. Priority is fully going to Half-Orc Barbarians, as the top lane is even pushing in towards the Night Ravens now. Because he took it back and lost some XP, he lost a couple of trades there, but still up in CS, takes a good trade there. We'll see if they want to contest, try to push him off these Grubs.
Yeah, it should be pretty good. Of course, they do have the support here as Toad helps to secure these Grubs. It does look like Ninja's just going to go ahead and farm his Raptors.
Yeah.
The Braum, Hamura kind of hiding out here, maybe looking to bait Revnon here at the bottom. As he does look here, the concussive blow is going to land.
Yeah, Revnon has no flash. I think maybe trying to bait them, say, hey, did Braum move up to contest the Grubs? Is he not here? But Revnon doesn't fall for it, dashes out of the way pretty quickly. Crushing Rock not able to land the stun on him. So all goes back to neutral in that bot lane. We've traded early objectives.
Yeah, and of course, the wave pressure by Sivir, absolutely huge, but it is so mana hungry in these early levels until that Essence Reaper can come through, as we are going to see them able to take this back. You know, those full boots already bought. I love that. The extra speed is what's going on top side.
Yeah, here he comes. A twisted advance, follows him all the way. Zach pops that ulti, starts bouncing, but pretty much nothing expect from TMGD, so that's a good gank as far as Maokai is concerned. Viego is now here, though. We'll see if they want to take the 2v2 flash out from Ninja, but still gets pulled back in by the stretching strikes. Heartbreaker in, a lot of damage from the Viego, but it's not enough to silence the Olaf. Ragnarok has come, and it is shutting down the Viego. Sir Raven flashes out. They're going to let him get back over the wall. That's a kill to the Olaf, pushing in the wave. Going to deny it from the Zach. Huge pickup at the top lane 2v2 for TMGD.
Yeah, it looked really bad there. You know, the Maokai tried to flash to avoid the stretching strikes and didn't quite get out far enough. But the Olaf, that Ragnarok, that extra passive healing doing so much damage. And the level 6 not being through for Ninja ends up not mattering.
Yeah, really didn't matter at all. I mean, Viego tried to ult in there, but like, if you don't exactly get the kill, you're gonna fall on Viego. And I think fighting into Olaf at that level on that power spike is just a mistake. He just wins fights early on in the game, especially melee, like close range fights. He's pretty much unbeatable in 1v1s and 2v2s this early on.
Yeah, absolutely. I do love to see this. I want to point this build out. We see the early recall boots coming out for Fizz. This has been a huge pickup for early tempo advantages. You know, as Fizz wants to be able to move around the map and get back and make plays. And I really love to see that tempo, especially when they had that death going on early, the ability to kind of get back and recall quicker, get back to lane quicker. Of course, our Half-Orc Barbarian bot lane sitting on this ward, not going to be able to to get any cheese going on here as Hamura sneaking on the backside maybe.
Yeah, looking for a flank. Ninja is here, sweeps out. They have no wards. Half-Orc Barbarians may have pushed up too far in order to try and get this lane gank. As here it comes, the Nature's Grasp is not going to land onto the Urgot. Flashes out of the way, but Toad gets knocked back into the team, stunned up by the concussive blast here. Oh, and he's going to get pulled back in by Fist. Falls to Ninja. That's another kill to TMGD this early. Fist TP's out, going to catch the wave mid lane. Another beautiful roam from the Talia.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's Fizz just getting that prio, making those moves happen. you know, those recall boots allowing him to kind of save that TP. And you know what? Fizz is playing exactly how we want to see him play in this game. I mean, that's just goes to show.
There was a pretty big kill on the top side, though. As we were watching Fizz TP back up, it seems that Divine and Sir Raven caught out Night Ravens, got him lacking a little bit, maybe pushed up a bit too far, and Viego picked up the kill on the Olaf. So pretty big, actually, in evening that lane back out for the Zac. We'll have to see. Yeah, we're getting a replay on what happened here. We'll have to watch this. Maybe Night Raven's just not aware that Viego was in the area. Yeah, his ward. No, his ward didn't expire. He sees him. He just pushed up too far. Yeah. Unfortunately, doesn't win 1v2s that way. Almost wins 1v2s, if we're being completely honest. That's a little disgusting, but the Heartbreaker over the top seals the deal. A good cross-map pickup for Half-Orc Barbarians. Absolutely. Really, like, actually pretty much neutralizes that whole play, and they're actually up in gold off the back of that.
Yeah, absolutely. The second spawn of Grubs really looking to push. They do have that priority, of course, Fizz backing after catching that wave. I want to point out here, like, keeping an eye on this Viego build, deciding what route he decides to go. You know, the current Viego build, you have kind of one of two ways. You know, you can think towards this Triforce to give yourself a little bit of tanky, and you can go Bruiser. After Triforce, you can go Sundered Sky, Sterix Gauge, Death's Dance, or there's a much damage heavier build that looks at basically going crit. So you go Collector into you know, Lord Dominic's Regard, and the item that's escaping me our shielding item that got nerfed into the ground a bunch because Samira abused it.
Shield bow?
Shield bow, thank you. Yeah, shield bow. So that's also an item route that he could go. So I think it just kind of depends on how the game's played out. They are going to have pretty tanky members from the Zac, Urgot, and Rel. So I wouldn't be surprised if Divine goes for a more damage-heavy build.
Yeah, I think that's what I'd like to see. Is we see the objectives have been completely split here. All 6 Grubs over to Half-Orc Barbarians. The drag gets the TMGD, but hold that thought as Ninja Blast going over the wall way deep into enemy lines. Was looking for a flank of some kind, but gets caught out. LL Cool Jace picks up the shutdown on the Victor. That's a huge influx of gold to the mid laner for Half-Orc Barbarians.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Maybe the thought was for Fizz to go with him, and they're just a poor Blast Cone placement, or maybe they didn't see that 4th member of Half-Orc Barbarians, but that's a huge misstep.
Yeah, that may end up costing them a lot as we look at Viego pulling out to a quite large CS lead here over the Maokai, up a level as well, and this is going to give LL Cool J so much pressure in the mid lane. Has that Blackfire Torch completed, is shoving in these waves so quickly, putting the pain down on the Fizz. LL Cool J has to show up here. We saw him in games 1 and 2. Put out monster performances, most damage in the game in both of those games. Can he do it again here in game 3 on the Victor?
I mean, I think so. You know, Victor is a champ that I actually play quite a lot too, and I think he's so much power here. The wave control he's about to have, he has the upgraded Hextech Ray, he has that Blackfire Torch. He's going to continue likely building the Leandri second. He's already stacking a Dark Seal. You know, I think as he can kind of maintain his positioning, which, let's be honest, LL Cool J probably has had some of the best positioning in this series that we've seen all split. So I think that's a realistic thing for us to ask for from him. And like you said, the Viego already ahead, so them being able to pop these initial members, you know, the combo, the Siphon Power into Arcane Storm, the damage that LL Cool J can get down with a Heartbreaker, they can get these resets early on in a fight. Like I said, I think Half-Orc Barbarians is really poised to take down these team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. As we see some action in the mid lane, Toad coming in with the Magnet Storm is going to pick up the kill. A little unfortunate there, but denies the wave, takes down Fizz. Maybe going to pop a plate here as well. That's a good roam up from Toad. As we said, Homura just not unlocked on this Braum pick. Not going to be able to match the roams from Toad like he normally can. Not going to be able to create that pressure across the map like he normally can. And the gold lead starting to open up a bit here for Half-Orc Barbarians. As we see, trying to catch Ninja out in his own jungle too. Oh, pop the Blast Cone, sending him in. Gets a Phase Rush proc though. Yeah, flashes out. That's okay. He lives those. Maokai's a pretty speedy little boy down there. And Urgot really safe down here. Like probably completely not diveable. Crushing Rock, nice tanking up the tower, saving Homura there from the disdain dash in from Urgot. Nothing much going to happen in the bot lane, but once again, Revnon's up CS.
Yeah, and I think too, you got to look at Divine here. He is just going to continue to push the CS lead and CS lead. As most jungle players know, especially since the nerfs, Maokai's jungle clear is not great. Is it playable? Sure. but you definitely want to look for those advantages early. And I don't know that we've found enough. We're approaching 15 minutes into the game. He is down roughly 30 CS right now, and unless they can make some plays happen, which they are going to be looking here.
Yeah, they're looking on the LL Cool J's, but they're not going to find it. Maokai forces a twisted advance to get out. May fall anyway, doesn't have the flash. Hamura on the bot side of the fight. Oh, Revenant, the fear beyond death, catches him sleeping. Fist forced to flash out. Now Divine in with the Heartbreaker. Not going to find anything, but Crushing Rock and Fist taken low. Forced to back off. Sir Raven is here as well. No objective up for Half-Orc Barbarians to take, but they'll take a couple of kills.
Yeah, and this is the downside too. The Maokai, of course, you kind of have to go that Leandre so that your clear can keep up. But the downside with that is you are not nearly as tanky as normal, as Fist in trouble, not seeing that he is being pinched off here.
Yeah, TP'd in to try and catch the bot wave, but maybe caught a little unawares. No, gets out with the Weaver's Wall. That's nice. Weren't able to knock him off of it in any way, so does escape a little bit of a tricky situation there. Blew the TP and the ulti just for the flank from Revenant, so still well played to Half-Orc Barbarians, fighting back in this early game, really putting on a show of these early skirmishes and neutralizing the places where TMGD started to find advantages.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like I said, I think they're doing a good job of, and Divine did it early on, right? Is like, okay, LL Cool J is having a great series. We need to put more attention into him. We need to give him more options to be active on the map, as we see 4 people going towards his bot side, maybe they're just looking to get priority on this drag. The Scuttle Crab going to be taken right now, and this third drag going to be up here in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, looking very Half-Orc Barbarian favored in terms of taking the drag. Sir Raven has moved down to the mid lane as well as now jumping over the mid lane with the elastic slingshot, right? Has moved down in here. They have complete control of the dragon. I think TMGD is going to have to give it, maybe look to get a tower on the top side or something, but no, Sir Raven TPing all the way back up. A great roam. Now, do they want to late contest it? Looks like they do. Ooh. Yeah, popping the Nature's Grasp. Here it comes. They've pushed him completely off the dragon. A really solid late contest from TMGD. They're going to try to secure this dragon as quick as they can. Sivir melts it down pretty quickly. Maokai has great smite secure with that Bramble Smash. He's going to pick up the 3rd dragon of the game. That's sole point for TMGD. Screw a gold lead. That is huge.
Yeah, and just a great job of taking your time. You know, as soon as they see that TP from Sir Raven go through, getting the advantage here. We do have another fight going on.
Yeah, they're going to push in, try to dive this bot tier 1. Hamura caught out of position. The Glacial Fisher not going to stop the Viego. He is unstoppable in that fight as Night Raven's looking to take a 1v1 over Sir Raven up here, but I don't know if you actually chase down and win these against a Zac just healing up so much. Looks like they're just going to kind of hit each other and walk back off. Half-Orc Barbarians, good play after losing the Dragon to get a little something back on the bot side. They got the top tier 1 too through better use of TPs. LL Cool J's walked up from the Dragon, pressured the mid wave. Night Ravens TP'd down to the mid wave to protect the mid tower and lost the top tower in the process. So well played to Half-Orc Barbarians there in figuring that out. Feats of Strength have gone over to TMGD when they secured that Dragon, I believe. But gold lead still in the favor of Half-Orc Barbarians. It's anyone's game.
Yeah, up about 3K. Of course, the Dragon's roughly worth 500-ish gold worth of stats. So it's really interesting to see. You know, they're not too far behind that they can't make a comeback here. But, like I said, I think Half-Orc Barbarians kind of just get stronger as this game goes on. You know, Sivir definitely somewhat of a late game, you know, hyper carry potential. But this Victor already off to a much more aggressive start.
Yeah.
Revenant not behind in any way. And let's be honest, the only one who's really behind here is Toad. And guess what? You don't really care. You want Toad to flash, crash down rockets. I mean, you just want him to go in all the time anyway. And if you're trading your support for the fight, you're happy with the outcome.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if he lives or not. And look at those items in the mid lane. LL Cool J's with just such a huge gold lead over Fist. And that's going to convert into mid pressure, and that mid pressure and top pressure, which is really surprising, is going to convert into a Herald pickup for the Half-Orc Barbarians. They're going to claim this Herald completely uncontested, and Divine keeps up his 30 CS lead, and we see the CS gap completely closed in the top lane. Sir Raven now has equal pressure to Night Ravens. Is it time already to say that this Olaf is fallen off?
I don't know if we're quite there yet, but I think we're close. I mean, I think there's some angles in these fights where if you can pop Ragnarok and get onto this back line, you know, with LL Cool J and maybe the Viego, just the immobile mage, that might be kind of your angle, but it's going to be tough. I mean, I think you're to a point now where you didn't get a significant enough lead where you can really do too much with Sir Raven, especially because he does have that Bramble Vest. That healing is going to be reduced. You don't have any type of anti-heal. So we'll have to see, but I think it's close. I think Olaf is in a pretty poor position here on how these fights have to play out.
Yeah, it's maybe not game over, but it's at least not what you wanted to see when you picked Olaf. Right? When you pick Olaf, you have a vision in your mind of how the game is going to play out. And so far for Night Ravens, that has not been how it has looked since that first top 2v2. But check it back in here on the state of the game. 8 kills to 5 in terms of in favor of Half-Orc Barbarians, but 3 dragons for TMGD with the next one spawning in a minute and a half. It is going to be a fight for Vision and Bryo.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's going to go ahead and dash away there. You know, we go to look at levels across the map. Level lead in top for this Zach, level lead in the jungle for Viego, even levels here in the mid lane, even levels for our AD carries, even levels, Toad just ticking over to level 9, so level ahead. There's definitely some increased experience. Of course, this Otacon is up and on the map. Half-Orc Barbarians got some vision down here, but aren't going to look to contest this so far. Our dragon is up in 1 minute. This is Soul for TMGD, and if you're TMGD, if you can find a way to get this dragon, you put yourselves in a much better position with Mountain Soul to try to play out these fights.
Yeah, it is. Both teams have decent ward setup, but from different angles, right? TMGD has wards setting up to move in from mid lane into the dragon, whereas Half-Orc Barbarians have great vision from the bot lane moving up. And we'll have to see if they're able to play through this. That's double TPs in the mid lane, though. Half-Orc Barbarians know that they need to fight here and now. TMGD looks like they want to contest, though, not just going to give it over and hope to scale. They're going to push the advantage to try to fight this now. Toad taking down to half already. That's a great crash down. Magnusword finds 3 people. They are blowing up on the side of TMGD. That's 2 down already. Olaf tries to fight back best he can, but the Urgot is melting through them. Herald crashes in on the mid lane. Crushing Rock is down as well. Viego is resetting everywhere. 1 kill comes through just from the burn, but it doesn't matter. Toad rips them apart.
Yeah, that was an absolutely great engage. Like we said, we don't care if we go in and give our life as the Rel there. Absolutely wonderful. We're going to get a quick replay here as we see this engage. Of course, the Unraveled Earth, like, trying to buy space and get him here, but Toad not really caring too much. If he gets stunned here, that's totally fine. The huge Rocket Storm. This is what we talked about. The Braum here just gets totally burst down and gets exploded. Those resets start to go here, and just so much damage. Look at this Arcane Storm doing so much here. It's already upgraded from LL Cool J's. Crushing Rock doing his best to kite back, but that's it. And I think, we're getting another fight here? Is LL Cool J's just getting another double kill? I mean,
we're back to live, and Victor has picked up 2 more. Viego picks up 1 as well. That's 3 more down on the side of Team GD. The Dragon already fell to Half-Orc Barbarians. Maybe they're going to look to move down to the Otacon as well. Ninja forced to recall in his own jungle here. Yeah, Toad with a great engage, and you just don't care if your Rel dies. Victor does so much damage in this fight, and Fist did not get to play the game. The CC chain from Rel into Victor into Zach, putting him in the bounce. Oust. TMGD is down and out of this game. Gold lead almost extended all the way to 10k. Otacon may bring it all the way up there. This Otacon is at 23 minutes, and it is Voracious Otacon, which is our GA focused Otacon, I believe, or Ruinous. I don't remember which name it is, but it's the GA one, because there were not a lot of kills early in this game, and it's 23 minutes, which is what's important, which means that the buff will transfer over to the Baron fight, right? Half-Orc Barbarians will be able to leverage this false life buff into a potential Baron and maybe just close out the game from there.
Yeah, it's gonna be huge. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna get a quick replay here of that second Dragon fight as TMG just kind of ran back, maybe trying to contest, but a huge engage there. As, yeah, like I said, as these team fights play out, it's just so much easier for Half-Orc Barbarians to play these fights out. They have such good engage with Zach and Rel here that it's so much easier to get on top and blow up these single targets. Yeah. This is going to be a tough way back in for TMG.
I get what they're looking for there, but I think it's a little misguided. They clearly think, okay, we need to steal this dragon or the game is just going to slip away from us completely. Like, if we could steal it and secure Soul, maybe there's a way back in. But the way in which they do it involves them fighting without Crushing Rock right? And that's just never going to work. We're fighting without our hyper carry, who's like probably most of our damage to these team fights. Still at 2 items only on the Sivir, right? Like, Sivir just doesn't really do enough damage at 2 items for you to get anything done. But the issue is they've let the game slip away so fast. It's only 25 minutes, and they're down this much gold. Yes, they still have the lead in the Dragons, but Baron has spawned. False Life is still up for Half-Orc Barbarians. You have to think they can't contest this one.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this cryo in the mid lane. Like you said, they really can't. I mean, how do you walk in here? You don't. I mean, the Fist on the backside, it does look like Sir Raven's going to go in. Maybe just trying to buy some time here.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. He has the False Life, so if he falls buying time, great, totally fine. Revnon backing off a little bit here. Nature's Grasp is in over the top, getting a lot of work done, but Ninja falls so quickly to LL Cool J's. The Arcane Storm is ticking down on top of everyone, and it's growing bigger and bigger and bigger. The fear beyond death grows it one more time. Revnon with the snipe from downtown. This game is all but over. Half-Orc Barbarians in game 4 say, no, we are here to fight. We are here to bring this semifinals all the way to a game 5.
Yeah, 10,000 gold lead here. You gotta imagine we're seeing the TP, and they're gonna push these timers. They're gonna try to end it right now.
Yeah, here they go. They're pushing down on the Nexus turrets. Hamura is the only one left alive. 3 seconds on Ninja on the Valkyrie, but it is not going to be enough. He does not have the wave clear for that 6. Grubs makes it so easy for Half-Orc Barbarians. They set their sights on Hamura. They're padding their stats. They're hitting down the Nexus, and we're going to game 5.
Yeah, absolutely great comeback performance from Half-Orc Barbarians. I think this was draft diff, man. I think, like I said it earlier, their team comp is just so much easier to execute as this game goes on. I mean, it's just so easy, as we saw it. You know, what do we talk about in drafts? Reliable, engage. Oh my gosh, you're right. But still, I'm gonna finish the thought. Reliable, engage, the go button, and damage. Hey, we had damage on the side of LL Cool J. We had damage on the side of Divine. We had a little bit of damage, well, realistically from the side of Zach, but Zach and Rel doing such a good job. That triple magnet storm lockdown that the Toad was able to find at that drag fight, just absolutely pivotal. You know, LL Cool J was also just never really pressured. Like I said, when you're Olaf and you're behind, or let me rephrase, and you're not super ahead, like he wasn't in that game, you really have no way to get in there and do anything. You know, so it's almost a 4v5 in and of itself there. And I think this was just a total draft dip. And I think if you're TMGD, you showed us how you want to play the game in game number 3, and you absolutely dominate on it. Why are we changing it up? Why?
Sure.
Why are we doing it?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. LL Cool J's just styled on them in these fights. I mean, look at that. That is more than double anyone else's damage in the entire lobby by quite a lot. He fisted like 8k, right? And LL Cool J's did 29k.
I just gotta say, if Half-Orc Barbarians happens to come back and win this series, LL Cool J's.
Yeah.
I mean, MVP. I'm not saying there's not other big plays for him, but LL Cool J's positioning, his consistency, his ability to operate inside these team fights so effectively has been amazing.
Yeah. And coming into this match, I think the assumption was that Fist was the better mid laner, right? We've seen Fist be so consistent throughout the course of the split, and it's not like he played particularly bad in this game, but he is not putting out damage to the same degree that LL Cool Jace is. All right, but it's getting late here. Game 4 is down. We are headed to game 5 of a Fearless Draft. We're going to go to a quick break, but stay tuned. We will be back as soon as possible. Welcome back to game number 5 of the Vanquisher series. I'm Mojo Pal. That's Leslie. We have a banger here for you. We played a little Silver Scrapes. I'm shouting it out with my official LCS Silver Scrapes shirt. A little transcription of the Mark Z classic bee woo woo moment that I will not be recreating any more than that. But
that was enough, right?
How we feeling, Leslie?
Oh, well, you know what? I said it. I wanted a game 5. I wanted to see
You did.
how these drafts would go the distance. I wanted to see if Half-Orc Barbarians was able to pull out enough. And, you know, Sader said it. Sader said the Zinzao is a pick for Revnon that's like a clutch pick for him. You know, said that's the pick that made him a believer. So that's still up on the table. Of course, we will get to see TMGD does get to pick side select. The big thing when it comes to this draft is Zyra has been banned all series. All series. This is Crushing Rock. This is like what he got to Masters with. This is how he made his name. They have side select. They can pick blue side. They can B1 the Zyra, which you've got to imagine is what's going to happen. So that being said, if you're Half-Orc Barbarians, you have to know that going in. Okay, they're going to pick the Zyra. That's how they're going to play this bot lane. How am I going to adapt our draft to go through this? But at the same time, TMGD, please go back to game 3. Please get Homura on something he can move around the map with and link up with Ninja on and play for your solo laners. Can we please do that? Can we please go back to this? This is how you guys need to play the game. You've executed it well. All split. Quit trying other things. Please. Please.
Yeah.
Go back to this.
It's true. We want Homura on something that gives him a little more agency than the Braum. Even if Crushing Rock picks Zyra, that'll help a lot in freeing up Homura to roam throughout the map. I also want to point out that Mbessa has been banned all series long by Half-Orc Barbarians. They do not want to see Night Ravens playing the Mbessa, but it will be up this game if they pick blue side. Maybe they can trust, hey, we don't think Half-Orcs play Zyra to the extent that we do. We don't think they'll pick it away. We're B1ing Mbessa. But you know, we will have to see what it is, but here we go. I believe our draft is ready as we hop into this Game 5 Fearless Draft. Again, a reminder, as Leslie said, there are no bans in Game 5.
None. So everything's up. I mean, the Mordekaiser is one of the picks. Let me check here. Yeah, Mordekaiser, another option that's been banned the last couple of games, so we could see that. But we are going to have, again, no bans come out for. It does look like TMGD, if these sides are correct, TMGD opting for the red side here. So like you said, that maybe the gauntlet that says you don't play Zyra, so we don't need to prioritize it. And then maybe the same thing goes for Mbessa, saying, you know what, we're gonna go back to we're getting Night Ravens, the counter pick of his choice, so that we can play through him and get him a lead. And I love to see that. I'm very
absolutely
excited to see that.
If they want to give him counter pick, I'm all for it. If they say no, actually we're saving R5 for Night Ravens, he still also has the Jax, which I would argue is maybe his best champion. Is still completely in the pool. Jax and Mbessa. I'm sure he's fine with either side of that matchup. So we'll have to see where it is. We'll have to see what the priorities are. But now Half-Orc Barbarians has B1, and we've seen banned against them the entire game, the Swain and the Aesol.
Yeah, absolutely. Toad doing so much work on this Swain, and you gotta imagine LL Cool J's. He's had such an incredible series that they may just say, you know what, we're gonna lock in Aesol, but it is gonna be the Mordekaiser for Revnon. This has been a pick that he's played a couple of times throughout the split, and it's something that he's just got to be ready for. You gotta imagine if you can get to even footing with an 80 carry at level 6, you're gonna be okay with this Mordekaiser. But the Kog'Maw gonna be locked in here for Crushing Rock. They are saying, you know what, Zyra's not what we want to play into this. We've got a different idea for our team comp. And Kog'Maw Lulu, the Lulu also being banned the majority of the series. So that does make a lot of sense here. You know, if you're Half-Orc Barbarians, I also think Divine needs to be on something more proactive. You know, is the Leona going to be the lock in there? Just got a full go. I do like that. Reliable engage is one of those things that makes drafts work. The easier to execute, the higher percentage you're going to have to win. As we see the Wukong, a lot of engage options from Half-Orc Barbarians so far.
Yeah, that's nice. I like the Wukong. That's a very proactive pick for Divine. Hopefully we can see him use it akin to he did the Nocturne, hitting level 6, getting those strong ganks off. The Xin Zhao taken away. That's going to go over to Ninja. I love that as a counter to the Wukong as well. Can push him back out with the Crescent Guard, make some space for Crushing Rock on the Kog'Maw. Now, Crushing Rock's Kog'Maw has been up for debate a little bit. It is what they lost with in their seeding match. We've talked with our production team a little bit. Our observer Anti is very big on Crushing Rock building Bork, please for the love of God, on Kog'Maw. But I think this Kog'Maw pick is mostly so that Hamura can play Lulu. I think it's more about freeing Hamura up to roamer on the map, make plays on these Enchantress supports the way that he really likes to do, the way that we saw him do in the Janet in game 1, right? And see if he can unlock on the map and get them advantages all over. Now, the most important thing left here is I still think that top lane counter pick, seeing if they save it for R5 for Night Ravens. Yeah, and there's a mid lane pick for FYS. That's a Cassiopeia.
Cassiopeia. This is going to be interesting. I do like of course, the grounding going to be super effective when it comes to to Divine on that Wukong. Does look like LL Cool J's maybe locking in this Vigar as the mid lane pick. Not something you see super often. Again, that Cage buying some good space. And the Ornn going to be locked in. Weak side top for the side of Half-Orc Barbarians. Sir Raven really just trying to neutralize and help his team scale. Of course, the big thing to point out here, is going to be the scaling on the side of HOB. And as you said it, Ambessa is the call. For those of you who don't know, Mojo, the Ambessa one trick.
My girl.
The huge fan of this champ. And I am too. I think it's been kind of a great addition. Everybody thought it was going to be completely and totally oppressive and busted when it came out. And it's turned out to be good, but not, it's nothing like Diego was on. Right?
No.
Or Samira was, right? Like nothing like those champions.
Or Nefiri last week.
You mean this week?
Yeah, Nefiri still.
Yeah. But one thing I want to point out is, as the game goes late, the scaling is really leaning towards TMGD. They're going to have this Kog'Maw and this Cassiopeia to scale up, versus Half-Orc Barbarians really only going to have this Vigar. Which, of course, we know that, but Vigar's still an immobile mage, still something that they keep their eyes on. So what do we ask every game. This is game 5 of our semifinals for Vanquisher League. 2 number 1 seeds going at it, back and forth, all series long. Who are you giving the edge to in draft?
Oh, I don't know. It's a tough one. I think I'm a little bit inclined to say TMGD. Now, I know that both teams have picked really strong 5-on-5 team fight, able to play front to back, and I like that. I like that we're gonna scrap in game 5, right? I want this to end with a bang. I want it to end with brawling, and I do think that team fighting has historically in this series favored Half-Orc Barbarians a little bit. That said, I'm a little bit worried about our damage profile on Half-Orc Barbarians. I think we've indexed maybe a little heavily into magic damage with Vigar and Mordekaiser as our primary damage dealers. Yeah. And I think that Merc Treads, I think that if everyone on TMGD buys Merc Treads this game into 5cc, triple AP, you know what I mean? I think that we're sitting pretty on TMGD here. So I'm giving a slight edge to them, but I see arguments for both sides.
Yeah, I think especially if TMGD can go ahead and get towards that Feats of Warfare, the upgraded Mercury Treads, the shielding and the extra tenacity you're going to get out of that. I agree with you. You see those games in solo queue all the time where, spam tabbies in chat, spam Merc Treads in chat. I tend to agree that that's exactly how this game could go.
Yeah, here we go. We are hopping onto the Rift for game 5, the final game of the Vanquisher League semifinals. Winner of this match will move on to the finals for the Vanquisher League. Can Half-Orc Barbarians complete the upset, keep their momentum going, and take down TMGD? Or is the community decided best team in the league going to close it out?
Yeah, we'll have to see how it comes down to, and like I said, my allegiance is for sale maybe a little bit, but just kidding. I got to give it to TMGD. Like I said, I like their draft a little bit more. I think the scaling options they have, but we'll have to see. Like we said, Crushing Rocks Kog'Maw received a little bit of criticism in recent weeks. We'll have to see how that goes, but you gotta imagine we'll see the same kind of patterns that we've had in previous games, double range bot lane, being able to get that push early, as well as topside also having the same thing. So we'll see how they play it out, but I think TMGD should have good priority to play around these early objectives.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. We'll have to see how it plays out. Dragon stacking has been really, really crucial in these games. Whichever team wants to contest this early dragon thinks that it is theirs for the taking. May end up with a sizable advantage, as again, I don't think these are great split pushing comps. Bessa could do a little bit, Mordekaiser could do a little bit. A little interested in the bot lane summoner spells here. I'm happy that Crushing Rock has taken cleanse this game. That was my big complaint in game, I think it was game 2.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes after the game, I was just the whole time saying, God, please take cleanse, man. Like, you really need it. So I'm happy to see it there this game, and exhaust coming out for Revnon on the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, I think it's just another close the gap too. I also think as this game goes on and the Kog'Maw gets more and more, that exhaust is going to increase in value as we do see them, able to get the push, able to get this level 2 early. Of course, the double range into what is realistically double melee, not super surprising. Seeing priority again in all 3 waves. The wave clear from Cassiopeia is going to be humongous here early on. As everybody knows, the Twin Fang, just a very good ability to help you push the wave. But yeah, we'll see how these junglers can make an impact as we do see the huge tempo here on Divine, already having cleared 3 camps versus Fluke. It's taking an interesting clear path and actually clearing his Krugs last. Not sure what got him there, but he is going to be quite behind on tempo, although they are going to spot out. Oh, it looks like he's going to dodge that ward, actually. Excuse me. So they are going to spot out this Wukong, so we'll see if he can make something happen with this extra tempo that he's got.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he'll be able to. Hopefully he can. Wukong clears pretty fast. Ninja catching up, though. So see Ninja pathing down towards the bot side. Both junglers are. They will be here for a potential skirmish, but I really doubt anything will happen. Neither of these lanes looking to get particularly aggressive in the early game. Kog'Maw, Lulu, like, I guess they're slightly lane bullies when you compare them to Mordekaiser, Leona, but not to a large degree. His Fist taken a little low, but flashing in on LL Cool J's, forcing the flash back as well. Just asserting some dominance here in the mid lane.
Yeah, both very close. That was close. I mean, I get it. Trying to get that Noxious Blast, the passive damage you can get from Twin Fang, doing so much work there. It does look like he's going to be able to get that wave crash, though. Oh, as we are going to miss it, but first blood. Got to go over to LL Cool J as he continues to have a banger of a series.
Yeah, Fist tries to show up at the beginning here and say, no, it's me, like I am the dominant mid laner in this matchup, and gets shut down for it. LL Cool J picks up that first blood. That's going to be huge getting those stacks up on the Veigar. Let's see how it happened.
Yeah, this replay here, it looks like, he's just going to get caught by the cage.
Oh, this is, yeah, this is before the flash play, actually.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
He's
hits level 4.
Forward.
Flash
it's a little aggressive. Maybe he thought that he hit the Noxious Blast there. But let's look at it here. I mean, he is kind of one shot on anything, trying to get that wave cleared and pushed. But he is just going to get stuck by the cage. Yep. Some classic Veigar gaming as we get started here. So yeah, that's something we really got to keep our eye on, because this Cassiopeia is going to be pivotal to how these side lanes play out. So if he's going to be too far behind, this could lead to a real problem.
Yeah, now it is the same story that we've seen before so far in this series, where LL Cool J gets an early kill and Fist takes a CS lead off of it anyway, right? So not the end of the world for the Cassiopeia here. Is down a significant amount of gold in the lane right now, right? Blasting wand on the Veigar compared to just a D ring for the Cassiopeia, right? That's pretty sizable. That's a substantial disadvantage in the lane, but Fist will be okay. He could scale up with the Cassio. He'll be totally fine with the CS is even. Now, if we look elsewhere on the map, Bessa up 10 CS in the top lane, and bot lane neutral as always. Revnon and Toad are so good at neutralizing these lanes despite picking melee champs.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, it does look like we're going to get some setup here for this dragon. Hamura being unlocked on this Prio in the bot lane to move around and get some vision. Although we do have some camps up for Xin Zhao, you may look to get those first. But we do have full Prio on the bot lane. You got to imagine they want to look at this drag as they're pinging it out already.
Yeah, I think they do, but both teams are here. We haven't really seen this yet in these games so far, like a first dragon contest to this extent. But it looks like they're not going to go for it. Divine going to recall off, say, hey, no, look, I know that we don't have pressure. We lost the mid lane prior. We lost the bot lane prior. We're going to have to give this first Drake. Going to look to move up towards the Grubs, which have now spawned. This is a slightly later first Drake than we've seen in some of the games. So the Grubs are up as well. Night Ravens, really healthy lead up at the top side. The CS lead is a little fake because he has some waves pushing in, but big health lead poking out the Ornn. That's how the matchup goes. And Mbessa can bully Ornn out in this lane. Mbessa not really a lane bully in a lot of matchups, but against Ornn, it's kind of a cakewalk.
Yeah, notice that, we've talked about this, but Hamura committing to, hey, we're going to contest these Grubs. We're going to push. We're going to fight for these feats of warfare. We're going to say, Kog'Maw, you have Flash and Cleanse. Good luck. You're into double melee, so as long as you don't miss that, you should be able to collect this under tower. And we are going to see Ninja's just going to go ahead and get started on those Grubs. TMGD looking to take both neutral objectives.
Yeah, this is all off the back of, you're right, Hamura roaming up, staying around here, and the way that Fist played that mid wave, right? He didn't push in the mid wave quick enough, so he used the miasma and kept LL Cool J's off the wave, kept it back under the tower, so he couldn't use the fact that he pushed in first to move into the river. Really nice stuff from the Cassiopeia. The Lulu being up here too just sweetens the deal, means that TMG Death Knights are going to get both of these first objectives. 3 Grubs and the first dragon go down in them. Now, they do lose a plate in the bot side for it, but Crushing Rock totally fine to CS under tower. Down, about 5-6 CS in the bot lane, but that's okay when your team gets those objectives.
Yeah, I think you're 100% okay with that. Like you said, committing so much time here with Hamura as they do kick the Scuttle Crab. We do see any of that tempo that was lost on the clear is already gained back by Ninja here. Of course, he has plenty of camps up to clear. His whole red side should show that to be a couple of camp advantage. And like you said, we'll kind of have to see as these games progress. Pretty low drama here as the game starts. Kind of different from what we're used to seeing. But of course, Hamura just around to help get this wave in, to help his solo laners out. Hey, this is what we want to see, right? Hamura getting active on the map.
Yeah, and really helping Fizz expand that CS lead that he got. Yes, he got solo killed for first blood, and yeah, that's not ideal, but up like 20 plus CS in this mid lane matchup. A little bit off the back of support intervention, but you'll take that any day of the week. Up 20 CS in the top lane as well with neutral waves. TMG DK off to a strong start.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you want to think about this as TMGD wants to scale. They want to take time on this. They're fine getting these early objectives and creating time for themselves, whether it's now or whether it's later. They're going to get to do that. I do want to point out, it looks like LL Cool J's has 72 stacks of phenomenal evil power right now. It has 72 additional AP. He has something to keep our eye on. Is LL Cool J's kind of the focal scaling power on the side of Half-Orc Barbarians, right?
Yeah, if they're going to win this game, it is going to be through LL Cool J's pumping out the damage in these team fights, as we have seen him do literally every game this series. This guy is a monster, and if they're going to win, it's going to be through him. Now, he needs good setup from his team. He needs Divine and Sir Raven to make him that space to get those engages, to keep Night Ravens and Ninja off of him. We'll see if they could do it, but a lot of pressure on LL Cool J's to win hard.
Yeah, absolutely. As Night Ravens, like you said, this Mbessa kind of controlling this matchup so far. Ooh, gonna dodge the cage here, getting some good damage on board. He's gonna walk into it last second. The Solar Flare is gonna connect. They are going to miss that Zenith Blade. Not gonna let it connect here at the end, but a good trade and a good look from the side of HOB. Toad on the roam as well.
Yeah, gets a little lucky at the end there. Did have to blow the cleanse. I think if Toad had flashed in, maybe there's a chance there, but I don't think it converts into a kill anyway. LL Cool J's a little low on mana, and we'll see the return play here from TMG DK. Ninja is around, so is Hamura, but they're just going to move down and try to secure that bot scuttle for their team, it looks like.
Yeah, Divine looking topside here. Probably just trying to get this wave crashed so that Sir Ravens can recall. It looks like our drag's going to be up in about 1 minute. Ninja already on the spot side. Hamura getting some great vision down as he kind of sneaks through the enemy jungle here. Although Revnon having a pretty good, just under 2 wave CS lead. It's going to be about 1 as they catch this wave. But he's got a couple items. He's close to this Leandri's. He could be looking to fight here. We need to keep an eye on this ultimate. The Realm of Death, definitely something that these early scaling champs don't really want to get stuck inside.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be a big spike for Mordekaiser if he can get it before the dragon, but it doesn't look like he'll be able to. Abessa does have Eclipse, though.
When becomes lightning going to connect there. Toad in a little bit of trouble, but just going to be able to walk out. But that's some damage down. That's your primary engage. It's losing about an eighth of their health so far. And this dragon looks like it's just going to get started up as, nope, maybe Ninja looking for the re-engage here.
Yeah, it seems like it. He's still around in this Tri-Brush, not spotted on a ward of any kind. The wave is pushing in. We'll see if they want to go for the dive. Not the greatest of dive champs, so I think just going to move back up to the dragon instead.
Yeah, it should be another dragon picked up. Of course, those Void Grubs are going to be up on the side of Half-Orc Barbarians. I think you're okay giving this trade out. This, of course, going to be the first feat of warfare secured for the side of TMGD. We did talk about how important this upgraded boots could be with the added value that Merc Treads will have in this game. So we'll have to see how that goes. Of course, still options to get the tower. We have 3 more kills that they would need to get to secure that last feat of warfare, but definitely a good start for it.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, those grubs going down on the top side for Half-Orc Barbarians. Finally, they get something back. But yeah, TMG DK off to a really strong start in terms of objective control, but you can tell the pressure that both teams are feeling by the pace of the game, right? I think this is by far the slowest game pace in terms of kills that we've seen this series, right? Only 1 kill at 12 minutes? Like, that's kind of unheard of between these two teams.
Yeah, I know this has been such a bloody and scrappy series. I think you're right. I mean, the pressure is like, hey, any misstep here, you know, both these teams showing that if they can get a lead, they can hold on to it. So both teams not really willing to flip the game on something they're not confident on. And you know what? I got to respect that. I think that's something we see a lot in Game 5s. It'll be interesting to see what objective or what situation causes our very first real fight to break out.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the nerves manifest a little bit in those early flash plays from Fist and then dying to the cage, right? That kind of thing. But they got the nerves out. They're playing calm, cool, collected. They're scaling up. They're getting those CS leads, right? It's working out pretty well for TMG DK so far. CS leads in top and mid, bot lane, dead even.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see. Of course, the Ornn going to bring those ornaments through that Living Forge as the game goes on. Definitely some extra value. The cage gonna get some stun here, some extra damage. He is gonna be able to walk it out. Just trying to defend his control ward there, it looks like. We are looking at 134 stacks of Phenomenal Evil Power here for LL Cool J's. It is a little bit of AP here as he's getting stacked up. Definitely something to keep our giving our keep in mind of. I'm so sorry. This is getting late. We're 5 games in. There's a lot of League being played today.
We sure are. This is the most you and I have had to cast so far. We haven't gotten the pleasure of a 5-game series yet, as we see Half-Orc Barbarians moving a bit up towards the top side. Toad is here. They're looking to maybe contest, but yeah, Ninja going in on that Leona. Leona does have flash still, but Abessa in on top. Not going to be able to do anything. Public Execution actually goes all the way over to Ornn, which allows the Leona to get out. Flash in, though, for the Xin Zhao. Just quite get it. Catches it at the end there with the Wind Becomes Lightning. LL Cool J's flashing in, lands the cage, though. Night Raven's in a bit of trouble. Doesn't have the flash. Doesn't have the ulti to get out of there. Gets the wild growth at the last second from Hamura. Is it enough? No, it is not. Knocked up by Sir Raven. And Half-Orc Barbarians have claimed the feat of warfare.
Yeah, like we said, this is a huge fight. The pick initially being started by the just barely dodging that event horizon. That cage being so close there. Yeah, I mean, TMGD took the first strike. Xin Zhao going in, trying to get a pick on this Leona. Leona proving that they so tanky in this early game. But as we see things start coming out, look at Merc Tread's top side, Merc Tread's jungle. You know, we don't see Merc Treads in the bot lane. You know, Crushing Rock opting for these Berserker Greaves, understanding that attack speed to be so important as the game goes on. However, those Merc Treads are going to get a ton of value here as the game goes on.
Yeah, if only Cassiopeia could buy them. But
if only.
Unfortunate a little bit there. Instead just gets an extra item slot from that passive. But yeah, I do think actually if those Merc Treads had come out before that skirmish, it may have gone a little bit better for TMGD. Like, I do think that the tenacity would have allowed Ninja to maybe pick off Toad a little bit earlier, maybe would have even allowed Night Ravens to escape. But we'll never know as the Merc Treads have come in now after the skirmish. Gold pretty much even between the two teams. Objectives still slightly in favor of TMGD, but not by a lot. But LL Cool Jace is the story of the game so far. 2-0-1 on the Vigar, stacking up well at 177 at 16 minutes. He is going to be a threat come the late game. And here comes Ninja. Nope, just going to clear out the vision. Not really going to be able to get a gank off on LL Cool Jace. A little too safe.
Yeah, the Dragon is up in 45 seconds, though, so we could see Wind Becomes Lightning is going to connect, but not going to take it. As Toad looking, the event horizon has been popped. You know what? I mean, they're going to fish here, and I appreciate the look, but we've got to see how much they're willing to contest or risk for this soul point. Of course, if you're TMGD, you want to fight this as hard as possible. Look at the flank here. Look at Revnon moving forward on this Mordekaiser. Death Realm is up. He's going to find himself in the center. He is going to get knocked up, and so much CC as he's going to get taken down by Crushing Rock. The Cyclone is moving so far. So much damage. Hamura flashing out. The knockup from the Talon Strike going to be huge, and the shutdown. FYS picks one up. Ninja picks one up, and that's going to be Soul Point going over to TMGD, and that's a fight they wanted.
Yeah, that's a huge open up for this game for TMGD. Ninja putting in so much work on the Zincho in that fight. The Crescent Guard plus Wild Growth combination allows him to just make so much space, completely free hit on the back line. I like the idea of the flank from Revnon, but Blast Cone straight into melee range of everyone was maybe not the way to execute it. Just ends up sort of not working. They're going to give over the Dragon. That's 3 Drakes this early to TMGD. Half-Orc Barbarians now are feeling the pressure. They're feeling like they have to try and get some item spikes before this next Dragon and fight it if they can. Now, I kind of love this from TMGD. They completely dropped bot wave here and said, screw priority, we need this Dragon. Look at how little damage Xin Zhao takes here from the full combo of everybody. He's completely fine with the Crescent Guard blocking everything from Vigar, the Wild Growth as well, and that is a beautiful petrifying gaze from Fist at the end there, just completely securing those kills on the Leona and the Vigar at the end. Really well played team fight from TMGD.
Yeah, absolutely. And, credit, you're giving Crushing Rock some credit. The cleanse used absolutely perfectly on that solar flare coming down from Toad.
Finally.
And you know what? Yeah, exactly. Finally. And the exhaust, it was placed on the right champion, but unfortunately just not enough. And you know what? This is a scaling Kog'Maw. Only going to get worse here. It does look like he's going to pick up this Wit's End next. He says, I won't get Merc Treads, but Wit's End lines up with my build perfectly.
Yeah, it's the next best thing. And like, I'm memeing to some extent about the cleanse, but it is true that the entire series we've been saying, like, wow, how much better would these fights be if Crushing Rock could free hit? Yeah. Right? And this proves it. When he can cleanse them, flash out of there, and free hit, he does so much more damage. 1-0-2 in the Kog'Maw so far, has a 100 gold bounty. Now, TMGD will give over the Herald on the top side here. Half-Orc Barbarian's going to be able to pick that one up, maybe can convert it into a tower of some kind. No towers have fallen so far. These top laners have stayed pretty much just top lane the entire game. I can't wait to see Night Ravens finally get into a bit of a scrap. Up 500 gold over his lane opponent just from laning, just from CS and tower plates. But game still pretty even in gold. Actually, the Herald spawned not over the wall as I think he wanted it to be, though. It's just going to kind of get stuck in the Raptor Pit and wrap around from behind. It will still get the charge off, though, still knock down this tier 1. First tower goes to Half-Orc Barbarians, but that's not quite enough to even up the 3-dragon lead.
No, but it is going to be the feats of warfare secured as Toad. They're looking. Mura trying to get in there, getting the slows down, but they see the team collapsing, not going to make it happen. Solar Flare not going to connect on, but the Event Horizon got to get him blocked up. He is going to do the Cyclone, going to be committed, and that's going to be a Primordial Burst from LL Cool Jace to secure that kill. That was just some over-chasing, I think, from TMGD there.
Nothing you could do about that one. Hamura tried to kite it out of the cage, but really nothing you could do about the Vigar ulti. I agree, they pushed up a little too far, getting a little greedy with their mid-prio. Fist now trying to defend this bot tier 1 by himself. Has a little backup now from Ninja. Otacon is, importantly, on the top side of the map this game. With how little kills there were, that one skirmish up in topside, I think, weighted the entire thing to be topside as Zenith Blade connects onto Cassiopeia, but just gonna be a disengage. Wind Becomes Lightning does not find a target from Xin Zhao. Now gonna come in through the bushes, but everyone probably just gonna back off here. There's no objectives on bot side.
Yeah, but I do want to say Smolder. But yeah, 232 stacks phenomenal lethal power here for LL Cool J. This is a ton of extra AP, especially considering we do have the second item, Death Cap. Going to give that extra percentage up over. It's going to be a ton of damage coming out from him. But what I can tell you is this drag is up in 1 minute and 22 seconds, and we have full prio here on the bot side for TMGD.
Yeah, absolutely we do. It's a little bit too early to get much other than just clearing out some vision on the bot side. Vision is going to be difficult, though, because the Scuttle Crab does belong to Half-Orc Barbarians, but this bot prio is completely TMGD's. They're actually giving over mid prio, saying, hey, we don't have a tier 1. We're going to lose mid prio pretty much no matter what. We're just going to catch that under our tier 2, but if we can clear out this bot lane tier 1, maybe we can use that to leverage into a soul point. But it is important to note that if TMGD don't feel 100% about the fight, they just don't need to take it, right? When you are on soul point, the advantage that it gives you is not only like, yes, if we get this, we can scale and like 90% of the time or whatever, win the game. It's more that like, we can actually force you to come here, and if we aren't ready to take a fight, we don't have to, but you have to be here.
Yeah, I would say, though, the thing I want to point out is, like, I mean, look at the minimap here. TMGD says, you know what? We're moving. We're moving as a 5-man unit. We want to contest over this, and this might be our first real 5v5 team fight, as TMGD looks to get this prio back in the mid wave and may have to look. But keep in mind this vision. Divine and LL Cool J's Toad going to get locked in here. Event Horizon just going to be flashed out. But Ninja is on the backline. The Crescent Guard trying to buy space from that Cyclone. Call of the Forge God going to be missed. The Solar Flare buying some time, but Ninja doing so much work on Toad. LL Cool J's completely taken out of this fight here, as we are going to get them taken down. That is going to be a 2-4-0 from the side of TMGD, and that's got to be sold. They're not going to be able to contest this.
Yeah, I mean, just so clean. Night Ravens pushes up a little far at the start, trying to clear out vision, but just flashes, completely respects the CC chain there, flashes out, and lets Ninja go in and do the engaging. You can see Revnon is kind of split here, and so is LL Cool J. They can't really get in. As the grounding, the miasma is so effective on the Wukong, and yeah, the public execution into the backline really splits up the fight there at the end. Night Ravens puts out some good damage here, really chases away Sir Raven, but like, again, I actually think that Fist made a ton of space in that fight with the miasma, like completely stunted anything the Wukong was trying to do. And when the Wukong can't get in there, and when the Call of the Forge God misses, as you called out so well during the fight itself, nothing Mordekaiser and Vigar can really do to get in and fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, again, we talk about Night Ravens a lot, and I think it's really cool to see players like that who, like, you want to do and you want to dive the back line, you want to, you know, get in and get the kills and be the hero, and he really kind of did a great job of analyzing that fight and realizing, like, the public execution stopping that Call of the Forge God was devastating. And like you said, the space was bought, the team fight was won as long as that didn't go off. Fist did a great job of making sure the space was bought and just executed it very well all around from TMGD.
Yeah, it just feels like TMG are so locked in right now, right? They are focused. They're on the same page about what they want to do. I was a little worried going into that play that it could be a repeat of what happened last game, where they tunneled too hard on trying to secure the Dragon Soul itself and funneled themselves into bad choke points or took bad fights on weird, awkward timers. But instead, no, they get in there, they take a decisive team fight on their terms and secure the Dragon Soul. Now, the next objective up is this Otacon on the top side. It will again be the false life buff, as even less kills this game than the first one. And anyone who takes it now will get a pretty secure Baron take, but it seems like TMGD actually just going to push in this mid wave, try and secure the mid-tier 1 instead, saying if they get that, they can find something more.
Public execution's gonna connect here. The Call of Forge God not gonna be able, having the Bellowing Breast doing so much. You gotta imagine the Death Realm is going to come in here as he is moving, not quite activated yet, not thinking that needs to do it, but he's got to be careful. So much CC, but the Obliterate from Revnon is going to take him down. That's gonna be a pick.
Yeah, the issue is that the Mordekaiser doesn't have TP this game. He took Exhaust. So actually, they've kind of overloaded their bot side here, and there's nothing Mordekaiser could do to get up here. They're going to start up the Otacon on the top side, and Crushing Rock does so much damage with the on-hit Kog'Maw. Stun up there pops. The cleanse that we like to see. This Otacon is just melting down to the damage with the Kog'Maw. It's down to 3k, down to 2k, down to 1k. Falls to the red team. Voracious Otacon on the false life buff goes to TMGD. Not able to extend the fight anymore, but hopefully can leverage it into a Baron in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, that was super well played. A great macro call, understanding that extra commitment. And you know what? Credit Divine finding some extra gold on the map, when you look at this gold lead, pretty much evening it up. Half-Orc Barbarians only down about 500 gold right now. Big thing to think, though, is there's so much stats in that Dragon Soul. Of course, Mountain Dragon Soul going to do so much work for that burst damage that's going to come out from LL Cool J's and the Cyclone. However, remember, because we took Dragon Soul so early, this Elder Dragon is up in just over 2.5 minutes. And the worst thing can happen, as I'm sure a lot of us have seen in games, in our own games and in other games, is a pick or a bad fight going bad sometime right before Elder spawns, and it completely turns around what should have been a winning game.
Yeah, and you know what makes those things significantly more likely? The False Life Otacon buff. If they can leverage that into a pick or into just some vision that gets a pick, into a Baron that pushes them out away from the Elder Dragon, right? If they can use this to get any kind of even incremental advantage, it'll push their lead that much further and get them closer to securing the Elder Dragon in addition to the Mountain Soul they already have. Again, the gold lead, not very substantial, but the Mountain Soul is all they need. Xin Zhao in here onto the Orin, maybe caught out by the Miasma. He's grounded, can't quite dash away. Maybe they don't have enough damage to find it. Revnon in the Death Realm fighting a 1v1 against Night Ravens as the Orin falls at the backside, but Night Ravens likes those fights. Mordekaiser not able to find the kill. Does at the very end pop the False Life buff in the Death Realm, but it doesn't matter. Mordekaiser's down. LL Cool J's taking the 1v1 against Fist, and he is losing it. He is burning down to the Cassiopeia. He falls to the passive just there at the end. Divine has to flash out as well. 3 kills for nothing to TMG. D means a free Baron for TMG.
Yeah, that's a crazy good pick. They're just just committing very well onto this Orin. Of course, Revnon trying to get the kill and isolating Night Ravens does get it in the end, but unfortunately the only one to go down that's relevant there. And he said it's just going to be a free Baron. Great Petrifying Gaze. The Primordial Burst, popped a little bit early from LL Cool J's, not able to take down Fizz, and that's Baron with a minute left for Elder Dragon, and we still have some False Life buff. I mean, this is a real problem for HOB.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be maybe almost insurmountable. Again, the gold lead has now started to balloon open for TMGD up to almost 5k, more like 4.5 at this point, taking that tower on the top side as well. Elder Dragon up in 45 seconds, and you have to imagine that lane prio will go to TMGD in every right. Now, both teams are going to have most important cooldowns back up, but a couple of flashes blown. Importantly, LL Cool J's and Fist, neither of them has flash, but Crushing Rock will have flash and will probably have the cleanse back as well. So hopefully the Kog'Maw can get some space to free hit in this final fight for the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. And then noticeably, Crushing Rock's cleanse about to come back. Of course, the upgraded Scuttle Crowd helping clear out this vision. Fist positioned a little far forward. We are going to see the TP coming out. Call of the Forge God coming down. It is going to go wide and miss just a little bit on Crushing Rock. Not too much with Solar Flare connecting. Cyclone trying to pick. The fight is split. Revnon in the Death Realm trying to get one. Cyclone doing so much work. Crushing Rock getting Primordial Burst and taken out by LL Cool J's, but they are moving. The public execution locking down Revnon. TMG is looking for the base. They're looking to win. Oh, and he's going to be shut down. LL Cool J's doing so much work. So much AP damage. LL Cool J saves that fight from disaster as they trade 2-4-2.
Yeah, really good damage with the Vigar there. A crucial pickup to kill into Crushing Rock, but it just might not be enough. Health bars are still too high on TMGD, especially on the Ambessa with the Mountain Soul as well, allowing them to safely push up, take the tier 2 after the fight, and they still will have first move on the Elder Dragon themselves. Now, something really important I want to point out is that Revnon put Xin Zhao in the Death Realm for this entire fight after Ninja went in, which kind of leaves TMGD without much frontline, right? Ambessa is really not the frontline champ that you want without the Xin Zhao, and LL Cool J's kiting them out in this fight. Just completely blew up Crushing Rock. Really, really well played. Night Ravens on the other side did a ton of work for TMGD, so it's still, they're fighting neck and neck, even with the Dragon Soul for TMGD.
Yeah, again, things to keep in mind are these key cooldowns that have been blown open here. LL Cool J still doesn't have flash. Crushing Rock, no flash now. Ninja, no flash now. Just some things to keep an eye on. This Death Realm about to come back open for Revnon as he's gonna look. Like you said, taking that Jinzo out. Huge Call of the Forge God coming in, making a look, gonna connect onto Homura. Might be popped here. Primordial Burst doing a ton of damage, not gonna happen. The Solar Flare knocking, gonna be cleansed. Zenith Blade getting him on. Crushing Rock still able to take the fight. Crushing Rock is free hitting here. Might be in trouble. Sir Ravens takes down. The Public Execution is gonna connect, but he's gonna be stunned. LL Cool J's hitting some good damage down, but Night Ravens still gonna take down Sir Raven himself, and Crushing Rock able to stay alive, able to put out damage here, and they have traded 1 for 3. The downside is they don't have a jungler. You've got to be very careful here, as LL Cool Jace can do a ton of damage to this Elder Dragon.
Yeah, he can, but Divine is so low, he's probably not even going to get into the pit. Night Ravens flashes in, hits the lacerations as well. He's Q1ing forwards, he's Q2ing forwards. Oh my god! But he is getting absolutely deleted by the Vigar ultimate there. Can Divine get into the pit? I don't think he can. Gonna hop the wall here, has the smite, not able to find it though, pops in on Hamura, but just gets taken down by the Elder buff. This game is a mess, but TMGD still in the lead, 6k gold, Mountain Soul, and Elder.
Yeah, and again, think about it this way. Fist and Crushing Rock both having that Elder Dragon buff is going to be huge. The Baron up in 2 minutes, just a little bit, basically about the same time as this Elder Dragon. So we'll have to see if TMGD can pick a fight here or get enough to be able to take this Baron as that buff goes away.
Yeah, I think Fist heard me earlier in this game when I was saying that, like, really one of these mid laners needs to prove which of them can carry a team the most, and he is stepping up to the plate. He's doing so much damage in these fights, and like we've been saying the whole time, I know I sound like I'm like a broken record, but Crushing Rock is finally free hitting in team fights. The cleanse is allowing him to do it. The space that Lulu and Xin Zhao can make for him. But on the other side, LL Cool J's 1,100 stacks of the phenomenal legal power.
It's like 367.
Yeah, sorry, not the amount of stacks he has. Excuse me, the amount of AP that he has. That would be a little absurd. But has over 1k AP. He can just one-shot people. We saw him take like 75% of Mbessa's HP, and that's an Mbessa with like a Maw and Merc treads, right? So this guy is still really, really strong. If TMGD overextends, they can find themselves losing these fights to LL Cool J's on the Vigar. Now, they do still have the Elder Dragon for a little under a minute, and they have to leverage it while they have it. Now, trying to put a little damage down onto Sir Raven in the Miasma. Not able to get much more damage, but going to claim the tier 2. Now, flash in with the Petrifying Gaze from Fist. Not going to find anyone. Taken down to about half by the Vigar chunk there. Night Ravens and Revenon fighting down on the bot side of the fight. Not going to get much else off the Elder except for that tier 2. Going to move up towards the spawning Baron now, though.
Yeah, big thing to note is Divine was down pushing the bot wave, which I think gave the confidence there, of course, if you're TMGD, that says, hey, we can move in here where they're one member down. Their big piece of their engage is gone. Now they're going to set up around this Baron, and you've got to imagine it's still going to be tough for TMGD to walk in here, and this Baron is going to go down quick.
Yeah, they're not even able to contest it if you're Half-Orc Barbarians. There's nothing you can do. The gold lead is too substantial. Your waves are too pushed into your base. They're going to need a miracle fight here at some point to even try to claw their way back into this game. These bounties are on. The objective bounties are huge. They're down, what is that, like 8k gold, almost 9k, 8.5, 9k gold, right? Like, what do you look for if you're Half-Orc Barbarians? You need a fight that leads into an Elder or something that leads into like a march down mid lane?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're getting to this point in the game almost 35 minutes in, that if you could get a clean ace or, kill 4 members, I think you can look to end the game. The thing is like, if you're Half-Orc Barbarians, you got to find a pick onto Fist or Crushing Rock. The issue is they both have cleanse, and that is not going to be an easy thing to do. And of course, they are committing the smite. Divine just going to steal it away. A little bit of a cheeky, that's what you get for not checking the bush moment. But yeah, I think that's going to be tough, though, because not only are you fighting through cleanse, you're fighting through wild growth, you're fighting through this MR. Yes, you have a lot of AP, and he has locked some pen in now. Of course, he does have that Void Staff completed. We do see the ornaments coming through, the upgraded Rabadon's Death Cap going to be huge, but we are going to see this Baron push as they attack on this bot side tower.
Yeah, so Raven walking up to the wave a little bit, but really just can't do anything to these Baroned up minions. I respect how reserved TMGD are playing this out. It's very, oh my god, that's not what you want to see. Yeah. This cast the Petrifying Gaze at nothing, and that is really a pretty crucial team fight ulti for this team, and they're just gonna have to back off, say, without the Petrifying Gaze, we're not really sure if we can fight so well. It will be back up in no time. That cooldown coming back up, like I can watch it coming back up. It's almost halfway already, as it moves so fast with this much CDR. But Yeah, not what you want to see, not a huge mistake, doesn't really matter. But what I was trying to say is trying to praise them for playing really disciplined and slow with their advantages, right? It's the same thing we saw them do in game 3, where they get a huge advantage on a couple of members or on one member specifically, and they don't just push it crazy hard. They don't look for 50-50s. They don't flip objectives to try and end the game. They wait. They push out lanes. They overload one side of the map and take down towers pretty systematically, keeping their gold lead as big as they can the entire time, avoiding giving over needless shutdowns or 50-50 flips. I love the way they close out games.
Yeah, I have to agree. And we see Elder Dragon spawning again in a minute. You got to imagine that's where they'll make their stand. Look at this vision coverage we have here on the bot side. Enter through river, got good coverage on both entrances to the river from the HOB side. Now, of course, we are seeing some resets come through. Of course, no wards left for Homura at the moment. We're going to see if they get the chance to reset. I got to imagine no. With only 40 seconds left, he is going to go ahead and take the base using the last few seconds of that Baron recall, as Baron is gone now. Going to go refill those wards and get back to it. But this is probably going to be it. This is going to be the game-ending fight right here.
Yeah, it should be. He's pretty fast. He'll get back here in time for the play. You have to imagine that Half-Orc Barbarians are going to have to move in through the jungle. They probably won't have enough prio in a lane to walk in through a lane, so that's why I like these wards from TMGD that you pointed out. They're in the jungle pathways. They're in the tri-brush and near the red buff. As we see, Half-Orc Barbarians has found their way in, though. They've swept out the vision of the tri-brush. They're moving into the bot lane. Fist maybe a little caught out of position. Here comes the call of the Forge God over the top. They've knocked up Fist. We'll see if they can get anything else. Oh, pulled out of the Solar Flare, though. Not quite hit. Petrifying Gaze lands onto 3 members. Public Execution to the backside. Ambessa is in there. He is blowing up LL Cool J's. LL Cool J's still living, though. Navigar is fighting through everything. Lands a crucial Event Horizon on the Ambessa. Stops the assault, but Crushing Rock free hitting on the other side of the fight. Doing a lot of work, but 3 are down for TMGD. Only 1 down for Half-Orc Barbarians. LL Cool Jace putting in the work, but the health bars are so low that they're gonna have to back off, gonna have to take a reset. Neither side able to take the Elder Drake. That's the fight they were looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, recognizing how ahead Crushing Rock is, not able to do anything. Of course, Toad looks like he is just going to be toast here, as he is going to get taken down. Now, something I want to do is because these timers are so misaligned, we have 45 seconds on Toad here. We have TP from Night Ravens. So we've got to see how that'll get set up. We're going to get a quick replay of how this fight went out.
Ooh, yeah, back on live just real quick, a little flash out from Crushing Rock, although he's okay. I do still want to watch this fight. Watch Ambessa. Night Ravens gets all the way into the backside with Public Execution, barely laying onto LL Cool J's. This makes so much space with the Petrifying Gaze hitting 3 members of the front line, but Night Ravens can't close the kill because of this Event Horizon right here. He ease straight into the Vigar cage, and LL Cool J stuns him up, locks him down. The Xin Zhao falls as well, and they just can't kill him. If you cannot kill the Vigar with that push from Ambessa, it's not going to work.
Yeah, back on live. The Elder Dragon has been started. It's been a huge number here. It's almost down to about a quarter health. This Public Execution's going to go in live. A huge fight going on right now. Elder Dragon about to be taken down. Crescent Guard buying some space. Cyclone doing so much work here. Can't see who the Elder Dragon is, but it does look like Half-Orc Barbarians has taken down the Elder Dragon as they're still fighting. Fist still able to do so much damage. They took the Elder, but they are losing the fight as he does dash away. Toad coming to the rescue. The Solar Flare doing so much here. Xenoblade gonna connect. They are gonna get dragged in the Obliterate, doing so much damage, and Fist in trouble. The Elder buff going to take him out. And we'll have to get a replay here, as that was happening while we were looking on the replay. It looks like Half-Orc Barbarians just went to rush the Elder Dragon. And you know what? 6k gold is a lot, but it means a heck of a lot less at 40 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I'm amazed that they somehow got the setup on that to take down the whole thing pretty much before TMGD even got there. They smited down the Elder buff. Yes, they lost Vigar. Yes, they lost Ornn, but they picked up a couple kills at the back anyway afterwards, so ends up being pretty even. Now on live, though, TMGD is starting up the Baron. This replay showing how they got there ahead of time. They just sort of ran straight for it. Night Ravens TP'd in, couldn't really solo contest, but back on live, we may have a fighter on the Baron. Baron taken down so low. Solar Flare in. I believe Baron, goes to the side of TMGD. The health bars are low. Elder Dragon is still on for Half-Orc Barbarians. Toad not quite gonna fall yet. Does finally follow the trades for the Xin Zhao, though. Not the kind of trade you want if you're TMGD. They get the Baron, but at what cost?
Well, I think the upside here is the Baron should help them kind of delay this push. We are going to get a pause.
Oh my god.
After this fight, just absolutely I mean, this game is nobody's going anywhere right now. Neither team willing to let this happen. Holy cow. Oh my gosh, this is just a crazy back and forth by these teams. I think, like you said, the nerves really getting back to them. I'm gonna go take some look at some of these replays here. Of course, this fight that we were talking, that event Horizon was so huge. As we'll get another thing here. I think there's an argument here. Like Night Ravens does a great job of hitting that public execution, but Fizz just getting a little bit caught out here, not being able to start the fight on their own terms. This Petrifying Gaze was so huge, though, right? But unfortunately, they're just able to stay alive for so long. I want to point out, Revenant death roaming Fizz here is huge.
Yeah.
That's a big piece of
I didn't see that
damage. And I wonder here if you're Crushing Rock and Hamura, can you just kind of ignore this Mordekaiser and maybe push forward and that fight changes? But
maybe, but it feels so threatening to have that Mordekaiser right there behind you. I think that's really one of the keys to this fight is what Revenant did there. And not only that, he got the Death Realm onto Fist, that he came out of the Death Realm behind Crushing Rock and Hamura, sort of preventing them from walking up further and joining Night Ravens in that assault on the Vygar, right? So then they just can't really close out the kill. This also happened here while we were in a replay. Crushing Rock blew his cleanse and flash just for an event Horizon there. Not the cleanse. I believe it was a Mikhail's from Hamura, but either way, blew the flash. And then, College Sports guy came in. I think he did end up falling here. Yeah, and this is how they got the actual Elder Dragon there. But we are back in live. We're paused for just a second just to, I believe, catch up to where we are. Yeah, we're going to catch up in the replay, but we'll be back to live very, very shortly. As we see, that's how they set up for the second Elder Dragon. The actual take here is they found that pick onto Crushing Rock with the TP. Crushing Rock just pushed up a little bit too far in the mid lane, and that's how they secured this Elder Dragon.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate. Of course, they are able to get some kills back here, and the Petrifying Gaze being pretty big here. Able to get that down with the Baron, with the Elder buff still in their face, but that Elder buff bought so much time, so much space for them, and really, again, prevents them from losing out there when they need to.
Yeah, the rest of this we saw on live. We saw them come up. They Fist oversends a little bit. Hamura comes in as well. Yeah, Fist falls there, leads into the Baron. Yep.
Yeah.
Let me see. Hamura got out, but we're going to head back to live here, try and close out this game. It has been a bloodbath. We really thought the TMG DK would have closed it out by now, considering the gold lead, but Half-Orc Barbarians are fighting back. They're pushing into the base.
Yeah, this Elder buff coming to a close here shortly. Actually looks like, still shortly, but this Baron should be enough to dissuade them. They can't really outpush. Of course, the wave clear from the side of Crushing Rock and Fist going to be plenty, and we're getting close to where everything is really going to be about execution. The only thing that really continues to get better is of course the stacks from LL Cool J's, but everybody's starting to get to that point where they're getting close to full build. We do see that Crushing Rock full build here. Fist close, trying to finish off what will likely be that death cap. You got to imagine with these supers in the mid lane that's going to be a pretty easy thing to do. But wow, this is just an absolute back and forth. And like I said, I really do want to point out the like you said, the nerves I think are playing a huge part into this. Also a little bit of a laugh that we do have objective bounties from Half-Orc Barbarians at 41.5 minutes into this game.
While they had objective bounties up while they had Elder. That's insane to me.
This is definitely not how you see it. That Elder just bought so much time for this game.
Yeah, it really, really did. And they're completely back. Like, gold leads are very important up until the point where you run out of item slots. And then the gold lead straight up doesn't matter at all, right? These teams are functionally even. If not, I would argue that Half-Orc Barbarians may be even a little bit ahead just in terms of Vygar or Ornn, like, scaling in that way. You see the ornaments coming through. Vygar has 1.4k AP. Now, Mountain Soul is still doing a lot of work for TMGD, but, like, pretty much everyone's hitting level 18. Except the supports, of course. Toad is level 14, but he'll probably stay there the rest of the game. It's fine. But like, I would argue that at this sort of insane late game situation, which, by the way, we have not seen at all this series. We've never seen a game go to 40 minutes. But now that they are, I would actually go back to favoring the Vygar and the Ornn.
Yeah, I could see that for sure. I think Event Horizon has obviously shown so much power in this series so far and in these team fights, but it's going to come down to execution. I think if TMGD can stay reserved and not get picked out here. I mean, look at that fight around Elder Dragon. I mean, that was 100% Fist getting caught out. I think if we can avoid those things, they can do a good job clearing vision. You know, go back to getting in your side lanes, right? Put Night Raven in a side lane, put Fist in a side lane, get this priority in these lanes before you rotate to these objectives, and maybe we can get something happening. But Elder's up in a minute and a half.
Yeah, it is. And you have, I mean, we've said this a bunch of times, so who even knows if it's true anymore, but you have to imagine that the next fight will be the game decider. Unless the caveat, I'm putting the caveat here so I don't just like sound stupid for a fourth time in saying this, but like, unless both teams just lose all of their members, then like, sure, it won't end. But we're seeing the setup for the fight here. Half-Orc Barbarians have the prio over the river, have the slight vision control lead, and have the first move into the brush. It is now on TMGD to push in and fight their way in.
Yeah, as you see, you know, them just looking, LL Cool J's fishing a little bit, not having that vision with that control ward. As you see, they're looking for the flanks. I think this is a key moment here as they're kind of feeling each other out, trying to see what they do. When Becomes Lightning connects, the Noxious Blast gonna miss. Event Horizon buying some good space here, but like you said, is Crushing Rock gonna be able to get something done? Night Raven's looking to go in here. The grounding doing a lot of work. FYS is gonna be pulled in. Call the Forge God. The Phenomenal Evil's not going to get it done, but they're going to be Cyclone on the backside, not happening. But Crushing Rock is getting a lot of damage on. It looks like he's going to go take over the fight. Look at Crushing Rock here. Revnon getting some heavy damage taken out. And this is going to be two of the Zonia's Hourglass doing so much work. Night Ravens, the shield, the healing is going to be absolutely insane as Floof takes it down. And that is going to be a 2-for-0 fight win from TMGD. Divine on the backside, Cyclone not in the main part of that fight. That is such a huge tool that they need. But holy cow.
Yeah, he got spotted out on a flank by Hamura. Again, Hamura always playing so well. 1-1 and 18 on the Lulu, keeping Night Ravens alive there when he popped out of the Death Realm straight into the Event Horizon. Solo flanking, or solo stopping the flank from Divine by spotting him out on a control ward. This may just be the end of the game. TMGD is going to take down this Elder here and maybe look to end through mid. We'll see what they can do. Death Timer, not long enough on Revnon to push now. They're going to take one reset, maybe look to get the Baron in 40 seconds, see what they can do from there.
Yeah, like you said, this fight ought to be the end, of course. Dragon Soul, 10k gold lead. They have 6 towers. I mean, this is going to be a tough defense from Half-Orc Barbarians. And if they do defend it, it's got to be on the back of LL Cool Jace's put out here. He is doing so much work. But in that fight, Crushing Rock able to just free hit so much, get so much damage out, and his flash is going to be up when they make this push.
Yeah, absolutely. Sador brother, I know you're asleep. I know it's too late for you to be up watching this match, but I just want you to know that your boys are making a valiant effort to fight back in a game that they have no right still being in. 46 minutes into the game and neither Nexus has exploded. This is a little insane considering the lead TMGD got off to, but the Baron is now down. It just melts to a 6-item Kog'Maw.
Yeah, absolutely, as we do see the Kog'Maw completely foregoing boots in favor of a 6th item there. Of course, the ghosting from that item is going to be very, very effective. A little bit of move speed still given in from Phantom Dancer, but man, this is it. This is a push. We do see a 4-1 coming through, as we do see Night Ravens in the top side getting that push, just kind of trying to split up the pressure here. And this is it. This is the final push into the base.
Yeah, here they come. Baron and Elder for TMGD are on as they're pushing in. They take down the mid-tier 3. They take down the inhib with ease. Crushing Rock does so much damage to these objectives. We see LL Cool J is trying to hold his own to the top side here, but he doesn't really have enough wave clear to get through these Baron up minions. The wave is gonna get in. They're gonna take down another tier 3. Kog'Maw so much range in this fight, taking down the inhib as well. That's a double stun from the Event Horizon. Cleanse used from Crushing Rock. The public execution fired off, but does not hit anything from Night Ravens. So much CDR at LL Cool J's too. This Dark Matter is coming up like every second, but Crushing Rock is clearing these waves so effectively. They try to hit onto Night Ravens at the top side, not really going to land anything, but TMGD, their push is going to fizzle out, and they're not going to be able to get it on this wave. Maybe they can look to move into the bot side and take that tower, but Elder Dragon's wearing off, and the push just doesn't get it done.
Oh my gosh. This is the thing. This is TMG. This is where we talk about nerves, right? This is TMG recognizing, hey, we're not confident in being able to force this in your base. So you know what? We're going to wait. We're going to recall here. We're going to try to find a different angle. They did get 2 inhibitors. So now they do have those super minions doing some natural pushing for them. This is a very conservative line, but now they're going to overload this bot side and see if they can fully break open the base.
Yeah, because when they don't take these conservative lines, when they look for the fights, they end up giving over elders. They end up extending the game more than they thought they would have. Like, we thought they were going to win this game 20 minutes ago, even 30 minutes ago. They got the Elder Dragon at like 20, they got Soul at like 26 minutes or something like that. Like, it was not long into the game, but the game's been going on for at least 20 minutes past it.
Oh, no.
They're gonna try to push it one more time. This may be the final fight. Call of the Forge God over the top. Fist is stunned up, but Ninja is in there. The Crescent Guard making so much space. Divine falls really quickly to Crushing Rock, and here comes the TP from Night Ravens. Night Ravens is in. Public Execution is up and available. Jungler down for Half-Orc Barbarians. We'll see if they can keep fighting back. One lone cannon minion is all that's pushing in, but it's gonna fall to the second Dark Matter there. Can TMGD find a way to extend the fight, find a way to get in there? Floop's trapped inside the event horizon, but he flashes in. He is charging in. Wind becomes lightning, connects. Public Execution on the LL Cool J by Night Ravens. That's a great zone from LL Cool J, so see if he can get out of this one. But Night Ravens is gonna blow him up. Crushing Rock is free hitting in this fight, and that's gonna do it. TMGD is gonna clean ace Half-Orc Barbarians. It may have taken them 50 minutes, but TMGD is going to the finals to play against OMG.
Holy cow, 49 minutes and 17 seconds to take this game out. Half-Orc Barbarians did not let it come easy. TMG Death Knights continuing to hold strong. They are the best team in the league.
Oh my god. We could not have asked for a better Game 5. We could not have asked for a better and more competitive series from everybody here. Shout out to everybody sticking around here. We have surpassed 100 viewers here in Game 5, all the way up to I think 120 at some point. Everyone watching as this climactic Game 5 comes in. And what a way to end the series. The back and forth swings, a 50-minute game, 3 Elder Dragons at least. Maybe there were 4. I don't even know at this point. It's like 1 a.m. here in New York.
Oh
like,
my gosh. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, this was huge. And shout out to Half-Orc Barbarians. I mean, they executed a lot of their game plans very well. And I know it doesn't happen, but I do want to give this honorable mention before we get to MVP. LL Cool Jace had an absolutely incredible series. And I want you to know you kept your team in this in times where they shouldn't have been. And you're the reason it even went to Game 5. So don't let anybody take that away from you. Moving on to TMG Death Knights. We've got to look at it, looking at the 5-game series, looking at the overall performance of all these players. Who do we think is our MVP for this semifinal?
It's really hard. As we've always said, TMGD is an incredibly deep roster. Any one of their players can carry in any given game. We've seen that this series. I think that every single one of their players has shined in different games. We saw Night Ravens like solo carry in Game 3, right? We've seen Crushing Rock putting out a ton of damage in this game, up to 42k. We've seen Fist doing lots of work. Ninja was incredibly consistent this whole series, but like, it's not a flashy pick, but I really do think it's true. I'm going to give my MVP vote for this series to Hamura. I think that his play was so consistent across all of their wins. He almost never dies. He's roaming constantly. Like, he's making map plays. He's always there when you need him to, escaping by the skin of his teeth. He's healing. He is an incredible enchanter player. His Janna, his Bard, his Lulu were all so incredibly clean. I'm giving it to Hamura.
I think you said it's tough, and I think I agree with you on the sense of like all the players played well. I do agree they can play through everybody. Crushing Rock obviously being something they don't normally play through, but they played through him in this game. I do see that, but I think I agree with you. I think hands down Hamura on the Janna and Bard games alone. Even before you throw in this Lulu game, and even on the Braum game, like they got beat pretty good, but his performance on Braum was still great. And I think Hamura has been a real unlock, a real key to this team's success. You know, his ability to move around and get Ninja going moving forward. Their synergy was absolutely great in moments. And no, I have to agree with you. I think Hamura, you have done wonders for this team. You jungled for them at the start of the season. You
was a great
moved
jungler.
to your primary role, and you performed just as well, if not better. And you know what? You guys are going to the finals.
Absolutely. Again, a huge shout out to the Half-Orc Barbarians, right? They did really well in this series. I feel the same way about them that I did about TMG DK. I think every single one of them had a moment to shine in this game. We saw, right, Endivine popping off on Viego a little bit. We saw Revnon. Like, Revnon is insane. I think we can all admit that Revnon is an insane player. He is just a complete anomaly. I don't understand how this works. He's up CS as Set versus Jinx. Like, he's so consistent. He's a complete rock down there. We saw Toad with that crazy rel engage, right? I think that was in, I don't even know what game that was. I think game 4, I think it was.
Yeah.
Insane rel engages there. Sir Raven playing crazy good in some of those games, like really popping off on the Aatrox in game 1. He was really great, right? Had a really solid game 2 as well. And LL Cool Jace, I think if OPGG was looking at this series, they'd give him the little ace sticker, right? See a little purple tag under your name for LL Cool Jace. But again,
unlucky.
just such great, truly unlucky. Such great work from both of these teams. But that's going to be it for us. TMG Death Knights will move on to the finals to play against Omega Gaming Goobers. That'll be next Tuesday night, so stick around for that. In the meantime, you should check out Titan After Dark. We don't have one this week, but next Friday night, some of the casters, some of the production teams sort of get together, put together a little Titan podcast with less restrictions maybe than our main broadcast. So check out Titan After Dark next Friday night. That's going to do it for us. I'm Mojo Powell. That's my guy, Leslie. Thanks so much for tuning in, everyone. We really appreciate you sticking around. We'll see you next week for the finals.